Wow, okay.
Oh, we'll do a roll call. You start with Ryan.
Nina Bacchus, Charlotte.
Good. You did a good job, man.
What else you want?
Well,
We will vaccinate calves tomorrow and we'll see how many of the wolves they.
Super on milk and egg.
Lila Taylor cattle.
John Scully cattle.
John LaFeld sheep. Public, Dr. Zalewski.
Wake up.
Yes.
That's first. Marty Zalewski, Animal Health
now.
and Food Safety Division.
Eric Liska, Animal Health Bureau.
Steve Smith, Veterinary Diagnostic Lab.
Ryan Engel, Pioneer Meats.
Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health Bureau.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to see you here. Brett will be here in about a half hour, but we're going to get going here. Right away, we'll start with the board administration consent items.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to pull everything after the minutes and talk about it. And my idea of consent agenda is more, can I read a report or do you have to tell me what's in it? But some of these, I think we would serve ourselves well to maybe have a little bit of chat about some of them.
So we'll just put those back into each different.
That would be fine to do it that way, I don't care. Yep.
Is there a motion on the minutes?
I'll second
As
I'm seconding her motion to
Pull it, to pull.
change the consent agenda.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Another motion for the minutes?
I move that the minutes be approved as amended.
Both minutes?
Yes.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, an FYI about minutes, the document we used in the July meeting relative to salary information was not made a part of the record. I provided a copy of that for Donna this morning. We'd like to have it just attached. It doesn't need to be.
In July?
Yeah.
In
Just
regards
wanted
to
everybody to know that it wasn't the document we had available that we used on that day to discuss the salary considerations. There was not an extra copy made for Donna for the minutes because we read off of it. I wanted to make sure it was there because when she went to look to find it, it wasn't there.
Okay.
So I got mine, and it was a letter from Mike to Brett dated July 24th.
And now it's included.
And now she can attach it. Okay.
Old business, meat and poultry inspection process. The committee, Lila.
Thanks, John. I think we had a pretty good second go around in our committee meeting, and John Scully led us through a process of understanding, at least it was really good for me, on the value of science, and I guess I let John probably explain things from there. He did a great job of leading us through it. I think we'll probably need another meeting. He can go explain it.
Pardon me, John. Are we on and everything? I apologize.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Some of you will remember the outline we put together for the last meeting, and the outline in it had a variety of sections, and we went through all those at the last meeting, save for one. And the one we did not deal with at that meeting was the role of science. Under the role of science, we talked about current issues, we talked about the state versus the federal role, and the expectations that the industry had from those roles and the expectations that we had. We talked about industry experts, and it was terrific because Dr. Bowles was there, and she discussed her role. And I think that's been confusing, at least to me, and I think more clarity was brought to that in that discussion. And so we also looked at approval process. What if there is a new scientific method? What if there is a method that is equal to or better than the one used by the federal process? How do you go about proving it, and how do you go about communicating it, and who approves it, and who communicates it, and how do you engage that implementation process? One of the things that she made very clear, I think, at the meeting was that she, yes, is an industry expert, and yes, she has discussed many issues with small plants throughout the years, as well as discussing with the Department of Livestock. But contrary to what some of us thought was being professed previously, she's independent. She's neither an expert on behalf of the Department of Livestock or an expert on behalf of the industry. She maintains her professional lack of conflict by being professionally engaged in the science of the project, as opposed to being there to represent somebody or some entity. She would be available to review scientific change and does engage scientific change because she does run the meat lab at Montana State. So her presence there and engagement in the process, I thought, was terrific. Brian was there along with the rest of the committee from the industry, and I thought we had a very good meeting. We have made a list of things. There's a couple things we wanted to check out in other states as to see how they handle scientific authorities in other states, whether or not there is contracted relationships or no contracted relationships. And Brian gave us some information here right before the meeting. I'll let him speak to that. I won't. But we have some things we need to follow up on with regards to that, all of that activity. And so I think the biggest takeaway, for me at least, and Sue and Lila can comment as to theirs, was that she's neither foe or friend, as you would expect a professional person to be. She remains on the sidelines, available for her expertise, and can be called upon, and has been called upon in a consultative basis. But it doesn't mean she's aligning herself with anybody in particular, unless there is a specific activity for which right now there is no process to where we would approve a scientific change in methodology that could be then inspected or sent on to the federal level. She also had a great deal of background, as you can imagine, relative to her expertise concerning previous audits, comments she made about this audit, one of which was very helpful relative to the fact that this audit was performed at the federal level by a new person in the process. She had some comments and observations dealing with people's, response or attitude during the audit, which I thought was helpful. So the way we left it basically is that we have an obligation to follow up on those other states, to inquire on the two different subject matters that we wrote down. And then I think Lila plans on having another meeting to sort of summarize. There's training that's taking place, is it this week?
Yep.
As we speak this week, for staff individuals. And if you remember back, there was a request made by the industry to be more engaged in that training, and even be offered opportunity to sit in on the training. But I thought the give and take relative to the meeting was again very excellent, and I'm very appreciative, as I think the other board members are, the industry's continued participation in discussing this entire issue. So with that, I'll turn or sewer, Lila, or whatever to fill in.
And in future meetings, hopefully we will come up with some kind of committee to, when there are recalls or there are potential recalls, having a group of people who have expertise in different areas to work on it and help figure it out.
But I thought the objective of the committee was to come up with a process that we could put in writing that would be there for, and so that's still basically that's the bullseye, correct? That's what I.
There may be 2 or 3 of those. Sue brought up the one relative to recall committee. It says if there's a believed to be a recall requirement, which is clearly the right of the industry to make that recall, not ours to direct it or mandate it, that there may be a sounding board or recall committee that's used at the federal level. It might be useful here if we have the expertise to do it. And that's one of the things we're looking at other states about. There's then also the process that I commented about relative to how do you go about, who makes a request for a change in a scientific methodology, and where do you make it, and how do you make it, and what do you do when you go through that. And there's a few other process issues that would be considered changes that were from last meeting, which we will have to bring forward.
Brian, would you like to speak on these handouts?
Certainly, thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you for allowing me to come up and explain these handouts a little bit. What this is a sample of what has happened in the past when, you don't need to read it now, take it home and read it, but it's so boring. And, I mean, it's science-based, so there's some, you can really look into it or you can read what it already says there. But it's an example of how Dr. Dean Bowles was instrumental in basically stopping recalls. So unnecessary processes that maybe happened in the past wouldn't have had to happen if we would have reached out, like in the past, and asked for help. And that when I have gone on record saying we need to stand up to the feds, this is my example of how you stand up to the feds and show them how your program's working, how the processes are working. And yes, it may not be black and white, but when you rely on industry experts and science-based, you can show that everything really is okay. But this is just an example, and you can look at the dates. You can also see that this hasn't happened. I don't have any examples of recent. And I can find more of these if you want. I don't think it's necessary. I guess my point being the challenge to the department, to the board, and it's really my main goal for being on this committee, is to look back and reflect and see what has worked in the past. All these challenges that are addressed in these papers are the same challenges that happened recently. It's the approach. And we can see maybe that this recent approaches may not have had that good of results for anybody, the department included. So my challenge to you guys is to reflect back, just like any life experiences. Each and every one of us have had these. You look back and see what has worked in the past. Look at your new challenges and decide, is it anything different than what's been in the past? And if it used to work in the past, maybe we need to continue to do that. So if you have any questions on specifics, you can see who wrote these letters, the dates, and I do feel that we are, like Mr. Scully mentioned, I think we're making great gains in our, and Lila and Sue mentioned, we're making great gains in the committee. I refer to it as steering committee, subcommittee. I think we've made great headway. I still think that we have some more room to move forward. You know, the department has accepted FISs, and I don't know the numbers, but under that 417 point whatever, accepted the recall and the appeal processes from FSIS. And it's for you guys to decide, but I firmly believe you guys have different aspects as a board and a department. I think you're going to need to have different recall procedures for each and every department. FSIS's recalls and appeals processes work really well for meat inspection. I don't think we need to rewrite any rules when it comes to that.
Board, any questions?
I have one.
What, Donnie?
This in this letter where it says,
What were you looking at, Sean?
June 21st, 2011, Montana Best Meat Hams. Paragraph 2, it says, a NR was written by the 2C. What's the?
IIC,
IIC.
the
What position is
inspector
that?
in charge.
Inspector in charge. Okay,
Mhm.
so that would be a state employee, right?
Yeah, Don Wagner was
IPP.
IPP.
Let's
So,
go to the IPP.
well, maybe they must have called it that in the past. And then at that time, Ray Figgins was the supervisor of the
Yeah.
state. It's just an example of how things have worked in the past. And if you reflect back on the results of how this was handled and maybe how present stuff was, that's my challenge to the board.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it.
John?
Thanks, committee.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, the other thing that I did not comment about that probably is important here because of future discussions with our attorney is that we did explain to the industry that our need for cleaning up the appellate process, not only just for meats, but as described by legal counsel at our executive session last time, the appeal process elsewhere in the department. So the combined effort, and we did explain that to the committee.
Yeah, I would like, I think we'll try to have another meeting hopefully this year. We'll just have to kind of see when we just decide to, first of all, we got to get some answers from the other states.
Mm-hmm.
And try to find a time. It gets pretty difficult during the holidays, but we'll work it.
Good morning, Brett. You haven't missed too much. We've done some meat inspecting process, and good to see you here. Is there anything else? That's it.
Yeah.
So our end results will be a bullseye on how to lay out a process
Right.
for the industry. And that's,
And I think the recall committee, I mean, that's kind of a, I look at it as kind of a positive part of it, but we have to figure out, you need experts on that committee. And it doesn't matter who the experts are, whether it's Dr. Bowles or whoever's in her position coming down the rail or who's on that committee, but that will take some review of what other states do.
Mhm.
A little bit. But, yeah, I think we're working. And I think Dr. Bowles did help us see some things, at least for me, it was interesting. But she is an independent. She doesn't work for us or for them, or she's an independent source, and I think we all have to kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah, and the other thing about it, I guess, with the committee is that, it would be nice to get it done with a pretty good short time so that we had this set down, because the whole board isn't, this board's gonna turn,
I know.
and the sooner we got this thing
Well, I think
lined
we're-
out, and
I don't think this is gonna go on forever. I think we have one more meeting at least, right, John? I mean, that's my,
Mhm. Okay.
I mean, that's kind of my idea, that this isn't just something to do all the
Yeah,
time.
we've got this kind of going now.
Yeah.
It would be,
Yeah.
we'd like to see it,
Right.
an end result.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it, committee. Yes, sir. You got any speak on the next one? I don't. Maybe
Yeah.
John does. John always does.
I don't really have much to say on the legislative audit updates, other than I do keep them here on our agenda to remind us of the ones that are open and that we are working on those. The development, or the latest development for the lab performance audit, is that I did provide an update to Legislative Audit Committee on our success, or what we feel is our success in trying to meet their recommendations. Provided documents to back that up. So, for example, the request that we have a more substantial and set amount of per capita fees, provided documentation of how we pursued that during the discussions on House Bill 2. The need for a cost analysis presented in the actual cost analysis, and then gave them documentation on how we use the cost analysis, so the pricing conversation that we had last spring, the change in pricing and the rule changes that come from that. So trying to help do some legwork for them, because they want to prove that we did what we said. There are some things that are hard. The USA VADS interface, obviously I don't have a document that can show that. That would be something they'll probably want to come over and take a look at for themselves. So at some point I expect contact from our auditor there, John Harrington, once he's had a chance to review all that information, to come back and do a follow-up visit to verify our statements in that report, and then of course a final report on how we responded to the audit will be produced by them. So we're close to that one dropping off the list once that final review and final report's done. My understanding is there won't be a legislative audit committee meeting until sometime towards the end of the year, or maybe even later on. But until that final report gets submitted to the legislative audit committee and read out in front of them, that one will remain on the list. But I'd say the hay's in the barn there, because we're already in the wrap-up phase. As I've reported to the board before, feel reasonably confident that to the best of our abilities, all of their recommendations we've done something with. The only one that's a little bit soft is around the building, and of course the best response we could give there is there's still an industry committee that's out there having meetings. There's the study committee the legislature appointed that are having meetings and working towards some sort of recommendation or solution. And we really need to see what the outcome of that is before we know what we need to do. If they're going to put together some sort of legislative package or something for a combined lab complex, then we'll have to consider what we do to be a part of that, or what financing they may need from us, so on and so forth. So if they choose to do nothing, then obviously we have a lot more planning to do around the lab facility if they choose or decide that it's not in the legislature's interest to move forward with something. So, as far as us having a concrete plan, I don't think we have a concrete plan for replacing the VDL, but we are awaiting those other decisions to help us know which direction we need to take. So that's sort of the update on lab performance. On brucellosis performance, I don't believe there's anything new to report this month. We've had Dr. Liska and Dr. Zalewski, and at times Dr. Szymanski talk to you about that. And I don't have anything new to report in terms of progress that we haven't already previously reported, in terms of what we were doing to better engage local inspectors, try to suffice with real-time contact back to the department in regards to getting information of when animal movements are occurring within the DSA. We have pretty clear plans on what to do in bison management, particularly when it comes to lethal removal of bison. We have a very clear set of steps that we follow when those decisions need to be made. So a number of those items, we're making progress towards answering them. I guess I would stop there on brucellosis to see if there are any other additions that Dr. Liska or Dr. Zalewski would like to make to what I said, or if the board has any specific questions about items that have been reported in the past.
Gentlemen?
Since last month, not a whole lot new.
Thank you. Very good. Personnel Committee update.
Really not much to update from last meeting. We need to get a rewrite on the position as we discussed last meeting, and we haven't got to that yet. Once we get that done, I'll get it out to the committee. That's about it.
Okay.
Does that mean once you and Mike work on it, you're gonna give it to the rest of us?
Well, we want to have an outline for you guys to pick apart, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get done.
Mm-hmm.
Then once we get an outline for it, I'll get it to you. And you can see what changes need to be made.
So you and Mike are working on that, is that what you're getting
I
at?
haven't worked on it at all yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Scully has volunteered to maybe help us with that a little bit. A couple of questions outstanding is, from the last conversation on it, it feels like the board wants something different than a deputy. And so two things have to occur. One, a PD has to be drafted that falls in line with the request from the board to have more of a CFO type position, financial officer type position. So that PD that we previously put together doesn't address that in whole. The second thing is a question has to be posed back to the legislature with the restricted appropriation, if that would be an appropriate use of the funds, and still within their intent, or does it have to be a deputy director position for us to use that funding in that manner? So I think those are two things that are still outstanding to get it wrapped up. Not just revise the PD, I think that was presented last time, but totally rewrite that position description. One of the things that's on my plate is, from the board is to, as I did with deputy, look at other agencies, and there are other agencies that have that sort of financial operations position in place, some of the larger agencies, to try and see what's included in that PD, so that we don't reinvent the wheel and are in line with the types of positions that are within other agencies. So that's a task on my plate, and then I think the second task is to pose that question back to our analyst at Legislative Finance and have them do a little bit of work on that to see if there is room for us to deviate from the exact title that we used in that decision package when it was passed by the legislature.
We may have to request permission from the finance committee.
Mm-hmm. Is there a timeline on this position? There must be. Yes.
Well, yeah. I think there's some, there is some need there, and I would say that this is one of those things. It's one of the weird positions we have, because it neither helps us nor hurts us in the terms of finances and not filling it, because it's a restricted appropriation, and we've taken it out of our budget considerations, because if we don't hire it, it doesn't help us, because that savings was restricted anyway. And if we do hire it, it doesn't hurt us, because that appropriation was restricted. But as far as trying to get some workload shared, if you want drop-down deadlines for any open FTEs, the next time Snapshot comes around is really the deadline, is the hard deadline to get things done, because that's when you risk losing the FTE completely if you haven't done anything with it.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, I'm thinking the original bill that the legislature did spoke to an executive officer and lab manager, and then the legislature changed that before they finalized that bill. Is that correct? Am I remembering that right? In which case, and it was more the finances, lab manager back in there, they should okay that without any difficulty, right? If that was there to begin with?
It is, but the question would be is whether it's a deputy or not. So if we're going to hire a financial person, it's been my recommendation to those that have asked that not be a deputy, because then the board would be hamstrung with having to name that person as the interim replacement should something happen to me. If and the position as it's been described by the board and listening is someone who may while being a very well qualified professional might not be the person you would want to have as your second in line to take over if I were gone. And so that's the real question. Is it's not that you can put that in there, but the question is, if you move away from someone who has livestock experience, agency experience, someone who would be maybe a potential successor to the executive officer role if they so choose, or at least interim, the skill sets for that versus what's been described are different. And so I don't think there's a problem with it. The question is do you have to call it a deputy EO regardless of what the position description you write is? That's the real question back to LFD, if I understand it correct.
Well, and then you also made the comment about whether this is a state employee or whether this is an at-large employee. Or designation.
There's no doubt on that. There would be a classified permanent employee, yeah.
So then how,
and I guess I want to help.
Employee, how does it, if something happens to you, then how does he become an interim because you're a different class?
And one clarifying statement, I am a state employee. Everybody who draws a check from the state is a state employee. There's just a difference between whether you're at will or classified.
Right.
And only the positions like the one I hold, director positions at other agencies, or any other personal services. Some agencies have personal services people deeper in their communication departments, or some of the larger agencies have people who work on government affairs, like corrections, for example, have government affairs people, and a lot of those folks are at will. So there's two, whether you're personal services at will or classified, you're state employees with full state benefits. This position would go in the bucket of being a classified, because if it is hired as a deputy, well, even if it was hired as a chief financial officer, typically these positions are set up so that there's continuity. Our agency doesn't quite work like the others, but in the other agencies where you can have a change in governor, the deputy position is really intended to be the continuity between administrations. So that's why that person is not at will. So I just want to do, I'm sorry, Mr. Scully, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure I clarify that people understand that even at will employees, they're still state employees and covered by all the state benefits and so forth, regardless of what class you put them in.
Okay. So the ball's in the court, it's rolling slowly.
Yeah.
That's good.
Gotta kick it up, right?
Mr. Scully?
Mr. Chairman, the comment I made earlier about included the sheet. I intended to do this at the last meeting, but I forgot. We approved in previous sessions the upgraded salary for Mr. Honeycutt. I made the motion at that time, thinking that, or not thinking, is maybe a better way to say it, about its retroactive nature, and I made an error when I did it. I made it thinking that someone had given me the information that February was the date, and so I made that retroactive to last February. What I should have done, because of Mike's contract, I should have made it effective July 1st this year. Rather than going backwards, I should have made it backwards to July 1st. Because if you recall, we were going to then take up the rest of we only did a portion of the increase. We're going to take up the rest of the increase in September, which we did not, because of the state of affairs of the state of Montana and the budget issues that are going on. But I still have to correct the error I made. With your permission, I have to try to correct it. You may not want to correct it, but I would like to move that salary be effective July 1st, 2017, and that we then take up the remaining question in February, which is when the other schedule, or January, either meeting, which is the time period that the other state employees will have the kick-in for the 2-year budget cycle. Does that make any sense? Mike is on an independent contract.
Right.
He doesn't follow the same cycle that all state employees follow because of his at-will contract. When I made the motion, I meant it to go backwards to February 2017, not 2018 as it came out in the minutes.
Oh.
I wanted it effective retroactively, so we didn't cheat him out of his salary because he was so low. So rather than embarrassing him and others, I would simply, I haven't talked to him about this, but I have talked to Brett, and I would like to again restate the motion that we make his hourly increase effective July 1st, 2017, and take up the remaining question in January or February of 2018.
Is there a second?
Second, no.
Discussion?
Yeah,
Was there a second? For Donna's sake.
yeah, yes, one of us. So have you not been getting your increase?
He has not been getting his increase.
Because of how this motion.
Because the way I did it, I made it confusing, so it was thought that I meant February of 18, not February
Why
of
wouldn't
17.
we put if we've done that, why would we not just do the whole thing?
Because the piece that led to the confusion was that the cycle for all employees, other employees, now, rather than commencing July 1st, as it has in the historical past, kicks in January or February of 18. It was January, now it's February, is my understanding. And so, rather than muck it all up, just make it clear that it kicks in July 1st, 2017, and we take up the rest of it in the January or February meeting.
So why don't you want to include the February movement in this motion also? Is there a reason you want to, is there any reason why we don't?
Because we're now in September, we haven't done anything, basically. Why don't we do the whole thing? Well,
Way to get up and walk out, Mike.
well, in fairness, you know, we should have.
Well, number one, the facts are that we could not give him the full amount required to get him to the average of those that were on the sheets of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other comparable positions. We couldn't give him enough to get him up there, so we split it because of the budget issues the state's still under. So I think just the fair thing to do, so it doesn't cause problems within the department, is to wait until February when everybody else's percentage kicks in, and then pick up the last part.
How come you're being so quiet about this?
Well, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to have to deal with it. He's been.
Well, he
Brett's
shouldn't
talked
have
to him.
to, but-
I know, but
yeah.
Brett's talked to him, and he put together the data, and and I didn't want to. Without a full agenda item, I didn't want to get into the remaining portion of the salary.
Okay.
I wanted to correct the mistake I made,
Yeah.
and then if we want to do it going forward, we can do it going forward.
And then revisit it in February.
And revisit in January when everybody else gets their revisit.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? So I think Nina and Lila, we're looking at brand conflict
Oh,
policy
she left.
research update. She took off.
Can we wait a minute till she comes back?
Nah, it's all on your shoulders.
Well, it's fine, but she's done the work. I mean, some of this stuff is the same stuff that Leslie's giving us. It's quite interesting. I just put this little book together. I just would like her to go through it, because she's gone through and marked a lot of things. They had a policy, I don't know how to get into this. First of all, I put the producer off a month because he's really busy shipping cattle, so I was able to kind of push it back a month because I knew he wasn't going to drive up here by himself anyway. I didn't slow. But anyway, Nina has gone back through and found some things, and part of it is what I think Leslie's going to bring up in her report. But it's interesting to me that this Brand Review Advisory Committee that is in 2002 was all department people. I thought it might have a board member or something on it, but it's all within the department people, which to me is a little interesting, but
That's clear back in 2000.
Well, would you like to put this back to when we get into brands?
yeah, I think
Is
it's
that-
probably just as well. There's just a whole, Nina's got a whole
All right.
slew of stuff.
And we'll just
that
take it
is-
up when we go to brands.
But a lot of what I don't see is policy.
Okay.
You just walked out in the right time, so we'll put it in brands and we can talk about it then, if that's all right. But I will promise you next month that if I have to go get Bill, I will drive him up there.
Okay.
So we can get this thing, because it's been over a year, and he deserves it.
All right, so we'll just set this back until we get into the brands.
Right.
Okay, update on DLL involvement in 661.
Yes.
Where are we? Is that 9?
Yeah. So I just wanted to give a report. There has been meetings of the study committee since the last time. Dr. Zalewski and Dr. Smith may have some things to add as I go through. One of the things I was going to pull up, and I think I have ready for you, is just so all of you know, watching from the outside, is that for the study committee on the legislative website, they do have information about their meetings and ways to follow what they're doing. I was going to pull up the last meeting that I attended here in Helena on September 29th. They did a full day meeting, and you can see the sort of things that they're working on. Some things to let the board know is there's a conversation happening among the committee about the opportunity to use Pittman-Robertson funding in the lab, because there is some wildlife work that is done that might qualify for those funds. That is, and so at the last meeting, they brought in a gentleman from FWP to question a lot about what those dollars could be used for. My understanding from listening to the committee meeting is that we're not utilizing all of those dollars we possibly could because there's not enough. So they're looking for other ways to bring some of that in. One of the things that also was covered at the last meeting is Pat Murdo walked through the research that she had done on behalf of Economic Affairs interim committee last year in regards to the lab. A lot of her research that she shared was data that she got from the Department of Livestock. And kudos to Donna, because she did a lot of that research at that time to pull together information on conversations that were happening about the veterinary diagnostic lab going back to the 50s and sort of establishing how and why did the lab end up at Bozeman, why was there a relationship with MSU, and then sort of what over time sort of broke in that particular relationship, or changes that happened that made that synergy that was seen in the late 50s not really ever come to fruition. And she walked all the way up to the 90s to the part of the lab that we actually built. The Department of Livestock funded and built an addition to the lab in 1995, 1996, somewhere in that range. So she did a good job of sort of walking from back in the middle of the last century to where we are today and why we're in the relationship that we're in. There was an overview of the performance audit. I guess I'd say on the record that it was fine. We were not there to respond to it. It was just the auditor, and on that particular day it was not Mr. Harrington because he was out of pocket that day. It was Mr. McKeever from the Legislative Audit Division that presented that. And so that information did not contain any of our answers to the audit. It was basically a readout of the audit as it was previously. And of course the encouragement from legislative audit to the committee is that they needed to delve to make sure those problems were solved before anything should be done to build a new lab. And they looked at all of the floor plans of the various labs, seed lab, diagnostic lab, FWP's small lab at their regional office in Bozeman. Department of Ag has sort of jumped in. They weren't originally part of the conversation, but they have asked to be a part of the conversation, have some of their labs looked at in this context and whether they could be a part of it. And they're looking at some of the labs that are actually on campus, maybe moving to a combined lab complex, because there's a challenge of doing that lab work basically in the middle of campus, and it's maybe not conducive to what they're trying to do. I'm sure there's also some desire for Montana State University to have those spaces in the center of campus and some of those buildings back. So they looked at the floor plans that the Department of Ag labs that are on campus have as well, and talked about that. The conversation at that point turned to an interesting place that I think the board, if you're not aware, needs to be aware of. Is the committee is actually a little further along than I would expect based on some of the meetings they've had in beginning to try to put forward ideas of how to get it done. One, there's a need for them to come back to all the labs and make sure that, what is adequate space. There was conversations about, particularly for our lab, our level of biosecurity that we would need and what sort of impact that would have. They talked about cost of replacement. So MSU has data on the cost of replacement of Marshall Lab. But what they reported is that their data for cost of replacement of Marshall Lab would be to replace it to the same condition it was in 1959. So when they put out that replacing Marshall Lab would be $9 million, that'd be replacing it as it was when it was originally constructed. So the challenge there is obviously, for folks who are thinking that data showing that it would take $9 million to replace it doesn't sound like a big deal. Obviously, to replace it to 2017 specs, significantly more than $9 million. There were conversations about how the legislature might finance a project. Bonding was mentioned. I would say inside the study committee there's differing opinions about bonding, but even some that are typically not in favor of the state doing bonding projects mentioned that this could potentially be a good solution for this problem because you're able to use the full faith and credit of the state. But then, just so the board's aware of what we may need to be prepared for, they started talking about pricing per square foot and charging that back out over time. And so you start to get a little bit better sense of the mechanism of debt service that may come with getting a new lab, because somebody's got to pay that back. And so the conversations were around pricing per square foot, and the committee's discussion around that was that pricing per square foot might encourage people to be as conservative with their footprint as they possibly could be if they knew that's how they were going to pay back their portion. So I mean, there's still a lot for them to do, a lot for them to work on, but that was some of the conversation that was had that maybe gives us a little bit better insight where that study committee is going in regard to that, and how they might potentially finance it if they were to do something. The other point of conversation with the study committee that I think we have to pay a lot of attention to was, and I don't know where this come from, I don't know if this come in their meetings with MSU when they were in Bozeman, but there was conversations about being able to stay on the physical footprint, the land that Marshall Lab sits on. And there seems to be, and I'm sure that comes from the meetings in Bozeman, there's concern in the committee about permitting a new incinerator and things of that nature. So the conversation was around basically demoing everything at Marshall Lab except the incinerator and building a new lab on that same spot around it. And then, there were questions about, and there was discussion about, well, what are the labs that reside there going to do when their buildings are torn down? How are they going to maintain service? And I think that's something that we'll have to be very honest with the committee about, if asked about. I don't think we easily can shift all of our work out and then bring it back. If our customers get used to going to another lab, they probably won't come back to us. And I don't know that there's suitable facilities for us to temporarily do lab activities in some other space or some other way. So I'm going to be real, of course there might be enough space there. I don't know exactly what the parcel is. It could be there's the potential to build it there without demoing. I don't know. I don't know if it's big enough for that or not. But those are conversations that I think our staff and others will have to really talk to them about. I mean, one of the issues that I'll raise that I have concern about keeping the incinerator, although I know it'll be very difficult to permit, I also know it's very difficult to maintain it in its current state. And so if we're replacing the lab, it's probably the time to consider replacing the incinerator as well and getting it, up to standard. Although I do know the permitting process for those types of things is much more difficult now than they used to be.
Make sure you get it done.
Yeah, you might not get it done, particularly inside the city of Bozeman, you might not get it done. So anyway, I'll stop there for questions or comments, but that was just my attempt to sort of catch you up if you haven't been able to pay attention with where the study committee's conversations are going. The positive is, let me make sure I end on a positive, the positive is there seems to be a lot of support among that study committee to actually get something done, and a desire to get something done, and a feeling that there is a need for the lab. In other words, the conversation is not about, well, let's just not operate this function anymore. The conversation's around this is a necessary function and we need to do something. So positively, I do think that they are at this point in time marching towards putting a legislative solution on the table in 2019 as an action of their study committee. It just remains to be seen what the details of that are, and we'll continue to pay attention to that very closely.
Lorena?
Along with that, it's very important wherever the lab is that it must be on the city sewer system. And that's because of the various and sundry things that go down the drain.
So I guess so in the payback part of this thing, you're talking about everybody's footprint would be, so all of a sudden public health is going to be paid for not by the public but by the operations that utilize it. What are we talking about? I mean, that conversation to me, I'm offended by it. I mean, if you got a rabies outbreak that all of a sudden the cattle industry is going to handle that cost. There's that to me is offensive.
Well, Mr. Lavelle, I would maybe take a little bit of the air out of that balloon by saying I don't think they're contemplating how the agency would decide to pay it back.
Okay.
Now, we have very limited fund sources, and the two ones that are most likely come from our producers, and the other one comes from the state taxpayers when we think about the lab issue. Or we're talking about raising fees and that sort of thing to try and price out those types of things, which we know is we're very market limited in being able to use fees. So I don't think, right now what I'd say is absent from their conversation is a thought process to what the agency would decide to do or what the agency would have available to it. They're just talking about the math. Okay. And then once the math is established, the agency would have to figure out how to propose their budget in a way to cover their portion of the debt service. Mm-hmm. But I think we know, on our side, we know what options we have available to us. And I don't think they're thinking about that at this point in time. They're just thinking about how do we finance it, and then how do we make sure, and I'll tell you, I think that's a big concern for them as legislators. It probably would be for me too if I stood in their space. How do we make sure that the general taxpayers don't end up footing the entire bill for this? How do we make sure that the agencies that are involved can put the resources together to make sure the taxpayers get paid back?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a comment. I'm glad to see that the Pittman-Robertson money, because those that were very gung-ho, at least from the Starkborough side, originally for this lab, at least for our lab, would be that because of the different diseases involved and stuff, that there should be an availability of some Pittman-Robertson money that will go toward this lab. So that was I'm glad to see they haven't. I have one other question. Because that's a small committee, were all the committee members there?
Senator Vance was absent from that committee member.
He's been there.
But all the other committee members were there that day. In fact, they had to wait a long time for Representative McCarthy so they could have a quorum. But he finally arrived.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you.
Any other? Brett?
You indicated that the committee is going back to 1950 to determine the connection to MSU. Take that another step further, and it was discussed in this meeting, in this board a few meetings ago, as to why are we, well not why, but are we stuck in Bozeman, or can we move that lab to some other city in the state?
That, Mr. Drucker, is a conversation that has been had. It was had during Economic Affairs a year ago. Those questions come up. Depending upon the outcome of this, I think you have to look at options. I think this committee, by title, is specifically set up to look at a combined lab complex in Bozeman because of the believed synergy that there are several state labs there that are parceled out in different facilities. None of which I think feel very strongly that their facilities are adequate, wool lab included, particularly wool lab. And so that's why, because of that synergy that exists there, I would say that, should something happen and the responsibility completely fall back upon us to design a plan for the future, then I would encourage the board to not leave any option off the table. But right now, I think the focus of this committee is to look at doing that specifically in Bozeman.
John?
When you have some legislators who will still in this process tout the availability of other locations. Some of those are connected to higher education by their community. So and they did it last session, during the session. And so they've done it during the interim, so I don't think that'll go away. But I think this is the perfect situation that argues for the new position, whatever its title is, to get to work and get after it, because we'll have to figure out some solution, and we need to take advantage of the momentum, because there is way more momentum, I think, than a lot of people thought there would be. But they still, in the end, won't have the money. So they're not going to be able to fork out from their own capital budget. So other sources, things like somebody working on federal grants and whatnot. Who knows what the sources might be. Wyoming got, 28 million, 25 for their lab from a federal grant.
Anything else, Board?
And Mr. Phelps, before moving on, I want to see if Dr. Smith, because I think Dr. Smith's been to a meeting in Bozeman since this meeting where they got together, so you may have some additional information.
Yes, I do.
Make sure it's aware of.
Morning, Les. You're late.
Morning, John.
Okay, for the record, Steve Smith, Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. As a matter of fact, I was at a meeting yesterday for the better part of the day with this committee, and again, there were 5 of the 6 committee leaders 5 of the 6 members there, so there has been strong involvement by all members. I would say that there's been very strong support by everyone who's been participating so far, and that's an encouraging thing. I would reiterate what Mike's already said. There seems to be very, very strong support at this point. I also have been, I think, pleasantly surprised at the momentum that is here and that is building. I would agree with the statement that you just mentioned, Mr. Scully, that we are, I think, farther along than we probably ever have been before on this. Several things were discussed yesterday. It was mostly a brainstorming and discussion session, so there wasn't a formal agenda, but a lot of things were brought to the table. including the land and site issue, including trying to maintain a portion of the existing building, that I think we ruled out fairly quickly. There are a lot of problems existing with that portion of the building, and if we're looking at a building that's going to last us into the next 50 years, hopefully, then we're looking at a portion of that building that's 70 years old, and it's going to that's not going to be feasible. And so I think we've ruled that out. MSU representatives did state that there probably is room on that current parcel, that we could probably build a new building on the same parcel without disrupting the current marsh lab, and then just move, and then they can repurpose the existing building. So that's probably a possibility. President Cruzado was not there, and ultimately some of the decisions on land use are going to be coming from the Board of Regents anyway. And so we need final word from them on exactly how that will proceed. But that will be one thing that this committee will be doing relatively soon here. We'll be reaching out there and trying to get more confirmation from the Board of Regents to say, do we have X number of acres available that we could move forward with planning this? So that's definitely on the table, something that's moving forward. They're also going to be sending their legislative staffer to at least one, possibly multiple other state labs to be doing and creating video tours to bring back for all of the legislators to see. So I think that'll be a positive thing as well. One thing they're asking for at this point, which this agency has, in my opinion, probably already done, but they're asking at this point for a show of hands, basically, and to say, are you in or are you out? And so it's my understanding that we've already drafted a letter. We may want to revisit that and just send another one to to Shauna, the legislative staffer on that committee, just so that we have that secondary confirmation that we're in, if that's the board's decision on this process. The next thing that they are probably looking at doing, and they're not probably going to meet again for a couple months, but the other thing on the agenda that has been discussed for moving forward is the possibility of using some of the money that's appropriated in that study for doing some very rough preliminary planning. So obviously we can't actually do full-on architectural and engineering work, because if we're talking, just to put ballpark numbers out here, if we're talking about potentially a $50 million building, architectural and engineering would be probably 8%, so $4 million just for that. And we're talking $60,000 in this committee, or in this study. So we wouldn't be able to do a full plan, but it would hopefully get us to the point where we have a better idea what is the building going to look like, what is it going to cost, so that maybe they can put together a more concrete proposal for the next session here. And that has been my impression of the goal for the committee. I think they don't want to have this be a study that sits on a shelf. They want action, and they want to draft legislation. From what has been said, the intent is to draft legislation for the next session, and it sounds like the goal would be to do enough number crunching now to actually be able to put a full package together for the next session, which is great. So that's a very positive thing. So I thought it was a good meeting yesterday. If anyone had any questions, definitely I can answer any.
Board questions? John?
Let me make a statement and then ask you as if it's a question. One of the things that has bothered me over time is the funding mechanism as to how you get it done. And if I look at the various partners in the lab, and if I assume the notion that is being pushed forward, that we're sort of accountable for our own, it strikes me that within the partnership, we are the most expensive per square foot.
Probably, yes.
And in addition to that, it strikes me that we have more volume of activity in the expensive space than others.
That's probably also correct, yes.
And so, from that standpoint, I don't think that, I think we have to get on our bicycle here, because to try to look for solutions to that avoids the kind of circumstance you're talking about. A lot of homework's going to have to be done, even if it's a dartboard proposition. Say, here's the number, whatever the number is, how would we fund it? And from that expense, assuming that the incinerator stays there for the moment, and then it's a capital problem. So you have to clink that in there going forward, because some more tiles crack or whatever that. I'm not sure that's the right terminology, but you get the point, right?
Yeah.
It just seems to me that that's extraordinarily big task for somebody within our department, because they are not going to do it for you. I don't think. While there may be Pittman Roberts money available, that would be a share of it. But if you just do rough on the back of the napkin calculations, it's a pretty big mortgage payment.
Yes.
And some of us have done that in the last 3 years, and it's not chicken feed. So we're gonna have to be creative and try to figure out some solution. And if you look at the political side of it, somebody said, I think, that they were planning on 6 meetings, and they were going to have a result. And I think the chairman means that. But that doesn't mean they're going to have their wallet wide open for us to come into that process. It just doesn't. They're going to say, well, here's the plan, here's what you can do. Okay, go after it. And we're not in a very good position to do that right this minute. We have ideas, we have some numbers, but we don't have any gears in place. It's not anybody's fault, it's just that's where we're at.
Anything else, Nina?
Dr. Smith, when we were down there, when the audit committee was there, they volunteered that they had names of people who might be helpful. Would it be worth contacting them and seeing if we could visit with any of those people to come up with ideas of what some of those numbers might be that John's talking about?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Bacchus, possibly. I would suspect I probably know most of the names that they're talking about. As a matter of fact, last week, and I was planning on touching on this later, but I did, during the AAVLD conference, attend some meetings both for lab management, but also in pathology sections that dealt fairly heavily on the whole process of from concept to move in and ribbon cutting, basically, for lab design and construction and building. So that was very beneficial. It was a very valuable thing. And there's one individual in particular in Texas who has been involved in 3 building projects, and so he's a tremendous resource there, because most people, if they're lucky, get to be involved with 1, and he's done 3 now. So
I think in the 3, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the 3 that he did, he has high end and lower ends, right? Per square footage.
Well, so 2 of them are Cornell and Texas A&M, both of which are larger scale than us. But Virginia Tech is probably the smaller one.
So he's had a
But just having been involved in 3, he's got a very good idea of what some of the pitfalls are and what to look for and how best to avoid common mistakes.
Yeah, one last comment I'd make. My understanding of the process that this committee would have to go through is to recommend a solution. But then there would, from the state buildings process, you have to garner the funds to do the architectural design, and then that design is presented before a full funding package is allowed to go forward.
Possibly, unless they get enough information from this initial process that they can put together a full funding package and just include, 8-10%, whatever that is, for architectural. That might be a more iffy way to go about it. But
Well, let me say it a different way. That assumes that you have an independent banker writing the check, and they come in. But to go through the state building process, there would have to be architectural design, I think, before final bond. If bond issues are going to be, if bonding at all is a part of it, it has to be. That's great.
Lila.
I have a question for John. Did you have to go through A&E to build the building?
It used to, well, I don't know the answer to your question. Long-range planning suggests that if you're going to go into the bonding process, it has to be driven off an architectural design in order to get the bonds issued. So you've got to have a certain lead time to do that, which means you got to
I
pay
just
the
didn't know
money
if you
upfront.
could do it. You have to go through the state, or if you can do it privately.
No, I think you can do it privately, but for example, especially with the Board of Regents, right? I think they can do, through the Board of Regents, can go through their own architectural process, and they would have a hand in that at some point. The Board of Regents would have to probably approve that architectural original design, because they own the land.
another potential aspect to consider on this is that we may actually be better off going with an independent, because we will want and need somebody with experience with laboratories and BSL-2 space, BSL-3 space. And if you have somebody designing it who hasn't done that, you're going to end up with problems. So.
Anything else, board?
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's pretty positive. If we could get an architectural design up there, so that we could go look for some funds from someplace else. Because till we have something hardcore, we're just spinning our wheels.
Are you talking the vet lab, or are you talking the complex? An architect for the vet lab or the complex as a whole?
What vet lab, what complex, the whole thing's together,
well,
in my mind.
Where I was going with that is if it was just the vet lab, then is that something that the department finds an architect to deal with the vet lab, or do you wait for?
This group is in charge at the moment.
Will they listen to Dr. Smith?
Sure. He's already there.
Well, if they don't listen to Dr. Smith, they might as well go home.
But at this stage of the game, it's complex.
Yeah, it's complex.
Until otherwise.
Yeah, until otherwise, in my mind. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
You just made it. Oh, pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we resend our letter of commitment to the Economic Affairs Committee staff, legislative staff person, to be continuing our partnership with those others who are interested in the lab complex.
Should we do that weekly?
Because I think we did in August. Not August, but it was early.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point on the motion just to say, what I think, just so we don't get confused in the future about rescind, we're not rescinding the letter, we're sending the letter again.
There you go.
Yeah, resending it. Not rescinding it, resending it. Yeah. We'll wait till the financial package comes out, then we might have to rescind.
Yeah, we might have to. I just want to make sure for the future record that it got captured properly.
Yeah, we'll see what the bill is. Then we can rescind. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Are you up for it, or
I'm up for it.
you need coffee or anything?
No, I'm good. sorry, I thought I was on at 9:30, so.
I'll
Good thing I came a little bit early.
I'll preface, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'll preface Mr. Summer here. So, Mr. Summer and I have been having some conversations over the last few months about some changes in statistics being gathered for agriculture in the state. The Department of Ag recently stopped collecting certain livestock statistics because they didn't feel it was in line with their mission. So what I've asked Mr. Summer to do today, so you're fully prepared without any expectation of result, but that I think this board needs to know what statistics are not being collected, and see if there's anything the Department of Livestock, if the Department of Livestock and the Board of Livestock feels a need for those statistics to continue to be collected for the livestock industry of Montana, and to consider what they may do about that. Also, Mr. Summer and I have also had conversations about one of the things that we haven't done in the past, and I don't know if that's part of what he's going to talk about today, but just so you in full faith, what conversations he and I have had. We've also discussed about the fact that the Department of Livestock has never really maybe used the Census of Agriculture and data that NASS has the power to collect to its full advantage to answer some of the questions we have. And things that could be particularly questions we could pose as a part of surveys and so forth that they're doing to help answer some things this board is always sort of really concerned about. So we've had some very preliminary conversations, and what I asked him to do was to come and present that information to the board and any potential proposals he might have to the board about a cooperative agreement if we saw a need for one. So I hope that characterizes. But I just wanted to set up what pre-conversations led to him being on the agenda today to sort of explain things to the board and see where they want to go or not go after they hear that information.
All right, well.
I'm sorry, so the purpose is what? Short summary.
Yeah, short summary. Purpose is to find out where there might be gaps in livestock statistics being collected by NASS, and to consider if the Board of Livestock wants to pick up that slack or not. And that might mean a small financial commitment at some point down the road as a cooperating agency, just like we do with Wildlife Services and others. But the big thing today is to just maybe be aware of where there might be gaps in the livestock statistics being collected for the state of Montana because of decisions by other agencies not to continue collecting those. Does that make sense? Okay, sorry.
I thought you were looking at him asking if it makes sense.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, do you want the podium, or can we pick Donna? If you're more comfortable there, can we pick him up on our units?
Probably can.
Yeah, we got a mic right there.
Right there.
Whatever you want me to do.
Well, you get more wherever you're more comfortable. So.
Well, you're all looking this way, so
I see that.
That'll work.
It's easier on me if you're there, but I don't know.
Okay, so a little background for those of you that don't know me. I'm Eric Summer. I'm from southern Idaho. I grew up on a small ranch and farm, and I had hog farm for my FFA project that put me through college, and I did bottle-fed dairy calves for several years, and our actual farm, we got rid of the livestock about the time I was old enough to help. So I'm a product of the late 80s, early 90s. You know, the farm's too small to keep everybody home, and so we were sent off to go to college. So I went to University of Idaho, have a degree in ag economics. And I've been with NASS for about 20 years, moved around the whole country, and so I'm here now. I've been here for several years, and I've met some of you and just chatted with you. So to kind of dovetail onto what Mike was saying, every year since like 1940 something, the Department of Agriculture and NASS had an agreement to collect agricultural commodities that were outside of the federal program. And because of budget cuts and whatnot, the Department of Ag went through the annual bulletin that they pay for the the printing of this bulletin, and they went through and they said, these are the programs we're paying for, and these are the ones we're going to get rid of, and we've had a state of Montana employee with NAS for 50 years, and that ended in June. So they had to take some pretty big cuts, and so one of the things that they've been collecting are sheep and milk cow and hog county estimate data, and so that is no longer being funded. And so that was this first 3 pages of this packet I gave you, and so Mike asked me to come give a kind of a financial what's going to cost to continue the program. So for these county estimates, it's about $2,600 to continue the program. And basically what that gets you is we do the year-end surveys, and then we do the county level estimates. And so then we print their own separate release, and then they're also published in the annual bulletin. Now that being said, NAS and the Department of Ag work on this cooperatively, so anything NAS does, we publish in this. So any of our main releases, so this would be included in that. So it would be published in there. And I also do several different infographics for different commodity shows. So like when I go to the wool growers, or when I go to stock growers, I have cattle and sheep specific infographics. And I didn't bring one, but basically it's the highlights of the state and little pictures. And a lot of people pick them up, a lot of people use them in their education things at school, and with extension agents use them for 4-H projects and stuff. So it's kind of a neat little product. So that was the main thing that's the pressing issue. This year it is the Department of Ag has already paid for it for this year. So this will be for starting December of 2017 is when we'll have to make a decision on whether or not you guys want to continue the data set and continue publishing milk cow and sheep and hog county estimates. And so that's that portion of it. And I don't know if you want me to just continue, Mr. Chairman, or?
No, let's discuss that. Let's not move on until the board has a moment here to generate some thoughts. We don't have our swine representative. We do have our dairy person, and we do have our sheep person. As the sheep person, I think we should continue. Are we utilizing these numbers for? No.
Well, I don't know if you're using my county, but George does call me every year and get cattle numbers and sheep numbers for his financial statement that he does.
So we are using that
For livestock loss.
for loss. Okay. Okay. And we're using our per capita records.
Yeah, and to help answer your question, we do, and that's where we work collaboratively. We've actually shared, data on per capita payers in particular to help make their surveys more robust and get to people that own livestock in Montana. Because that's about the only place we have a clear record of who owns livestock in Montana and where they are is in that. So we've always sort of worked collaboratively without agreement or no exchange of resources other than information. And then of course the one thing is that as Mr. Summer pointed out, the collection of this data and to make sure everybody understands who is funding it. The collection of the data we're talking about, or he's talking about, they will cease to do in December, was funded by the Montana Department of Agriculture. And so this is a context of the budget situation we find ourselves in that, they did not, and I'm assuming they saw that information as extraneous to what they need or what they're trying to collect information on. They certainly are continuing to collect cattle numbers, and I'm assuming that's because the volume or the economic impact of that is something they want to track. But these species that aren't at that level, they didn't see the need to continue tracking county level statistics on those species. I guess the question that, since you said, I don't know if it's as much about, there's probably some places within the department it has value, but I guess the greater question is about what the value of those statistics or the collection of those statistics is to the industry, and whether that's something that the Department of Livestock, in particular the Board of Livestock, feels like it should support. And then, of course, the final question is whether or not, we know that Ag has already had to make that decision. The question here would be whether we could support that. And, so I think there's multiple questions that have to be answered, about what's the value of importance of that data. If it is, then is it something this department should do? And then if you answer the question that it is something you should do, then is it something we feel comfortable funding or can fund? And that, so I think there's a set of questions that the board has to answer. But I'll particularly say, and part of the reason he's here today is to make sure the board was aware. So I didn't want the board getting there, for those of you who may look at that document, getting your Montana Ag statistics and saying, where did the sheep numbers go? I wanted to make sure you were all fully aware of what was happening there.
And it would cost the department $2,600 a year to be a cooperator.
I haven't seen the proposal, and I don't have a copy of it.
Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
question. This inventory seems odd to me for milk cows, like it's not nearly enough for the state. So who doesn't have to turn these in? I don't know the counties are very lazy. Do the colonies turn these in?
Yes. Well, so these numbers are voluntary. They're part of our annual survey. But we do have a pretty good participation with colonies. We have a pretty good relationship with them, and they do answer. Montana is, response rates at the U.S. level are declining. Montana, we've been pretty good. We hang around that 70% response rate. So we do get good participation as far as, if you consider 70% good, which is pretty good compared to some of our neighboring states. So I think the numbers are fairly good, because we do cross-check with other data that's available. We cross with milk production numbers, with slaughter numbers. So we're tracking it, and so the inventory numbers themselves are pretty solid as far as the numbers that we're getting. We get, working with the department, we do get exports and in-shipment numbers from what's it? She just retired. Raylene? I can't remember. She just retired the last.
Oh, Evelyn.
So we are already working with the department. It's just, I think a lot of it in the history has been covered under the Department of Agriculture's agreement, and Department of Livestock has just we've understood that there's an agreement there, and we've worked with each other. And this year, Mike and I finally sat down and did an MOU to say we are doing this officially, and we know that NAS is out collecting livestock data, and if we want to do further relationships, we will.
So to clarify that, what we formalized is for years, for decades, I would assume, Department of Livestock has shared information with NAS, not part of the Department of Ag's agreement. We've never done that with any formal agreement. So the information we may share that comes out of per capita, or information that we may share about animal movement to try and help them extrapolate data, was never a formalized relationship. So that's a non-resource agreement. That's just hey, we will help NAS collect statistics, and of course NAS helps us understand, what statistics are collected about livestock that are important to us. The difference with what I assume, and I'm going to clarify here, what he's talking about is that the actual work behind collecting some of these statistics that was previously funded by another state agency is now no longer funded, and because it's not things that would be funded under the USDA program, they won't do it if they cannot find someone to replace that relationship. And so that's so we do have a MOU that's non-resource. We're not paying each other anything, but we agree to help each other with our missions and help each other with our work because it's mutually beneficial for us. Because one thing we can do is use statistics that they collect to help us understand per capita and so on and so forth, or understand changes in business models. So if we see those numbers sort of moving of what people are holding, what people are moving, particularly on the cattle side, those numbers help us kind of understand what's happening in the industry, which, as you all know very intimately, then affects how you project out and look at what your future per capita is, right? If you're all of a sudden seeing, numbers coming down of what's sitting around that's over a year old and so on and so forth, you start to see some trends there that the department can utilize. But I will stress, cattle numbers are continuing to be collected. Department of Ag is continuing to have Montana. I got to be careful. The Montana Department of Agriculture is continuing to fund that, or is that part of the USDA program?
The federal program we will continue the state number for all of these commodities. We just won't do the county level.
Okay.
And so the state number for cattle, the state number for beef cattle, dairy cattle, sheep, goat. Well, we collect goats, but we don't publish. I think we publish just an all number on goats. And hogs will still be continued, but we won't be doing the county level. And that's what the Department of Ag, the question has come up for the last couple of years of why are we paying for the livestock, because we're not really livestock. And so it just got down to when they made their final cuts that was, when they dropped the employee, that they were getting a pretty substantial discount on what we were doing for them. So they lost that discount, and so then they had to actually pay for the items that they're contracted for. So that they brought their commitment down, but it brought it up.
Brad, just go ahead first. Like that.
Well, okay, so I understand the state will still have all the numbers by state. This simply was a program that showed them by county.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, I might go on for a little bit here. I'm trying to get my thoughts gathered up. But I think that, number one, I don't have a big issue with what you guys are trying to attempt to get done.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you guys have a bigger issue at hand that you need to give some thought to. And that is, first of all, I'll explain the situation I was in, and I'll try to get to that. And this is through no fault of your own, okay? But a number of years back, they came out with a grass program. Do you remember that?
But it was prior to me being there. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, you might, at the time I had a really good grasp of it. Kind of lost some of it, but you'll get the gist of what I'm saying. And anyway, through that grass program, they were using dryland hay production in each county. And through the method of being queried, of asking producers what their dryland hay production was, producers in my area, and I believe it was countywide, it might have been a couple counties that were good, we're in a situation where if that had been collected differently, more accurately, grazing land should have got a very large payment an quote-unquote kind of insurance-type program payment. But due to inaccuracies of reporting, and I'll get to that in a moment, my area was not eligible. And so what resulted in that was me having, along with others, but I was right at the front because I learned about it, a very large premium due when I should have had a very large payment due. Okay? And I'm getting there. And what I learned in the process, because I used to answer these queries, I don't anymore because of this. Okay? And there's numerous reasons on that I'll try to get to. I said I'd be a while, so bear with me. But when the people were being asked about the dryland hay production in our area, they just basically pull a number that has historically been their dryland hay production. And when you really get down to the brass tacks of it, the numbers being reported were 4, 5, 6 times higher than what actual production was of dryland. Now the irrigated was good, but the dryland hay production, because the dryland hay that was harvested might have yielded okay, but there were acres upon acres upon acres that would normally be harvested that had zero production. But that wasn't what the questions were. The questions were, how many ton per acre did you harvest? Hence, it was out of whack. Okay. Now, this wasn't your fault, but it was used in an inappropriate manner, which gave a very sour taste in my mouth, along with numerous other producers. Okay, and it felt like, what's the point here? It's not accurate. Now, it never should have been, NAS data never should have been used for that program. So I'm sure something's been learned from that. Okay?
I hope so, yeah.
The next step to that, and I made a comment about it at a big meeting once, probably 7 or 8 years ago, and I got a pretty nasty letter from the state head of NAS at the time, and I never replied because sometimes you're better to just drop it. Okay? But since then, I've paid a little more attention as well, and I've had people come to me in person. I've had them contact me on the phone. I get letter after letter. And one of the things I really didn't like was the people that would call or come meet you on the phone would try to threaten you, saying it's a congressional mandate, you're going to be in trouble. And it's in the letter, you can read it, right? Well, it's voluntary. But they'd try to threaten you into it. And then number 2, if you did take part in it, you would go, well, I really don't, I want this accurate. Because of some different information there, you have FSA documents or data that you turn into FSA. You have federal crop data. I'm just talking for cropping at the moment, but it all correlates, okay? And those have to be, if you have those different from one another and you end up being audited in some form, your ass is hanging out there, okay? Pardon my French. So when me, for one, would want to reply to this NAS information or query, I'd want it to be pretty close, pretty accurate. It was just another job to do, but you try to be close. And the comment from the person that was taking the question or administering the questions would be, it really doesn't matter, just get it close. I just need something so I can get my job done. And I don't know whether they were being funded or paid through the amount of information they turned in, or how all that worked. But that was the feeling I got, was they really didn't care. They cared. But at the end of the day, what really mattered was they were probably being paid on production, how many people they queried. And that may not be accurate, but I'm just telling you the feeling, right? And with all these things that I've kind of laid out here, it's not that I'm against the data you're collecting. I agree with John. I think that there's probably some importance there. But I think from a producer perspective, you guys are missing the real question that you need to tackle. And that is your integrity of the program in producers' eyes. Somehow, you need to get that back, because today you don't have it. And it's not you, pardon me. Well, Montana might have a 70% reply rate, but I would question in a lot of areas the accuracy of that reply rate. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry for your past experiences.
You don't have to be sorry. I'm trying to help.
And I would, that's my job, and that's why I come out to the livestock board, and that's why I go to the grain growers, is to find out about stuff like this. And if we have people that are pressuring and trying to make you feel in a bad spot, we need to get rid of them, because we don't need that. Because it's not good for you, it's not good for me. And when you are a data collection agency, it's hard to see who's going to use your data and what they're going to use it for. And the GRCRP, something like that,
You're close.
was a horribly thought out program, and it goes to show you that you need ag people in the USDA working on programs, because they should not have been using dry hay for pasture land payments. That's not the intention of that data set. And since then, they've learned, oops, we should have looked into that a little bit more. But that doesn't go to ease your concern, because they still sent you a bill. And where I think NAS dropped the ball is they did not educate the other agencies as well as they should have. There is, Sonny Perdue's new thing is one-stop shop with the USDA. There's a lot more collaboration going on. We're talking about putting a NAS computer station in the FSA office, so when you go into FSA, you can sit down and do your NAS stuff right then too. So we're working on it. We're aware that there's issues. And like I said, as a data agency, I can't control who uses it and what they're trying to get out of the data. I sat through a presentation here a couple months ago, and somebody was quoting our data. The data was right. Their point was wrong, as far as a NAS perspective was. And of course, you can make statistics go whichever way when you're looking at them. The problem is if we don't have producers like yourself reporting, there's somebody in Denver, and especially on a large operation as yours, we have to look at it and go, okay, so is he still in business, number one? Number two, is there anybody else in the close neighborhood that's doing the same thing or the same size as him? And then that person in Denver has got to go, we got to account for this guy because he's in one of the larger strata. And it's not we have to put an estimate out. So it's not anywhere close to your estimate. But with the, statistics, there's a plus or minus, standard deviation of that data. So even these numbers, they may not be hard and fast to that number. There's a little bit of standard error in there. And we try and account for the guys that lie, or not really lie. They stretch the truth. And one of the things that if we continue to work through this, and I'd love to bring over a screenshot of a normal January cattle report of what we look at on our outliers. Most of the stuff is pretty close. Everybody in that strata, that size group, tracks pretty good. There's a few guys that are outside of that, and we have people calling back if they're too far out of that. Well, I'm going to go, did we miskey something? Did the person add a zero when they wrote it down? Did their 6 look like a 0, or things like that happen. So So we're trying to make sure that we do that. And then, like I said, we do look at other check data, and we do kind of level things out, based on, okay, so here's our estimate, and we have a standard deviation of, 5,000 head. And so then we kind of play with that because of the other check data and kind of get it to where it's as close as we can.
So I have no doubt that your statistical analysis of the data you're given is as good as you can do.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, I believe every word you're saying. The issue is, and integrity is really the wrong word, I just can't pull the word out, but it's trust.
It's a trust, and
there's an issue there,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that that's what you guys really need to tackle.
Mm-hmm. And we've, since I've been in Montana, so I've been in Montana 7 years, and they were just finishing up that CRP lawsuit, and that area of the state, we've put a lot of work into it, and we still have a long ways to go. But we've got different people in there, as far as the field people. If we're still not doing a good enough job, you need to be letting me know so I can go out there and say, hey, we need somebody else to be talking to Brett, and and even if it's myself coming out and talking to you rather than somebody else. And I'm willing to do that. I have several large producers that I talk to because they didn't like so-and-so, or their neighbors with so-and-so, so they didn't want to tell so-and-so, and you know how that goes. And when you guys, the one thing is with NAS is that we are kind of an island upon ourselves. We can get data in from people, so we can get names for like the brand list and the per capita list, but we can't even give that back to you. We can't even say, this brand associates to this. It goes.
That's good though.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
And yeah, and knock on wood, in the 100 years, NASA's been sued many times for individual data, and we have not given it out, and it's been withheld in court. So once it comes in, it goes out as a county or a district level, state level number. It doesn't. Yeah. So I'm well open to any suggestions you have that I can do to help producers in your area. Whether that means me coming out and visiting with you and having a few operators over and we can chat. I'm more than open to any of that stuff.
Thanks. So my question, I guess, goes back to the department and our mission, which is animal health. So I'd like to direct this to Dr. Zalewski to a certain amount as far as expending these dollars by the department. When the outbreak with the pork producers a number last year, did the county numbers have any effect on how our department operated in controlling that outbreak of pork? Was it porcine? What do they call that?
Porcine. No.
PDS. That's right. PED. And any other thing related to the sheep inventories countywide?
Mr. Chairman, so we did not specifically utilize NAS data for the PED outbreak or event. That was primarily based on producers reporting symptoms to their veterinarian, who then would submit samples, and then they would, potentially diagnose that disease. We only had a couple cases. Having said that, having a good understanding of, an understanding of what the population is of a particular, or census of a particular county or particular area is important. That helps you understand the population that's susceptible to a disease. If you are going to enact restrictions on movement or those kind of things, you'd like to know who's impacted. So that's one more data set that we do appreciate, in addition to having the point data of having some of those premises some of those facilities in the database already. So, I mean, all of those, none of those is entirely complete or exact, and so you try to make sure that one truths the other.
And so in anticipation of any other type of outbreaks, this data could be quite good for the department as far as our mission is in regards to animal health.
Like I said, I would not, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't turn turn away from any type of census data or population data that provides us a better understanding of our populations at risk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John?
Can you compare this data to the per capita data for 16 on sheep, for example? I mean, there's like 5 counties that have a major role, or 6. 3 go up, 1 stays the same, and 1 goes down in 16. And have we compared that data to our per capita data to see what the variance is, if any? I mean, I'm assuming, based upon what you said, that you're getting the per capita data.
We're getting per capita names. We're not getting the actual numbers.
That's an interesting subject, it seems to me, from a privacy standpoint, but that's for another day. But help me, I didn't know we could give them to you. The names are, but not the data.
Well, actually, the accounts are too.
It's public information. Oh, yeah, it must be.
But at any rate, have you looked? But I understand, but I don't. Anyway, never mind.
Yeah,
that sideline. What I'm interested in is how closely this data tracks with our per capita on a per county basis. We only have 5. I mean, we could look at that and see it in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I would say we've not done that comparison, but I think we have the per capita counts by county that we can cross-check. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see what that is maybe before the day's out. The second question I have is there a reason why pigs end on 15 and everything else is 16?
Pigs are collected in December, and cattle and sheep are collected. Yes, and that's one of the things that Mike and I've talked about with the per capita numbers. These are as of December 1 for hogs and January 1 for sheep and cattle. And so, there's a time.
Oh yeah.
There's the time, and then there's also there should be some sort of correlation there. I would agree.
Well, I would think there'd be a standard variation if it's just a timing issue.
Yeah.
It's a timing.
And then, the cattle and the way NAS collects data, we're not tying it to the age requirement of per capita. But again, I mean, there should be some sort of correlation that goes back. I mean, you could probably. I mean, NAS data has been out there for 100 years, so we could probably look at it.
I'd like to know what the correlation is in sheep. The other question I had was, I was looking at the swine data, and I almost walk away from it saying, why even publish it? It's the same every year. If you're the cynic and you're a statistical person, I would assume that somebody in your organization says the same thing. I mean, Glacier's 21, 22, 22. Liberty's 14, 8, 15, 8, 15, 7. Ponderay's 23, 5, 23, 5. 19, 6, 19, 4, 11, 9, 11, 8. There's just no variation unless they go out of business, I take it.
Well, livestock county estimates are a modeled estimate, so they're using the December and January surveys, but then they're also looking at the census and doing a model for that county. So, like when we do county estimates for crops, we actually go out and ask what county and so I think it's been about 10 years ago, NAS looked at how we do livestock county estimates and with the check data we get, and the December and January surveys being as strong as they are, we've decided to go to a modeling.
Or is it as strong as they are, or as strong as they're not?
Depending on which side of the fence you're looking at as.
That was a very positive approach.
Yeah, which side of the fence you are with the statistics. And
so it's modeled.
It's a model. The county estimates are modeled. And so that's why it's also so cheap. I mean, like to do a wheat county estimate, it's like $20,000 to do wheat.
And my last question is, so as I understand you, that this is just a budget shift. You're going to, Department of Ag statewide is saying, we're going to cut this out and we're going to shift those dollars over to livestock. If they pay it, they pay it. If they don't, we don't do it. A little bit like tax tried to do to us about 3 years ago.
Well, see what the USDA has the federal program.
Okay.
And so for the livestock, the only cattle and beef cows are the only livestock that are in the federal program.
Right.
So Montana Department of Ag had been paying for the livestock county estimates. Okay. And like I said, because they're cutting it out, I talked to Mike and I said, they're cutting this. You guys want to continue this or not? And he said, can you come from the board? So.
Okay.
So, thanks, Nina.
One of the things that comes to mind is there's just a new egg plant opened in Great Falls. And the population of laying hens in this state is going to jump dramatically. Looking at that, and if there's any other phenomenon like that in any of the other livestock classes, that's information that would be very helpful to us, probably you as well. But for us, I mean, the eggs going up that much, is that going to affect the inspectors that we need? Is it going to affect other people along the line? And so from my perspective, yes, it's been the same number here for a while, but should something happen so that sector of livestock all of a sudden takes a major jump, I think if we know ahead of time, that's would be helpful.
Well, on that same lines, what happens if this plant that they're proposing in Great Falls actually comes to fruition? That's going to be a big change. And chicken and eggs have been on as a county level. I think we stopped doing county level estimates 2011, 2010. It was like right when I first got here that we quit doing the county estimates for those. But it's been on our radar because this plant's coming in. What's that going to do to the population? Is that going to be something that Department of Livestock needs? Is that something the USDA needs? And so, since I haven't, I've just read about it in the paper, so I don't know what the official end population is going to be, so I can't go in and say, this is what we're going to be, because most of our federal programs are based off of the Census of Agriculture, and that's every 5 years. So if we don't pick up the blip in chickens and eggs this time, we'll be catching them on our annual chicken and egg survey, but we won't make any program changes until the next census.
It's, what I understand, is very dramatic.
Oh yeah, it's a big number, right, coming in. So.
And the plan, and the other thing about it is water usage. I mean, anytime, say the pork production just took off, all of a sudden it opens up a lot of windows for water. That it would be useful, I would think, for this department to have some sort of a county-wide concept of that. You had something to say, Brad?
I was just going to ask, when you say the livestock part of it would be lost, define the livestock. We're talking chicken?
Well, we're
talking beef cattle.
No, we're talking these
Just these three.
Just these three. Everything else that's in the bulletin, and we got down to the end, and this was one of the cuts the department made a few years ago. They cut back on how many bulletins they were printing, and we got down to this month, and between Walt Anseth and myself, we had a box between the two of us left, and after farmers union this weekend, I have one.
And all they're gonna do is cut down on them, they're not gonna break it into counties. I mean, the total sheep numbers in the state of Montana will still be recognized, correct? But not on a county level.
Beef cows will, and
Yeah.
all cows.
Yeah, they will be
Statewide.
statewide, but these
Oh,
other
county.
the other three individuals won't be broke
And
into.
what are the three? So milk cows and heifers is one.
Pigs and sheep.
Pig, where's the sheep is what I didn't see. Hogs and pigs.
Here.
Oh, you missed sheep?
Did I miss sheep in here? Here's one that's got.
I don't have the sheep, so that's why I was confused. It's no big deal, I was confused that I only had two. Okay, now I'm on the same page.
I think you ripped that out and sat on it.
I think I
You're
did
not
too.
very big on sheep.
We're on the same page there.
So, this is what the Department of Ag is paid for. If you guys want us to do something different, if you want us to do something more, I mean, that's totally up to you. But this is what I was asked to bring is what it costs to continue what we have.
And how much is that again?
That's $2,600 to continue what we have. Now, if we need to, next year, if you want me to come back and talk to you and we need to add chicken and eggs, we can add chicken and eggs. If you want to, add bison, I don't know, something. I said the B word, sorry.
Well-
Mr. Chairman, because we have to have inspectors for milk, we have to have inspectors for the chicken and eggs, and Dr. Zaluski said some of these other things, I would move that we go ahead and that we, how do I state this? That we have a agreement with, that we'd be a cooperator with NASA on having these listed by county at the $2,600 a year.
Is there a second?
I'd second
Discussion?
that. So understanding that I have numerous issues, and would hope that you're going to try to do something about this, right?
Yep.
But I don't think we want to lose the
Is this something you want from the sheep industry?
Before we finish that, would adding chickens in change the cost at all?
It'll change the cost. How much, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't imagine, because if you, basically what I did is, if you divide that by 3, that would be the per animal price, and then we do it. Add chicken and eggs.
So it's about 800.
Yeah, so it'd be about another $800 to add chicken.
Chicken.
Mr. Chairman, in the milk control has numbers of the exact amount of milk cows we have in the state. That's not something we necessarily.
And this is not, can't be correct. I look at this thing for dairy cows and I keep looking and it cannot be correct. Because these colonies, I mean, if you add up.
And we do get the milk numbers.
Really?
Yeah.
Then I'm off, I guess.
What do you mean it can't be correct? Why
They're
do you-
not enough. I would agree. I mean,
Not 14,000.
I would think.
I think we're
maybe
milking more than
I'd go away.
1,400 animals for 14,000 animals.
Maybe that's all they're around. I don't know.
Well, what we think and what we want to know are maybe two different things. And then
Yeah.
Well, I think we've only got, 89 dairies left in the.
Do we do this each year? Do we?
Yeah.
Okay. I called for the question.
So that's county process.
I call for a roll call vote,
it's
starting with
60.
Nina.
Yes.
Did you get that, Norma? This is clarification for Donna.
Okay.
Sue? Vote?
Yes, I vote yes.
Yes.
Lila.
yes,
Yes.
Passed.
Yeah,
Oh, you didn't
yeah,
vote.
I'm not real hot on these budget transfers, I'll tell you that. That's $2,600, so.
Well, we
It's
can
not a
cancel
big
it in a
number.
year. I mean, I guess if we feel we don't want it, because you said every year, so.
The sheep industry wants it.
the key is
Can
to
you
get
look
your
into the
accuracy.
chicken thing?
Yeah.
To
Look
get
into
that,
the
you
chicken
can
thing.
improve.
I can look into.
I would like to know maybe Evan can take a look
Yeah.
while we're having our meeting today, and just for drill, see how close it comes.
And the other thing I just want to talk to you about real quick is the Census of Agriculture, and that's coming up, and that is the basis for the Farm Bill. That's the numbers they use. And so in your packet, I put our little card rack brochure, and it talks about reporting online, and talks about all the positive and uses of it, and then frequently asked questions handout. And so we're really trying to push this because that is the basis to all the USDA programs. That's what they use to set the Farm Bill. That's what they use to trigger all the different grants. Most of everything that the USDA does is triggered off the Census of Agriculture. So I wanted to make you aware because you probably will get asked, because it does come in an envelope. It is, since it is a census, it is required by law. It says it on the envelope that it's required by law.
That's a real one?
That is a real one. and I don't have it,
but some of those are, and some of them aren't.
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
I
have
respond to them.
have a couple of questionnaires to hand out. But this is what the questionnaire will look like. So there's
There was cause, but it never happened.
And the thing about this looks pretty intimidating when you get it, but for a cattle operation or a sheep operation, you can get it down to about 10 pages. And
It wants to know if you grow any citrus.
so you can get rid of the citrus, you can get rid of the horticulture, you can get rid of all the other stuff. And they're not bad, but when you first look at it, you're like, oh my God. And of course, you're always going to have somebody call you, like you said, or send you a letter and say, what's this? So wanted you guys to be aware that it's coming, be mailed out the middle of December. And if we have an email address, you'll probably get an email first part of December. And if you have somebody that is would like help filling it out, we have people that can come out and visit. And if you have trust issues, I can come out and visit you. So that's kind of what I wanted to share with you today. And then I brought some stuff for Mike and put him in the front office, and if he has people come in and visit.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So just to recapture what all this has happened. So what the money from USDA, so Secretary Perdue has changed guidelines, regulations, whatever, cut off funding to certain things. So the money that is normally there to fund this kind of data gathering is being removed. That's what I understood.
Keep going, because I'm out with you.
So some of that is being taken away, right? And so I just, I'm trying to get my own head around exactly what's going on here. And so do people understand that that's what's went on? And I believe what I've said is accurate. And so the next process is to drop that in the lap of the Department of Agriculture funding, or lack thereof. And the Department of Agriculture is trying to get their budget to work, so now they're transferring over to us. So, what we're getting is, less government, more local control, and, I have issues with how the data's been collected, and I'm not going to sit here and question the accuracy or inaccuracy of it, but I have issues. But that's what politicians have run on for quite some time. And so, people need to understand that they're getting exactly what they voted for. And do they really want this data or not? Because this data isn't just used for the Department of Livestock. This data is used for helping keep the masses fed.
Yes. And that's the one thing. This actually didn't start with Senator Perdue. This started. USDA cuts started happening back in Clinton.
Sure.
And
It
actually,
seems
we took
like
a
continual.
NAST reorganized during the Obama administration, and we went from having 30 employees in the state of Montana to having 5. So, you know.
I wasn't trying to blame it on Purdue. What I'm saying
yeah.
is,
this
is the same tune,
Yep.
and the chickens are roosting.
Exactly.
And is this what we want?
Exactly.
That's all I'm posing.
Exactly. It was exactly right. And that's what Department of Ag went down. They said, okay, how, you know, who's using the data, who needs it, and are people willing to step up and pay for it? And so, like, you know, the Pulse Committee is paying for all the Pulse crop county estimates, and that is a pretty big chunk of change to do the Pulse crop county estimates. But like I said, this is what you voted for. This is, you know, because NAS has to be very frugal and account for everything that we're doing, because number one, we don't have the staff that we used to, and number two, we were doing a lot of stuff for free for some people, and some people we were charging half price, some people we were charging more than we should have, and so this has kind of been an effort to make sure that we have pretty good cost recovery on what it's costing us to do it. So
let's make sure we get to the root of this first part of this question. This is derivative of a decision made by the Montana Department of Agriculture, not by the federal office.
Correct.
This is a decision by the Montana Department of Agriculture to say, if the people in the livestock industry want this data, they can pay for it. Right?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
You hit it on the head. And, you know.
So they want it, they can have it. If they don't, they don't.
Yeah. And that's kind of how we put it towards the Department of Ag. This is what you're paying for. This is what the USDA is paying for. And if you want it, pay for it. If not, we're going to put our resources elsewhere.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. You want all this good stuff?
You need to work on those Broncos a little bit.
Oh, aren't they horrible?
Sort of fell off the wagon this week.
So this is that's PowerPoint for mine, and then just some more of the key messages. He is running it
downstairs, just like the tax guy tried to do.
We'll take a 15-minute break. All right. Just for you, Lila.
I got to tell you a story about this stuff that Eric's talking about there. A few years ago, quite a few years ago, I'm talking clear back in the 70s, there was some bad droughts in part of the counties in Montana. So the Department of Revenue got hold of us and wanted to know how many cattle we inspected out of these counties to get rid of, get cattle out for the drought. There were 3 counties we inspected out over twice the number of cattle that were on the stack. So we couldn't give us the information.
No, you're right.
Oh, yeah, you did. Thank you, Dan.
You up and running, Dan?
We're good to go, yep.
I'm George Edwards, Executive Director for the Livestock Loss Board. Provided you guys the sheets with the numbers through yesterday for losses. Claims are starting to come in very steady now, receiving pretty much daily. And the loss numbers, ironically, actually are lower than a year ago for the same time period. Like in cattle last year, January 1st to date, what it was 113 last year, it's 100 this year, so that's down. Last year we paid for 76 sheep by now, 15 this year. And but dollar-wise, last year year to date, we paid out $139,582 compared to the $122,000 this year. Yesterday, I processed claims for some registered animals out of Madison County that were very high dollar. That jumped Madison County to the top for the amount of money going out. But we still have not yet received the claims out of Monterey County for that big loss up there. And that's going to jump it drastically. So overall, we held a board meeting since you guys last met. We we haven't issued them out yet, but we've awarded 9 people or organizations grants for loss prevention, and that was for the $149,000 we had available. The big ones are Blackfoot Challenge, Centennial Valley, Big Hole Watershed. Well, that's the top big 3, and those are ongoing projects where they use range riders and carcass pickup both, and that seems to be the most effective one. We also issued some small grants out, like buy guard dogs for a colony that's in Monterey County that has a lot of bear losses. And that, but overall, everything's functioning smooth at our board as usual, and the only thing I'm waiting on is these large claims to come in. So the report this time is very short.
Board?
What are you contemplating in the way of claims between now and the end of the year?
I believe we'll hit that $200,000 that were appropriated, especially with all the registered stock, and then there were more registered stock killed up there this weekend, so that's going to continue to grow, and those are really high dollar animals. And even some of you guys on the board have had losses too.
Well, it looks like to me the sheep industry came to the board, came to understand what they need to be done. Now if we can educate the cattle people a little better.
Well, I do have to give credit to the Montana wool growers because they're the ones that fight in the legislature to get the money in to pay the claims.
Mm-hmm.
And so give credit where credit's due, and they are the ones that put out the supreme effort on behalf of our board. Can't thank them enough.
Anything else,
I have a
board?
question. If the bears are hungry, why the heck do you pick up all the carcasses?
It's to,
I mean, they gotta eat something, right?
well,
Same reason we pick up all the coyote kills. Don't leave them around. Don't perpetuate a problem.
it's the attractant. If you remove the attractant, you're not pulling them into where your animals are. And hopefully they'll keep right on wandering looking for something. Yeah, well, that's the one thing why our board likes the carcass pickup program so well is that you're not forcing it onto the neighbors directly. Like, say if you electric fenced everything and they went around, you're concentrating more on another, well, probably your neighbor.
Yeah, we pick up all white calves that the coyotes
But
get.
removing the attractants, it's been proven very effective, especially in that Blackfoot Valley. They've reduced their grizzly predation, they figured, by over 90%.
We compost everything at home. We just compost anything.
And that's what they're doing at most of these sites too. Big Hole just started their project. Their compost site, their pickup site is at the Highway Department maintenance facility. And same thing in Ovando. In Granite County, they do it at their county dump. And the Centennial's been hauling theirs to the dump in Dillon.
So are the, I'm not, we don't, well, we have one. We think we have a transplanted grizzly, but are they not hungry, or what is it? Are they just bored? I mean...
Well, Craig might be able to answer
Yeah,
that one better because
Yeah.
he's the guy with the biology degree.
there you go. Okay.
Anything else for George? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, George. Craig, you're up. Oh, Rob's here. Oh, well. No, you're on.
Mine will be short too.
All right, it seems like I was here a month ago. Good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, an update. John isn't able to come again. He's
actually feeling pretty bad about it, so just sending condolences. I'm here, save some money. Anyhow.
He's in Miles City, hunting antelope.
That's
right?
probably true. So I ran some numbers from when I was here on the 26th last month. So just what has happened in the past month. We've actually had our hands on 2 grizzlies, actually one more because we just caught one again this morning. So that's 3 grizzlies, 175 coyotes, 7 fox, 8 wolves. The losses, and this is reported and verified. The verified is a little bit smaller, but $51,336, 97 head, and that's 35 cattle. So that's kind of where we're at, just predation just in the last month. Yep. So that's where we're at. And then I ran some numbers long term, just kind of looking at statisticians are a wonderful thing, and you can kind of look at numbers however you want to look at it. So I tried to compare all the numbers. Yeah, I missed the earlier one, right? But tried to look at it just across time to look at a trend, not necessarily the numbers itself. And I wanted to compare grizzly bears and black bears. Thought that'd be kind of interesting because there's definitely a difference. And so starting 11 years ago, looking at just hours on ranches, and I know part of it is a little bit in the reporting process, but we were around 100 hours to 200 hours, up to 300 hours for a long time. The last 3 years, we were over 800 hours, 600 hours, and then this year's another 700 hours. The number of animals that we actually handle went for just a handful to, now 14, 15. So it's not a whole bunch of animals, but that has to do with more of rules of engagement, how we can do things, kind of, when you show up to a property and there's 10 bears in the brush, and yeah, that's a fresh confirmed calf, and if we said we're going to catch a bear, but which one is it? That plays into those numbers. And then the damages too. So early on, and I know part of this was reporting, but it was only $20,000, $30,000 in damages to grizzly bears. This year we're looking at $274,000 in damages, and that's a small percentage. So yeah, and looking at the bears, hours 11 years ago it was 222 hours on ranch that we were actually doing it. So it's not a bunch of the other stuff. 300 hours, 400 hours. The last 3 years, 400 hours, 137 hours, 281 hours. Black bears are stable, and the damages are anywhere from $70,000 to $40,000. A lot of those are beehives, some chicken stuff, sheep, numbers like that, not so much the cattle. Anyhow, I just thought that might be interesting for you. Question?
No.
Just commenting what's expensive.
I just had a compliment for you and your group. Is it Kurt?
Yep.
Kurt was wonderful. He's done a good job.
Good.
Also, George, I forgot to thank him. George, we had a claim for a bull calf. George was wonderful, and your group was great. The only reason why you bring it up now, though, and I spoke with Kurt about it. Normally, coming out of this past year, we had loss. We pulled all the cows out and calves out. Now we would be missing maybe 1 or 2, or a real bad year, 3 cows that just went on a walkabout. And we'd find them in the next month. This year we're missing 20 cows, and we got paid for 1 bull calf loss. We got a verbal commitment from Kurt that it was probably a bear, but we can't quite prove it on another bull, so we're out that. And then there's 4 more bull calves missing, which I don't expect they'll be found, but I do think we'll find the cows. But my point is something's running them around somewhere, which we wouldn't normally have. And there's wolves up there too.
Brett, this is exactly what I hear from producers all the time when they have problems. And this is what we call reported. It's all the other unidentifiable losses that don't ever happen, and people with fantastic records and practices and all that stuff know for a fact something's changed. And especially in a pasture where we confirm damage, and then yeah, that one damage, but the numbers don't capture actually what the cost of producers to agriculture is.
So from a financial perspective, and I'm not here at all saying we've lost all those cows.
Right.
Say we did, purebred cows, pick your number, but just say 2,500 on 20 of them is 50 grand. 4 more calves on top of the one. We're selling bull calves for 4,000 to 5,000, so there's another 20,000. I alone have a potential $70,000-$75,000 loss in one season.
It's bigger than
But
that.
I'm not. Yes.
Because if you were breeding in there, you're not bred.
Yeah. So, and I'm not in one breath trying to say that's the loss we have. I'm just saying the potential.
Well, absolutely, and then there's the worry of it and so many other factors, and that's why I try and get away from just saying what's the death count, because that doesn't really truly articulate the amount of damages, the cause, the issues. So anyhow,
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman, about if you pull everything they kill, are the grizzlies there to kill or to have the fun of the kill? Are they there to eat what they kill, or are they there to?
Chairman, that's a great question. So with bears, there's a very, very small percentage that actually cause problems. But the ones that cause problems that can key in on that being a food source, they are keyed in on it. Now, there's a percentage, bears are individuals just like you and I in society, and there are some that just like to do it just to do it. But for the most part, that's not the case. But you do get those individual cases where that's at. When you're talking about pulling the dead animals away from places, all that, the thought there, and I think there's some validity to it, is minimizing the amount of time a bear is going through your livestock. Now, I say that because in Brett's case, bears are going through the livestock all the time. But keeping a bear in an area that's, that it's going there and it's feeding and all that, the theory is to minimize the likelihood that they're going to, have the yearlings run up to them and do this, and the bear just reaches out and grab them or whatever. So,
Just curious.
Did you hear her say she has one that showed up down the?
We have a.
I did hear that. Yes.
You don't transport it, but fish wildlife.
No. So
Will they tell anybody if they dump one in an area?
I believe there's some laws on the books where they're supposed to notify people that they do that. Now, that's kind of here or there. I don't know.
I didn't know.
And the other thing too is look at those 2 bears that I caught in Stanford this year. They came from Chodel. They were 2 2-year-olds and they showed up, so they are moving.
Yeah, we've not seen this, but our neighbor, who I don't think whether he knows what he's looking at for sure, but he's not one that would embellish it, so I get nervous when he says he's seen it. I think he probably maybe is.
Very possible.
Anything else, board?
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards?
I just wanted to clarify, when Craig's numbers go on a federal calendar year, and so you can't match up one set of numbers to another and get a and have them correlate. They're not going to correlate. And that's all I wanted to clarify.
Good point, George.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Where would you like me?
Well, howdy.
Give a preferred spot here
I
and there.
like you right up front where I can look at you.
All right.
You're a lawyer. I gotta look you in the eye and make sure you're not lying.
I don't think that's one of my strong traits. I'm not good at it. Tried it. Been there, can't I? Yeah. Just keep you honest. Keep me honest. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if there are any specific issues you want to address first, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just jump right in. I've got a mini agenda right here.
I have a question.
Sure.
Should we go to executive session?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll let you know if there are some issues that you might want to consider, and we can group them. There are a couple of different topic areas as part of the legal update, and
A lot of this is open session, but you may want to consider going into closed session for a few of them. The first thing on my agenda is an update on litigation and claims against the department. There are 2 lawsuits outstanding still. One of them is the Montana City Meats lawsuit. I spoke with Mike Kaufman yesterday, his lead counsel. The parties filed what's known as a pretrial order. This is in federal court, and Judge Haddon has asked them to meet him in court to discuss the substance of that. He was. It appears that he's dissatisfied with something, but long story short, it's moving to hearing. It's getting close to trial.
Okay.
The second lawsuit is the more recently resurgent Core-Mark litigation, the labeling litigation. The Core-Mark has, in the last week, filed its second amended complaint. It has, among other things, expanded the number of defendants to include Sue. Welcome aboard as a defendant. And Mike, welcome aboard as a defendant. Marty, welcome aboard as a defendant. In part to reflect the current official capacity positions that have authority over this issues. There's some disagreement on the details of what they've done, and we're working that out. Kyle Chenoweth is an attorney in my office. He's lead counsel on that litigation. They have not added a claim for damages, so right now the claims are for declaratory and injunctive relief. The last claim has not, there's been no litigation filed over it, and this regards Park Street pasties. There's been no activity since in the claim since the last meeting, and again, Mike Kaufman, outside counsel, is lead on that claim. That's the litigation update. Do we have any questions?
So where's the Butte thing just gonna, what's your expectations?
So the Butte thing, the Park Street pasties, there are a couple of parallel tracks going. There's the claim against the department. That one was for a lot of money. That's a different process than the appeal process, the administrative appeal process. The administrative appeal process is moving forward, and they've filed the next level of appeal. It's not to the board yet, but since the last meeting, Marty gave his response to the appeal that was at his level, and then they've now filed the next level up with Mike. So that's a parallel track. And then there's the potential for a third track, but we haven't seen it happen yet, so we don't know. We've done a lot of work preparing for that one. It's sort of unique to a suspension of the inspection service, which Park Street Pasties is the only entity that's had their inspection services suspended. S&T Project meets, Pioneer meets, who were here, previously. Other affected operators, that's not a path that's open to them because they weren't suspended.
Is the county doing anything?
So I contacted since the last meeting. I was in touch with the county health board. They had stopped in, and bottom line, no. They had stopped in response to our visits. I did get a copy of their previous inspection of the place in June or so, and there was nothing remarkable either during the June inspection or with the county's visit since then.
Anything else, board?
All right. Another issue then is there's a question about. I guess I'll say before I wrap that up. If there are any questions about litigation strategy, you can tuck that away, and we can put, if we go into closed executive session for another topic, we can also discuss litigation strategy regarding those claims. So that we can bundle them. There's another question that's come up recently about enforcement of board decisions on a very specific issue of what the board can do if they make a decision on a topic. There's an issue that's raised, it comes to the board makes a decision, and then despite the board decision, if a contrary action is taken, contrary to the decision, what options are available to the board, to the department to enforce its decision? And I've got a number of potential legal remedies available. If you'd like to discuss those, then I would recommend that we go into executive session to discuss that, because it would involve litigation strategy, what you decide to do and how you decide to approach it. So if that's something of interest, we can bundle that with any issues from the first topic. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Anything else I'll say in closed session. But then the last issue that I wanted to go over today is the appeals process for the meat inspection appeals. I did bring some more copies, if anybody doesn't have one, of the appeals guideline. That we can discuss in open session unless there's specific litigation concerns about the decisions that the board makes when finalizing and adopting the appeals guideline. But otherwise, I've made no additional changes to the draft appeals guideline. At the last meeting, I raised a couple of issues that distinguish what was drafted, what was proposed from the federal process, and went over what those differences were and why those differences were selected. And so we're in a position now where the board can decide whether to formalize that. I'll just note that at the end of the last meeting when I discussed this issue, I also recommended that once we get this policy in place, we look at ways to put at least the substantive outline in rule, so that we've got it both as a matter of policy and it can go through the rulemaking process. And with that, Mr. Chairman, return it to the board for discussion on the appeals guideline or any other issues you want to discuss.
Board, these appeals guidelines.
Can you give us?
Yeah.
Is this the federal one?
No. This is the draft from last time.
Okay.
It's based off the federal guidelines for small producers, small operators, but there are some things that needed to be tailored because our program's not the federal program, it's the state program. And then also there were some things that in our experience needed some additional clarification, because when we were implementing the federal guidelines in the absence of state guidelines, I felt and the department staff that I've worked with, we were just running into some hiccups. So there were some things that were clarified, but it's the board's policy. It's at your pleasure. What this does, though, is this provides this formalizes the process that the department has already followed based on our at least equal to program that in the interim has been following the equivalent federal process.
One of the questions.
I had one. Okay. There's no changes to it.
No changes. Is that fine? Sure.
My question. Did I give you one? Executive session. Yes. We have an appeal in process now, right?
Correct.
I want to hold my comment until executive session.
Okay. And just for clarification, there are actually a couple of appeals that either have moved up to the next level or have had their response at one level and potentially will move up to the next level.
Is that all you have for public?
That's, unless the board wants to have, the appeals guideline is public, but if there are questions or concerns about potential litigation that might arise out of it, that would be, litigation strategy would be in closed session.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep.
Yep. Public, yes.
Brian Engelpiner meets, Chairman Lyle of our subcommittee. Wasn't it decided that before any of this was voted on and approved that this was going to be reviewed extensively by our steering committee? That was my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the rules have changed in a week.
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm not.
I will voice my opinion again on record that I still think Montana has already adopted FSIS as something 417 dot whatever. It's already been adopted. There's nothing wrong with that process for meat inspection. It's proven. Now for brands, it isn't going to work. For whatever other department segment and within this department, they will not work. But for meat, it's time and time again proven by FSIS that it does work. And I see no reason to deviate away. And that's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. And I know there's some reasons, there's some underlying reasons to be trying to change the rules to cover your butt. This is for meat inspection. I feel that it's strongly feel. And I'm probably not going to hush up until proven differently. But for me, there's already a very good proven process in place. I see no reason to make changes to the meat side. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so just to be clear, what the appeals guideline does, it doesn't change any of the legal authority that the department has adopted from FSIS. Mm-hmm. So there are a couple of different levels of legal authority. One of them are statutes, right? And those are adopted by either the legislature or Congress. That's what we commonly refer to as law or the codes. And so there's a federal law that allows Montana to have an at least equal to state inspection program, and then Montana has passed a state law that allows us to have the at least equal to program, and so that's why the program exists. Then within the scope of those laws, the state of Montana Department of Livestock has adopted rules that allow the program to run, and we've done that largely through the direct adoption by reference of the federal rules. This doesn't change any of the adoption of the federal rules. This doesn't change any of the adoption of the program by statute or rules. Instead, this is a policy, and the federal government also has a policy. They have their appeals guidelines, and what it does is it fleshes out how the rules are going to be implemented in specific situations. In this case, regarding appeals, there are lots of policies that the department can or does have regarding maybe how inspections are carried out, how things are written up, whatever. This one is specific to how does the department handle the appeals. And it doesn't change the underlying authority, but it does provide more details about the mechanisms used. The federal government has already adopted one, and I circulated it, some months ago. And this takes the federal policy, the guidelines, and it changes it so that rather than reading all federal stuff, it reads Montana stuff. It restructures it a little bit to make it, in my view, a little bit easier to follow. And then it has a couple of places where the federal guidelines are unclear about exactly what's going to happen. For example, who do you send it to? It doesn't say in the federal guidelines. We've clarified that here. You send it to Mike. You send appeals to Mike. What formats are required for the appeals? It doesn't say specifically in the federal guidelines. It's clarified a little bit in here. So it doesn't change the legal authority at all. It just provides the clarity that exists under the federal guidelines and some additional clarity. And with that, I just wanted to assure you that it's not undermining the legal authority of the program, the state program, or the federal rules at all. It's providing just a structure so that all parties, the department and operators, know here's how you go through the appeals process. Because that was lacking. We don't have anything at the state level. We've been using the federal guidelines, but they're not specific to the department.
Mm-hmm. Did that answer that, Brian?
Yes. It does. But no, I don't need to read it again. But one of the things that's in there, and I've addressed this last meeting a month ago, is this one has a 30-day cap on it. USDA or FSIS has no cap. Okay, so, and then it also, if I've gone by memory, has to be in writing to Mr. Honeycutt with a specific address, which is great. We need some direction now. When you tie that into a recall process, there's an appeal part of that recall. Then you have 72 hours or 48 hours. How are we going to get mail to Mike Honeycutt while we're sitting there with a bunch of product tagged up in your plant? You are not following FSIS guidelines. So that part is taking meat plants' abilities to even do any appeals. The other thing is it goes together. If you look at the appeal process and the recall process, you'll see that it's hand in hand. Once again, Montana has adopted that. And then I will still restate that it was basically promised that this was going to be discussed in the steering committee board way before this was sent for approval.
I think there's a clarification that can be made that's appropriate at this time. So the clarification is that the appeal guidelines and the appeal process is separate from what is in the FSIS document regarding recall. The response from an operator back to the recall committee is not an appeal, and so it would not have to follow that directly. Your response is actually directly back to the recall committee. So as outlined in the FSIS process with a recall committee convenes, they make a recommendation to the operator that a recall might be necessary. Then there's a time frame beyond that by which the operator, in this federal process, the operator gives their information and say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to recall, or we disagree with recall. That's not an appeal because no one has yet made a decision. It's not until a decision's made. So if the appeal process would be triggered in the case where a recall committee has made a recommendation, the 48-hour, 72-hour window has elapsed, the operators made a decision, and let's say in this case the operators made a decision not to recall, and then the program has to consider administrative action. It's that decision of administrative action that would then trigger an appeal process. So I want to keep those two documents in the FSIS world are two separate things, because in one a decision's not been made yet. So that's not a recall and would have to go through, or excuse me, that's not an appeal and would have to go through the appeal process. It's only after the department might take any reaction to the operator's decision that then the appeal process would potentially be triggered. So I just wanted that clarification to say those two are on separate tracks from each other. They do converge at a certain point, but they converge once the department makes a decision about what to do. And there would be no appeal if the recall committee made a recommendation and said, I think our recommendation is you recall, and if the operator agreed and started to voluntarily execute the recall plan, that there's no appeal because it's a decision of the operator. So I see those. I just want to clarify that those, I don't want to mix or blur lines. Those are two separate processes.
John?
Well, I think what he's trying to point out to us is that those processes are happening simultaneously. Right. And so when you start putting timelines on the appeal process, you've got appeals going up here Or if you look at the recall appeal committee, which is something they have an interest in, they want to sense that to the recall committee before they do anything. And so if they don't have that opportunity, let me back up. If we have adopted the rule, then we don't have a recall committee. And the federal process has a recall committee. So under the federal rule, they can run it up the flagpole that we have supposedly adopted, as far as I know, and we don't have a recall committee. So what do they do if they want to ask somebody on a small establishment, ask somebody on a professional basis, is this something you think we ought to recall or shouldn't we? In the meantime, we're saying you've got to appeal the decision, but better yet, and remember, so it's separate. We don't have that committee, so we need to fix that problem. Okay, and this doesn't do it. Right. Okay, and so then we're going to have to do that comprehensively. Okay, and so then if they are concerned about a decision made by an inspector or somebody along the chain, then they're starting this process, which is true in the federal process as well. So they're going through that process. And then he sent notice. That's an improvement, obviously, because they know where to send it. But I think what he's really saying is that we got to deal with this comprehensively with a recall in mind and make a decision. Do we want a recall committee, or if we don't? If we don't, then how do we match the rights of I don't want to call them rights, but the process of a meat plant when they're looking at a possibility of having to declare a recall versus a suspension. So in this case, our history is we got into the recall. Okay? And then if you take, that's why I wanted to leave it to executive session. But we're already in the mud puddle. So if you take then the proposition that there are other appellate procedures in the state of Montana that are available, one could say legislatively that the specific overrides the general. I'm not sure in this case whether it does or whether it doesn't. And so I would again suggest to us all if failure to adopt this guideline at this moment doesn't interfere with the appropriate processes claimed and or affect anything that's now on appeal, then it seems to me we ought to wait and do this in a more comprehensive fashion of all three of at least those activities. In addition to the proposition, we had some discussion and threw out for comment whether or not on page 4, when will appeal be decided, whether or not we ought to put time frames into that. And we have not discussed that. And then the issue on when must appeals be made, my notes indicate we put the 30 days in. It wasn't there before. And it's from the appeal of the initial inspection decision, which again does not deal with the recall process. When you go back over here on page 2, there was discussions about differentiating in paragraph 1 what made the appeal and what not. The recall versus normal process appeal versus detention, which we still need to flesh out. And then under who may appeal, we talked about striking 5th level so that it just reads 6th level, and we haven't dealt with that yet either. So I guess unless there's some reason why we need to adopt this immediately, I would suggest we do sort of all 3 pieces so they can take a shot at it and then have that ready for rulemaking. And I think that's what you're trying to throw out, and I said it a lot more verbiage than you did.
Thank you.
Is that where you're at?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Scully has referenced the fact that he thinks that at least some of this conversation should be had in executive session due to the potential litigation that may arise over choosing one path or another. I think there's been good discussion in open session about some of the options, but I do think that the board may want to consider whether discussing the legal ramifications of one option over another. And if you'd like to have that conversation in executive session, the litigation strategy for the issues that may arise, I'm available.
Let's go to executive session. Thank you, public.
I just got a thing from a couple of people said your audio had gone out. Audio and video, I don't know. Just a text.
All right. Let's get it go out now, I hope.
Okay.
Making sure she was stopping the recording, so.
But it's saying, let's see. You might want to have a tennis racket.
Yeah. Good afternoon. How are you, Mr. Lee?
Good. So, I'm Chad Lee, Bureau Chief with the Milk Control Bureau, and so providing an update about the Milk Control Bureau. And two main things, talking about the milk control study that we're getting set to do, and also talking about the fiscal year 2017 Milk Market Administration and Industry Report. So first, the update on the milk control study. The deadline for proposals for that was October 6th, and we received 3 proposals. I won't talk about the proposals, but they're being reviewed right now. There's an evaluation committee that consists of the board, plus myself and Christy Clark, who's the Bureau Chief at the Department of Agriculture in their Marketing Bureau. The committee will meet on November 8th and come to a consensus score. The way that will work is the committee will come to the score and make the recommendation for the highest scoring proposal. Then the board will actually vote, so that'll be just board members at that point whether to move ahead and carry out the study and turn to a contract or to regroup. So I'm not anticipating that they'll be making any motions to regroup, but we've got to have everyone else look at the proposals as well. And for that decision, there will be public comment in industry for that. But as far as the scoring part, there will not be public comment affecting that. And the idea of that is preserving the independence of each committee member and also assuring that there's equal opportunity for all vendors that are putting forth proposals. So that's coming up. If the board moves ahead on that, there'll be a meeting in either December or January where the contractor would come and have a chance to meet with the board, with the Bureau and industry members, probably spend several days visiting people within the Montana dairy industry to collect information and viewpoints. If someone were to want a proposal or a copy of the proposals that were received, they would need to contact the State Procurement Bureau, Jack Kane, and the email address for him would be jkane@mt.gov, just so people are aware of that. Next item, talking about essentially the Bureau's annual report. In this report, we cover about 6 different topic areas. We talk about the Milk Market Administration, so we talk about the board and the producer committee, what they did within the fiscal year. We talk about developments in legislation and administrative rule development and things that affect quota as well. So that's one part of the report. We also estimate dairy consumption in Montana, how much milk the population consumed, other dairy products, and also what percentage was provided for by Montana producers and plants versus imported from out of state. And of interest on that one, perhaps to you, for Class 1 milk, the fluid milk from Montana, the consumption is pretty steady, about 21 million gallons per year. the percentage of it that originated from Montana bottling plants, Montana producers, is about 84.5%. And that's down slightly from fiscal year 2016 and fiscal year 2015. And I guess sources of that competition is, imported products, whether it's ultra-pasteurized, organic products. Also, the consumption, per capita consumption nationally is declining, so we're probably facing some of that. Some of that's people just drinking less milk, but there's intense competition in the beverage alley of the grocery store. So that's what the industry is facing there. I guess other things of interest to do with that consumption of the ice cream that Montanans consume, roughly 30% of that is Montana origin. And for class 2 fluid products, which is cream, touch over 8% is Montana origin on that. A lot of cream that's sold is ultra pasteurized, and Montana's plants aren't equipped to do that at this time.
How much ice cream? Because wasn't Will Coxon here?
About 30%. So when I say ice cream, it's also ice cream mix and like shake mix. So at Great Falls, the plant of Great Falls also produces a large amount of the milkshake mix that's used within the state. And they also make ice cream mix too. The study also covers the producer prices, the minimum prices, how they're calculated and what they were for that time period. Talks about milk production, milk imports and exports, and discuss how the pool marketing system works and how, in particular, how it worked in fiscal year 2017. One thing about production of milk in Montana for the last fiscal year, it was down 2.2% from fiscal year 16 and 3.9% relative to fiscal year 15. It was the lowest since 2011. But before you infer on that a trend, in reality, since 2000, production in Montana has ranged from 276 million to 298 million pounds per year. And so what we had for the last fiscal year was actually just slightly under average. So it's definitely be too soon to say that that's a trend. It's actually pretty steady, but there is some variance through the years. Montana's class 1 utilization, in other words, the fluid milk that was produced by the pool producers that was sold into the Montana market was 54.5%, so a touch over half. This is actually up from 2015 and 16 fiscal years, and compared to 2016, it's up because there was less production that helped pull the average up. The denominator was smaller. And 15, compared to that, it was kind of indication there is that the plants were more successful in getting their products sold into the market, more consumption relative to their production. In 2000, that percentage was 70%. So that's one thing the milk industry is dealing with, is that its overall utilization is declining relative to their production, even though their production is steady. And so that relates to people drinking less fluid milk in Montana as well as nationally. The average price for fiscal year 17 compared to the prior year was actually 6.3% higher. And in terms of some other changes that happened, there were changes in milk shipments to Billings. More milk was shipped to Billings from Great Falls and less milk was shipped from Bozeman to Billings. And what that meant is that there were greater hauling costs that were borne by the pool from Great Falls to Billings. But it also meant that there was more milk from Dairy Gold that was sent out of state, and that particular sale, more is realized for that than if it's coming from Great Falls. So all in all, the pool was better off from those changes. And that was something that was done by the different bottlers, not affected by the board or the producer committee. And I think that there can be multiple reasons for why they did it, and I won't go into that. And the report does include some discussion of how future reports will need to be changed because of the goal changes that we had go into effect in August. So next year we'll have to do a little refresh on the report and do a little retrospective discussion as well. And then there will be some sailing. So are there any questions regarding the Milk Control Bureau or board? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Chad, the change in, or the variance in milk production, is that simply consumption, or is that because of variance in milk price, or the cost, or the price of cows in the slaughter farm? Or is any of that affected?
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I think that the production is mostly individual on-farm driven versus consumption driven. And I guess it may be that there's a level of instability, and so the producers aren't particularly wanting to invest more into their cows, so they're sending cows off to be culled, and they're not investing to replace them as much. That's how I take that. And with large production numbers nationally, the dairy cow prices, I think, have dropped somewhat, and so that's it doesn't encourage selling them, but relative to their return, it doesn't encourage them to buy more either. And I think that we're also entering a phase where there's some farms that will exit the business related to family succession issues or retirements. I think that's something that's going to be coming ahead too. Any other questions?
Board? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're up, Evan. Excited again, huh?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Evan Waters, Finance Accounting Bureau Chief, CSD. Got to apologize. I know we had submitted out the two parts of this report late last week, and this weekend we worked on it and got the other two parts completed and entered in here, which includes our projections now. But we'll get to those in just a few minutes. Right at the moment, kind of want to go through about the process we used to establish our standard budgets, and also to let everybody know that these standard budgets within this same operation, like the operational category, we can operate where we can move those budgets around. And we're going to be, I have not had the time to work with the managers of the departments, the different divisions and bureaus yet to get their standard budgets how they want them settled yet. But so just a process on how I went around doing this here. So if we turn to page 2, we'll start off with CSD. This would be the standard budget. The budget office gave us our numbers for our personal services and our operations and our transfers. So knowing what I know about our CSD, in our transfers, we have spent $95,000 in that there, but they only gave us $87,000. The reason that we're spending $95,000, that transfer in CSD is our 2% that we pay the Department of Revenue to collect our per capita fee. So we don't have any way to manage around that. So with that there, in our standard budget side, I moved some of that money out of their operations section and move that down to the transfers. And then in order to figure out the amount, so if we go to the operations section now, the 6,200 or 62,000, what I did there was took the prior 2 years, 16 and 17, and averaged those and allocated the operations amount that we have available, and I just allocated that based upon our prior 2-year history. And that's how I calculated that for all of the different divisions and bureaus for the rest of the department. Is there any questions so far? One thing when I was going through here, I did notice that for our FTEs, I have 13 FTEs for CSD, and that should be 12 for 18 and 19. 13 was last year's. And then, so the Livestock Loss Board on page 3 and the Milk Control Bureau, there's, again, same method for the madness of going through and calculating their operations. No big surprises with those two. And then the main lab on page 5, kind of the same situations with their their first level expenses. The budget, it came across from the budget office as almost $20,000 of equipment purchases, but that should be leases. So in the standard budget, I adjusted that down. I guess I should go here and kind of explain these columns as well. So the first two columns, those are the prior 2-year actuals. Those are the two that I averaged out. The third column is the OBPP House Bill 2. Those are the numbers that came across from the budget office. Those are the ones which I started to work with. And then the fourth column, that is where I had recalculated, and adjusted the first level expenses if we needed to, and then reallocated from there. So that's the fourth and the sixth column. The fourth column for 2018 and the sixth column for 2019. That's where the standard budgets was calculated. So, but go back to original here on the main lab. If you look at the equipment, it says $19,967 in the third column. There was actually $15,000 that was appropriated for equipment purchases in the main lab. But for the leases, we only need $14,000. That is what the actual leases are for the diagnostic lab. So that's all I put down there for leases. But if you look at the total for the budgets in the third and fourth column, the total budget numbers still match what the budget office gave us. Any questions on that?
Just a statement, you'll remember out of the last biennium budget, multiple times in board meetings you heard us talk about things that between what the actual appropriation figures were and then what got entered into the accounting systems, and there being discrepancies. Last time we just lived with those throughout the biennium. This time we're trying to get them all corrected at the beginning so that they're accurate moving through the biennium. And he's not gotten to it, he's probably going to get to it, but like a big one is our DSA money, for example, on first level, putting it all in personal services. Well, it's not all salary. It wasn't appropriated that way, wasn't intended to be that way. And so we're having to make, some of those corrections to get back to what the appropriated figures were and have that match up, as opposed to just living with it, which we did last fiscal year, but we don't want to do through this biennium.
Yeah, especially coming into the base year.
They haven't taken the 10% out yet.
Not yet.
They just keep talking about it, they're not taking it.
Right.
Yes, and that affects 4 of our programs.
Well.
Yeah, so in this standard budgets in the livestock laws, the DSA, the lab, the 10% is not calculated out of here yet. So,
but we've already calculated.
We have calculated what the reduction would be.
Yes.
In the milk lab, if you look down on the budgeting side, this is on page 6. The budget office did have some of our milk assessment fees in the budget. We will be fixing that. I don't know how they got that part, but we'll do our BCDs to get all general fund to fund the milk lab. in page, or the Animal Health State Import Office, and if there's no surprises on that page there that I've seen yet. But on page 8, though, this is the one that Mr. Honeycutt just hit on, was, if you look in the third column, $833,000 in personal services and only $3,500 in operations. It should be about $160,000 in personal services and about $675,000 in operations.
Unless Dr. Liska makes a lot more than
Is this how it came from them?
Pardon?
It came from them like that?
Yes. Yeah. It got put into the budgeting system, our IVAR system, with these numbers, yes. And there's no surprises or nothing to note really on federal animal health disease grants. Milk and egg and shield egg program, both of those they come across about where it should be.
John, what, before you get too far past the animal health grants piece, if I go back to page 22, I'm trying to correlate the 113.
22?
22, he printed it off of him.
No, I didn't. Right in my book.
Way ahead.
Oh, you're way ahead.
He's going back.
Oh, you're
trying to get
clear.
there.
That's the reader than I.
If you show a projected deficit that's fairly large of $153,000 in operations, and a big portion of that is contract, what is that? And it's not showing up here in the budgeted section, so how does it wind up there?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Trolley, actually, you're right. Look at, if I want to go back and I look at page 9,
Okay.
that does appear to be a discretion in there because it's $100,000, $140,000 difference in our personal services between 16 and 17. Then you look at the budget amount. So that is probably going to have to be another investigation we're going to have to look at and see if they had not allocated those personal services right. Looking at this page here, it sure looks like it to me, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. See, now I just might as well jump ahead on. There's nothing really that I've seen on the milk and the egg or the shielded egg program, so I'm going to jump ahead to page 12, the brands enforcement. In 2016, we approved the market adjustment up to the 80%. So if you look at the second column, the 2017 actuals, that's $3.1 million that we had spent. We only got a budget of 2.9. And during the snapshot, we did not have that increase in place in order for it to get caught in the snapshot. So how we're going to work about this one here is question. So that about $300,000 is what the brands we had kind of figured was going to be an increase for over there. That $300,000 increase did not get moved ahead into that.
And I'm not quite as worried about that piece of it because the original request we made would have covered that. But I think probably when it comes, and we're not to budget projections yet, you'll see. But the thing we probably have to pay more attention to over the next 8 weeks is the 4% that was lopped off the top of all of our personal services budget for vacancy savings. So instead of having us manage vacancy savings that way, they just lopped it off.
Right.
And so what our real, I think, culprit in personal services is trying to make sure that we maintain operations as they've been, but knowing we start out 4% less than what we had available to us previously. And so that's probably more of, and Evan and I talked about that late yesterday afternoon, but I think that's actually more of a culprit than the snapshot piece, is that we automatically, we submitted our budget at what our salary numbers were and had 4% taken off. Of course, Brand's being 53.8 employees is going to get a much bigger part of that hit, or we'll see a much more of a discrepancy in personal services as a result of that. So it's going to be something we have to, throughout the course of the year, we're going to probably have to be a little more proactive in maintaining vacancies a little longer and things of that nature.
That, what I don't, here's what, maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. We carried vacancy savings in FTE vacant positions. Mm-hmm. So they would show up as an FTE even though you weren't going to hire them. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yes.
Okay, and so then what I thought was supposed to happen was that the FTE number would reflect that change. In other words, the 4% which we, for the most part, carried across as FTEs. That's how we kept the holes plugged, and then we didn't hire those jobs. Right. And that equaled the 4%. So there's your vacancy saving because they're vacant, and you don't hire those positions. Well, that would require us to go drop down in FTEs, but this is an example all the way across, it looks like, that 4% wasn't taken from where the money historically was being tracked.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got FTE numbers that are higher because they didn't take the 4% away from them. And they're consistent, so the 4% has to come from somewhere else if we fill the FTE numbers. Right. So our choice is don't fill the FTE numbers to gather back the 4% or eat it somewhere else, right?
Well, and I think this attempt at approaching vacancy savings in this way is probably more in line with, say, what we're trying to capture in vacancy savings is that there's naturally occurring vacancy savings. So for us,
well, you're trying to make it up by not hiring.
Right. Well, in 2016 we achieved a natural vacancy savings of 9% of our personal services budget.
Right.
So with this number of FTEs, and in some cases we didn't hire.
And delayed hires.
Yeah, because we had most places where we didn't hire was because we, like in milk and egg, for example, we had concerns about having revenue to cover the positions that we were trying to maintain. So what this approach is taking 4% off the authority but leaving the FTEs the same is trying to say, hey, we're not telling, and I guess I'll put it this way, we're not telling you not to hire the people you need to hire, but we know you're going to have a natural amount of vacancies, and we want to make sure we keep that in our. And instead of giving it to you to give back later, we're just going to go ahead and take it or keep it in our pocket to start with. And so that's why I say as we go through hiring, we have to probably make, we'll continue to track our projections. We're not far off at the present time, but we'll have to think about that as we go through the year and say there might be some positions that, unless it's absolutely critical,
don't hire.
Or if it, and I hate to say it, as an opportunity presents itself, if it's a position at a higher rate of pay, it's beneficial to keep it open longer. And for example, one of the things that Evan and I were doing in analysis yesterday, and like I said, I apologize, just like Evan, Evan got this done yesterday, and we had our first opportunity to sort of talk about it. So one of the things we realized going forward, for example, is we had a position in the bison program that's currently vacant, and it was being paid at a rate of $30 an hour. So it's to our benefit to not fill it for a while, right? Not to fill that FTE, because comparative to where we're at in the budget, we're making up a lot more ground on that position the longer it goes unfilled. And so those are going to be considerations, and I am jumping a little bit ahead, but you'll notice in expense projections that we already project ourselves with a negative in personal services. It washes out with operations where it sits right now. But several things that we're going to have to pay a lot of attention to is vacancy savings, and then the other area it looks like we've got to pay a lot of attention to is overtime.
Well, benefits and overtime.
Yeah, because they go together.
But let me ask you one more question. My understanding of Snapshot is that it protects your FTEs to some degree.
To some degree.
Right? So we've protected the FTE, but we don't have the money to hire them.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so when does the Snapshot become a full-blown, is it June? When does that
Right.
happen?
And if this is the base year, the thing we want to pay attention to is making sure that we don't hurt ourselves too much, because then we hurt ourselves in the future.
Right,
And
and it's
so,
a carryover.
So one of the things that Evan and I already have our eye on is if these operations figures hold, right?
Yeah.
If we continue to trend, right now, our projection's $250,000 above. At some point, we have to make the decision to make a switch between those operations dollars and personal services to close the gap. We're not comfortable doing it yet because we need a few more months to see if it's going to hold. And if it begins to look like it would hold, we would do that. And then that helps us for when the next snapshot occurs, we're good for looking at the next biennium. When we have a natural increase because of some other things going into the second year of the biennium. But that's the way we're probably going to have to play that at some point.
So does that explain the $175,000 negative in personal or benefits too? Is that part of that package?
Well, the personal services and the benefits, those are part of that standard budget allocation where we can allocate our own salaries up and down. So that's one of those.
I'm looking at page 14.
He's talking about on projection.
Right, yes.
We've got a $175,000 loss, a deficit, and I'm assuming part of that comes from the vacancies. So you got more FTEs in there, and you have to pay, I assume, some salary rate. So that'll get trimmed over time too.
Yes, that'll come down. I mean, if there are no employees, there's no Social Security, Medicare, health insurance, workers' comp. So with those vacancy savings, then we'll be running a higher excess over our budget with our salaries, but it will decrease that.
Yeah, if you reduce salaries, you also reduce benefits.
Yeah, but you want, what I don't understand is how can well, never mind. I got it. There's a 4%. Okay.
Yeah, with the 4%.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
I know.
Evan, how long can we leave an FTE vacant before we lose it?
I believe that's going to be the June snapshot.
June, that's
yeah,
what I was asking
where we
about.
should be looking for to replace, depending on the position, probably around March to April.
Yeah. And I think some of that's somewhat discretionary because we had open positions the last snapshot and they didn't take them.
But to some degree, if they took them, it's a wash.
Yeah. And part of the reason is there's the snapshot, and I think when I first started in this position, I think the board thought that way too, that it was hard and fast. It's really, they look at intent, right? They're really looking at, here's a position you've been carrying on the books for 5 or 6 years and have never filled, and but because everybody knows that there's potentially going to be there's going to be positions vacant on the day you do the snapshot, just because somebody left their employment the day before the snapshot. So they don't automatically take it. There's some context that's looked at. Now, we have some positions that we didn't fill last year. We don't have them filled now. And potentially, if we're going into our second or third year of having them unfilled, then I think that's going to be running more of a risk of losing that. And let's be honest, if you hadn't hired it in 3 years, you're probably not going to hire it. So you probably don't need it. That's the way I look at it anyway. But sorry to get you off track. I just want to make sure that folks understood. Yes, there's the snapshot deal, but this is different. How the vacancy savings in this biennium is going to work is a little different than how we've had to deal with it in the past. Because of the methodology.
Okay, so any other questions on the brands? Going on to the meat inspection, I noticed here too, I kind of missed the FTEs on this one here. We do have 2 more FTEs that are available, so for 18 and 19, that should be 24 and a half. Whether we're going to fill those or not, that's the next question. But that's just something that needs to be noted. And here again, with the 24 FTEs, if you look at the average of the 16 and the 17, personal services, they gave us 1.2 million. That does not add in those extra 2 FTEs. So these, I think there needs to be another little more review of this here to make sure that our staff out of budget is correct on this level. Are there any questions on this, our standard budget, or?
Can I, just one more comment, because I think the board needs to be aware. We talked about some of it offline, I think it needs to be set at the table. We do know, and one of the things Evan and I are aware of and on track all year, is we had 2 significant things occur after we had submitted our budget to ODPP. And we did make attempts in both cases to try to get a second bite at the apple before it was transferred to the legislature, and both of those requests were denied. One was, we'll have to watch meat and poultry inspection closely because we entered into a collective bargaining agreement which changed some of our cost factors. And then the second thing is we had the results of a wage appeal. This would affect the main lab. We had the results of a wage appeal. Both of those impacts were after we had already made our governor's request. So we know we have them, we know we need to watch them, and we know they weren't contemplated in the budgeting cycle. But I say that just to give you guys detail. Those are 2 things we're going to watch, and 2 things you're probably going to hear from us a lot as we go through the next 8 months about how to mitigate as much of that as we possibly can.
And projections. As we've alluded to on page 14 already, we're projecting right at the moment about having $100,000, being $100,000 short in the department, overall in personal services, with $175,000 short possibly in benefits. But this is not, if we're that short on the benefits, that's not really the going to be the issue, because that standard budget can be bounced up and forth, back and forth from salaries down to benefits without a problem. The budget office does not have a problem with those. Overall, we're looking to have projecting to have about $150,000 excess over our budget.
That's if they don't have another cut.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
And without the 10%.
Yes.
And without the 10%.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess looking at this here too, if you look down at the budgeted funds, you look at the general funds. At this point, I have projected $45,000 deficit. Our 10% cut could. We'll just have to manage that part if it happens.
Which will.
Yeah, so I think in our mindset, when you look at the overall right now, if you consider the 10% gone, which is not gone yet, if you consider it gone, we're not greatly under, but we're a little bit under. And so that's why we're saying we're already sort of turning our mindset to how we control those other factors, because we're making that assumption that we're running just a little bit below the line. And so that's part of our thinking. The other thing is too, is I will point out that as we do this, I guess now for really 2.5 times, because we didn't do it, but for the last few months of fiscal year 16, we did it all year of fiscal year 17. We're getting a little bit more refined, and this is something that's not factored in currently, but as Evan and I talked yesterday afternoon, we realized that when we're doing our projections and we're talking about run rate and those types of things, we had 4 or 5 long-term employees leave last year. Now, we'll have some more leave this year, but we realize that Evan's projections currently are some significant longevity in his projection that we're not going to pay this year. So there's still some refinement we need to do to get to the most true, accurate figure we can. That would actually work to our benefit, because in some of these employees it was $30 an hour, and we replaced them with people who are brand new to state government earning no longevity. So those are some things that we've got to further refine, but I think that's the big takeaway that I would want the board to say, is that we're right now projecting really just under the line, and we're already beginning to think about what are our strategies going to be that we have available to us. For one thing, there's a position I mentioned earlier. If we leave it open for the rest of the year, there's $40,000 to $50,000 you gain from that if we just choose to leave it be until for the rest of the year. Now it doesn't, plus benefits. So there's that. Once again, it's just, I think I just want to communicate takeaways that we're beginning to really try to get into what options do we have over the next 8 months to make sure we deal with these known situations that are in front of us. Not that, as Nina makes a great point, not that a new curveball might get thrown, it always can, but at least for the ones we know about right now, we're trying to get ahead of it.
So, moving on there, I guess, then. If we want to go through these different bureaus and divisions individually, we sure can, but just a few points I want to point out here too. CSD, we are projecting to be on for a deficit with our personal services, but the same amount with our operations. So projecting out to be about almost even. The Livestock Loss Board, at this point, it's one of those refining things that we're going to have to work with to get the projections right. But George, Mr. Edwards, it looks like about $9,800 you might be able to budget. The Milk Control Bureau is projecting to be a hit right on time. And with the diagnostic lab, these projections are using last year's numbers. They did a great job managing their expenses last year, so they were way underspent. So these numbers are using their actual last year's expenses. So we're projecting them to be $100,000 with an excess over their budget. But they might be trying to catch up with some of their supplies as well too. They might have been cut back. I don't know if they slowed down on the purchasing of supplies at the end of last year in order to make their budget. But now they might have to be catching up. There could be several other things, and Dr. Smith could talk to you more on that as well. But we'll get him in the loop on this budgeting stuff here real soon too. And as you all know, with the diagnostic lab this year, we had the legislature that created the new fund for us, the enterprise fund. So when you're looking at the funding at the bottom of these pages, you got to remember to look at the animal health lab fees and the diagnostic lab fees. They're both separate. They were pretty much the same, but we'll be treating those. I think that with that enterprise fund, that is supposed to be able to give us a little bit more ability to be able to analyze or utilize that lab better, those fees.
Yeah, and it would be accurate to say currently we are doing our projections as if we will earn the same amount of fees as what we expected pre-enterprise and pre-price increase. And so once we cross that threshold, then we have the option to begin budget amending those additional funds in to be used. And so that does provide the lab, the two things together, the enterprise fund in combination with the price increase, has a potential to provide us a little more leeway with the lab than what we've had in the past. But right now, we're doing our projections as if nothing's going to change until it proves to us that it is a change.
We would still have to subtract the general fund reduction in the lab. It would eat into that number.
Right. In other words, that really is our safety net against that general fund reduction.
Right.
Another thing to note with the lab, we also have a milk lab. Last year, we started expensing the utilities and recharges to the milk lab. So last year, the milk lab was over budget, but that was the reason why. So these projections are also going to show that. So, and the budgets that we got handed to us did not account for those changes. But so we will be. I mean, the nice thing about the lab, both of those together, it's easy to mix the whole budget together and not have to worry about any BCDs or anything like. Well, we are going to have to do a BCD to fix that milk to get the general fund over there, but we will have enough. I guess if you look at them both together, is what I'm trying to say, is there's not really that much of a change between them. I mean, really, you're looking at a 115,000 excess instead of 145, and a $30,000 deficit in the milk lab.
But just remember, the reason the milk lab, we did that was to try to start the cost structure of the individual piece parts within the lab, for which the audit committee said we need to do that on a routine basis, and then those pricing fixes will help increase the revenue side, and we could use the fee structure to help offset some of the other price or cost structures, such as supplies and usually things like that. But it's inherent in the cost structure as opposed to just us allocating. Right?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Need it separate.
Then on to page 20, the State Vet Import Office, we're projecting Dr. Bluski's program there to be a little tight, possibly running over about $16,000. His personal services being $53,000 excess over the budget, but operations being $70,000. But this could be a timing of some of the expenses that may have already happened compared to what did happen the prior year. And then the DSA running real close to zero balance with about an $8,500 possible overspend. And there again, that could be the timing of a lot of these expenses. Might have already, I think they probably already came in that we won't be paying over the next couple of months. So we'll have to look at that a little bit better. And again, like Mike was saying, how do we find these projections and get these numbers down closer? And then the federal programs, our umbrella program. This here is going to have to be another one of those where we're moving, that we're looking at the personal services to make sure that they were budgeted right. Because we're showing about a $1,000 or $1,700 deficit with $150,000 excess in personal services and $153,000 in deficit in operations. I think that right there is part of another one of our things to be fixed. Yeah. And milk and egg. Not filling a couple of positions over there. Milk and egg program is going to run excess over the budget, and that includes the shielded egg program. Unless something major changes up in Great Falls, I haven't been in and analyzed any of that, what might happen up there with those. brand new systems. The grants program on page 25. Here again is that possibly a big excess or deficit of our expenses over the budget of in-personal services. A few different factors that we've already discussed.
We're actually at the very wrong time to be fully staffed in brands after all the years we worked to get fully staffed in brands. I think that's a big part of the issue, right? It'd be nice to be about 3 or 4 short right now, but potentially.
How come we're so far out of whack?
That was increase in salaries.
Coupled with the vacancy savings pullback, you put those two together and it hits brands pretty hard.
And that's, I'm going to reiterate again, that's especially true if you maintain the same FTE level. Because before you had plugs in the FTE numbers, you had a job position that was worth $70,000, so you left that open, and that was your savings, and they took that 4% savings away. But then they left the FTE there, so you're funded. Or if you hire them, you're going to have real trouble.
And the meat inspection, no surprise, looks like we'll probably be running it behind on that one again. Last year, they, if I remember right, they actually were pretty good at the end of the year. And again, here with our FTEs, that should be 2450 at the very top and not the 2250s. Any questions on our projections here? The next section is our standard budgets, or not, I'm sorry, not standard budgets, but our expense comparison reports, or budget status reports. All of this information is the information that goes into the projections, so I don't see, it compares last year's numbers to this year's year-to-date expenses. Same period, July 1st through September 30th for 2016 and 2017. But at this time, since we've kind of gone over a lot of this in the projections, I think we can, unless somebody has any questions on this. This was the information that was put out that was given to you last week.
Board?
Well, and this will probably go back to Dr. Smith, but it seemed to me there was a variety of expenses for repairs or replacement of equipment in the vet lab. And is that showing up here, or is that just on the table on hold?
That's a very good question, Ms. Marcus. No, there's some of that stuff should be in here expensed already, but there's probably, I can't remember if we got that rebuild in here yet or not, but that's been expensed. And I know there's another piece of equipment we're waiting on, but that's going to be paid for with federal funds, and that won't be shown in here because that's not budgeted. That'll be a budget amended, so that's not part of our House Bill 2 expenses.
Are all the computers you're going to replace this year area?
Those come out of our CST. The replacement computers come out of CST.
Just a rough, would you go back to 14?
You bet.
If I took 4% of the 840,000, okay, I'm about 400,000, right?
Yep.
And that's the 4% vacancy savings.
So it should be about.
So it's 400,000. I actually have $400,000 less than that. If I drop that down to the bottom page, I'm 250 to 300 in the hole.
That I have to double check, but I think that 4% is already taken out of the budget.
It's already out.
It's already out of our
It's
budget.
out of the budgets.
Right.
But it's not out of the FTEs.
Yeah,
It's
they,
not out of the FTE.
yeah, they
So
don't take
if
the
you-
positions.
So it's out of your total budget. But if I don't claim it out of the FTEs, I gotta get it somewhere else, right?
By not filling that position.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you get that 4% by leaving that position empty for a while.
Yeah, and the concept of vacancy savings is just that, in this new light, which I actually think is the correct light, which is vacancy savings means the natural savings you get in that interim period when jobs are open. Now, it doesn't quite work great in state government completely because sometimes when someone leaves, it actually requires more expense because of the payout situation. But naturally, you have a gap between when you employ one person and you employ the next. So that's why there's not a contemplation in reducing FTEs. That would actually be a reduction in force. That would be different than vacancy savings.
And nobody wants to.
And nobody wants to go with a reduction in force. So it's done that way. As I said, one of the things we'll have to keep an eye on could be that this is the year that we don't have a lot of turnover, which would not be a good thing. But as I said, I don't quite, I know I hate to say it that way, I don't quite worry as much because looking at the last couple of fiscal years, we have a track record of spending less than 95% of the personal services budget that we were given authority for. So what it may be is opposed like last year where all year we sort of saw big positive numbers, this year is going to be tight. This year it's going to be running a lot closer to the line because that vacancy savings we were achieving is already gone. It's already out. And last year we didn't have any mandated vacancy savings in last year's fiscal year budget. So it's like I said, it's a different concept, but I think it's more in line with what the concept of vacancy savings should be. But the reality is, and I think Mr. Scully makes a good point, which is if all the chairs are filled and they stay filled all year, then you don't get the vacancy savings, and then you have to think about other mechanisms you have, which then you have to begin to look at the other levels of the budget. You have to begin to look at operations and other things where you may have to toe a tighter line so that you have those funds available to offset that difference. As Evan said, we're 8 months out from fiscal year end. Every month it'll get more in focus. Obviously, as the closer we get to the target, it always does. But it's still good to sort of sit here and think about what 8 months from now could look like, even if it's fuzzy, and try to figure out how we clear up the picture between now and then.
And a lot of it depends on if they actually pull the 10%.
Oh,
A lot
they
of
will.
it depends.
They will.
Yeah.
It's gone.
I would not count on them not executing on that.
It might get worse.
All right, good questions. I'm going to go back on to the very last section because of budget status. What you get in that there's just a little more detail in order to build a projection. But the state special revenues, the collection of our major, that'll be the last page, page 40. Going through here, I did notice one thing I forgot to update, and that would be the budgeted revenue, the last column. Those are last year's numbers. So I'll just draw a line through them. But everything else, looking at the branch revenues, we are, after we got through our branch re-record issue last year, this year we're going to run our re-records. They're going to be real close to the same. That dollar difference is rounding. One thing I want to point out, the big thing here, that you'll see a negative revenue in the security interest filing fees, the third one down in last year. What that was last year when I looked at these, the unearned revenue again, I noticed that balance was not correct. So I adjusted that down to get the liability account correct. And that created a negative revenue, but as the year goes by, that'll come back up. So we are showing a big difference between those two. So our $70,000 in our brands revenue year-to-date really is probably closer to a $45,000 increase over last year, just because of that adjustment. I mean, they're the true revenues.
What line are you on? Because I guess I just missed that. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Yeah.
And you're saying that'd be actually 45, not 70.
Correct. If our balances were recorded the other, taking in the right 6-month period. And there are a couple of different things on the revenues. The market inspection fees were showing a $35,000 above that, and that's probably because of the early exit of calves and cattle due to drought. The per capita fees, we collected $157,000 more in fiscal year 18 than we did in the prior year. I think part of this drought is also helping drive a little bit of that too, because we have more people who are applying for FSA drought relief, and so there's a lot of people who are getting caught up in that. Now they're actually, because FSA is contacting revenue and us, they will not issue them relief unless they pay them per capita fee. So, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
What effect?
So we'll get our 2,600 back.
Then we'll get those
What effect-
75,000 sheep back.
Changing when per capita fee is paid, what effect does that have on this amount?
That doesn't have much effect because we started the collection period. You're asking about the collection period. We started that a couple of years ago. It's
true, Doug.
So, yeah.
2 years ago?
Yeah, yes. Yeah,
It's all right now.
This is at least our second year.
Yeah.
2 years ago when I started, it was the fall and then the spring.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, most of this money that we're reporting here as collected, we collected in between February and June 30th, but it was held as a liability, and then we recognized it as revenue on July 1st.
And the only reason that number will change throughout the course of the year is the offset. So if they find somebody that didn't pay, that now decides to pay for that for last year, we might see a slight positive adjustment, but that number, as we always state, it's always good. We actually are in a rare situation of collecting all our tax revenues a year ahead of when we need to actually use it. So it does give us a little bit of lead time on knowing whether it's there or not.
The indirect costs you'll see here on the 2018, we have not recognized any revenue for our indirect costs. That is our indirect costs that we bill back to the federal government, and they pay us. So over the next week or so, we'll be submitting our reports and getting our federal money to come in and pay for indirect costs. Any questions on that part?
What does the federal government pay us in regards to per capita?
Well, how that works, Mr. Chairman, is that they pay the CSD, since CSD does a lot. CSD does a lot of the indirect cost work, all of the accounting and stuff, and there's a fixed rate, and it comes into as a per capita fee revenue. Now, if you notice on for animal health fees, again, we touched on this here earlier when we talked about the lab. You'll see there's $0 in lab fees in the 2018 column, but if you look down on the very bottom of the enterprise funds, that's where the lab fees are, so you got to compare those two. So we're up about $4,000 over last year. partly to do with our lab fee increases and our session fees, but
But I mean, do you remember the net difference year end between laboratory fees, revenue totals, and authorized expenditures of them? I mean, do you have any kind of ballpark? Is it 40,000, 50,000, 100,000?
don't believe it was quite that much.
I didn't think it was either. I was thinking it was closer to 25 or 30,000.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
You don't have a column in this report.
No.
That doesn't.
Well, the reason I bring it up is that, we think about that in terms of a bigger number.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid it absolutely is. So if you took 4% of the general fund dollars in the lab, it's already eaten it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 10% of the general fund dollars, take that out of the lab, it's already eaten that benefit we get from the enterprise fund, assuming the fees are the same.
Right, and
And without the price increase.
Right, and when we're thinking about that being a bigger number, it's not based on historical reference, it's based on if business remains relatively the same, that the price increase is where the benefit would come. Because in accession fees alone, for example, if we do the same number of sessions that we've done in the past, it would yield $80,000 roughly of additional revenue above what we've received in the past.
Okay, so for our purposes, it's going to be the price increase that's going to make the difference versus the enterprise.
And it's roughly about $80,000 of replacement that we would need if our general fund authority reduces.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So we got to be careful we don't think about it as we've been talking about it, which is we've got this net positive coming here.
Yeah.
We already spent it.
Right, and and I would say if we characterize it that way, because actually in the plan that we had to submit to the governor's office of how we would mitigate the general fund, those accession fees,
Right.
those price increases is what we submitted to LFD really of how we were going to atone for that or how we were going to make that up. So yeah, if we characterize it that way,
No, I mean just collectively, not just you. I did too.
In our thinking, that is why we're not greatly concerned about general fund cut in the lab.
Right.
General fund cut and DSA and meat and poultry are different animals.
Yeah. And I did have a little look back there. I did have last year's revenues, and it was like right at zero difference.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. Our revenues were the same as our budget.
And I don't know what cycle we're on. I mean, I don't know what cycle you're going to put us on. Because a year ago we did the cost study, and we changed the price after the cost study. We got the audit that recommended every 2 years. We talked about doing it every year. If we started right this minute, we wouldn't be done until March.
Yeah, we should probably start.
And so the question is going to be at some point fairly soon, when do we get into the cycle of cost evaluation relative to those items, because they'll clearly be audited again. And if we purposely put it off, fine, but it would be a question.
And I would say we're there, and the biennium basis was a good thought process when you were only needing to prove up the figures once every 2 years. But the enterprise fund actually, I think, changed the thinking about it. There's no reason not to do an annual assessment, because annually you have an opportunity to get to look at your revenue situation and make adjustments, where you're not stuck in a 2-year period anymore. The enterprise fund changes that whole outlook.
Oh, which is another argument, by the way, to get somebody in to help push that button before we get.
And remember, that person doesn't hurt us on our personal services.
That's exactly right. That person would help us.
And just one more point on our milk inspection fees. That shows that we're about $50,000 below last year. I believe what happened there, and I've got to go back and double check, but I talked with Chad Lee about this, was in 2016, we were due money in June for like May's assessments, but they didn't pay until July, so that added up to increased our 2017 revenue. So
another correction, Evan, for the sheet in the future, our budgeted revenue in this biennium is not $555,000. That was from the previous biennium. We adjusted it down to what it actually is now, like $347.
Did you say that whole column was off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I should have listened.
I had to draw the line.
Yeah, he said draw the line through it.
And with that, Mr. Sherman, Member Board, for any further questions, that helps.
Looks like you got her.
You do a great job, Evan.
Yep.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And it's fun too, isn't it?
Oh, I like it. Sick man.
All right, moving on. Mr. Dan.
Yep.
No, you're not.
Board, Director Dan Turcott, Bureau Chief Milk and Egg. Just a short update, kind of as usual, but dairy producer numbers staying pretty steady. We got some rumors that there's some fairly large operations that are on the market. We don't know if they'll stay open as dairies or just liquidate out, but got some other producers, obviously with aging dairymen and families that are moving on to other enterprises. So far the numbers are staying pretty steady, but we don't know what the future's going to hold. So we're just holding in there. The tetracycline testing is continuing, no positives yet, so that's good news there. We've been doing some work with food consumer safety on some labeling on the national horizon, I guess. There's been a Dairy Pride Act introduced, HR 778, to try to force FDA to enforce their laws on milk labeling. There's been a contentious issue for a long time, calling soy milk, almond milk, all the nut milk things that have come out. In Europe, they don't allow that. In USA, they feel that that's been cut into our dairy sales. But locally here in the state, we've got some producers of vegan products that want to call it vegan cream cheese, vegan cheese, and Food and Consumer Safety does those label approvals. We're trying to push back a little bit on that ourselves. It's not cream cheese. It's not, and some of it even has other odd things in there that. In light of this bill that's been introduced to Congress and stuff, basically what this bill does is it states that FDA is to enforce their own rules and report back to Congress on what those findings are. So this is all in the works, and I think, not allowing expansion of those definitions that don't meet standard identity things is the right thing to do. Moving on with the UEP audits, the United Egg Producers audits that Roy Hull does for the Animal Welfare Program.
That's a voluntary program. The numbers are going down a little bit. Those producers pay for that. They pay at the USDA rate, which is regulated by USDA at $108 an hour, plus the mileage. So the average cost on an audit is about $500 or $600. They don't get any more for the eggs. It just enables them to put the little symbol on the carton. That started out as a program with the stores requiring that. That's maybe falling away a little bit. Consumers aren't so interested. They don't know what that little symbol on the carton means. So we've got some producers dropping out. We dropped from 13 audits last year to 9 this year. So just a little explanation of that program. And that money goes into, we just put that into the shell egg program, just a little contract there. Montana Egg, things are going along. They're just going through their growth and adjustment of hiring staff and figuring out the new machine. So that's actually going pretty well. So the rest of the program, just we're getting caught up with our regular stuff. Any questions? Yes.
How many chickens, how many hens are laying down in the state, do you figure? And are there any more houses coming online?
Yes. We're at about 700 to 750,000 birds. Roughly 40 producers, and that's, I kind of hesitant on that number because we've got some that are transitioning from cage flocks to cage free, and there's probably 2 more producers that will come on in 18. So the final numbers will be close to 900,000, a little maybe plus. Chickens that are laying here.
And how many houses right now, do you think?
Roughly 40. And some of those houses, and I'm not exact on the numbers because they just come into production, and some of those they start out with a half a house full of birds, and then they bring in the second half. So some of those are in the transition stage of bringing in the second half as well.
So, who's supplying all it'd be pullets, isn't it the term?
The young birds.
The young birds, are they coming out of the Hooterite colony someplace else, or are we doing this in-house?
Most of those raise their own pullets.
Okay.
They bring in 2-3 day old chicks
From?
All over, mostly from the Midwest.
Midwest is where, okay. All right.
Yeah. And then those are brought in, and what they're actually doing is on the brand new places, they contracted a lot of producers to raise those pullets for them.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of a slick operation. The day that the building is done, they bring in the pullets in.
Because you can't sex a chicken until they're like 6 or 8 weeks old. So I think that's right. At least that's the way it was at our family.
Oh.
Well,
No, at hatching.
They're doing them at hatching now, and it has something to do with.
Oh, so they got a sonar, or they have some way to read them then.
Well, I understand it's.
Chickens aren't like cattle.
I've seen videos.
Really?
Really?
Okay. I was told they were on pin
You fly.
Well, we have the veterinarian. We could probably ask them how they do that.
Oh, that's okay.
You know all about chickens.
Well, we used to buy 100 of them, and then we'd sex them out and eat the bales, and then I thought my family said you couldn't do it when they were young. They didn't know what they were talking about.
Well, they tell me, John, that
The one where they go.
if you know what to look for, you can look at a pin feather on a day-old bird.
You can identify a sex. Okay.
Did you hear that?
All right.
I know what I'm looking for.
Okay, any questions for Dan? You know, time's running away.
I got a
George.
question.
Mr. Director?
If I wanted to, or anybody, but if I wanted to start raising eggs for that eggplant in Great Falls, who would I talk to and what would be the steps to do that?
You'd probably start with Reverend Mike Kleinthosser, head of that board there with them. And then there's a buy-in process and probably a discussion with the Wilcox, who's actually operating the plant, to know what specific type of production they'd be interested in. If it'd be caged or cage-free or brown or organic or...
Is there certain hoops I know there's hoops, but is there certain objectives you gotta meet to be able to supply eggs or
That's all based on the operator, and they're projecting what their needs are for the specific type of eggs, and whites or browns or, so, but as far as we're concerned, we don't get into the actual production side. We're doing the grading.
Yeah, business-wise, it's a co-op, though. You have to get into the co-op.
Right. It's operated as a co-op.
Okay.
So that facility, you have to deal with them as a co-op.
Anything else for Dan? Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Rabbits, Brett. You want to raise rabbits. That's where the money is, Brett.
I don't know, this seems like this egg deal's working.
Dan, is your life getting back to normal a little bit?
My life.
What is that?
It's kind of a new normal, I guess.
Is the definition of normal still as bad as it was?
Yeah. No, it's all right. We're maintaining it.
He never complained.
No, the FTE situation can't be good.
Howdy, Gary.
How you doing? Good. Mr. Chairman, Board, today I want to talk about the NASMFID meeting, the National Association of State Food and Meat Inspectors, National Association of State Meat and Food Inspection Directors meeting. That's a rather long acronym. It was a rather robust meeting. There was a lot of material covered. I'm going to try and keep this to a minimum, but I do have a lot of material to cover on this particular meeting. The first segment talked about state lab review updates. Talks about component 7, which is the lab review, and there's 3 primary responsibilities for laboratories, and that's quality assurance, new and updated FISIS lab methods, and administer those lab methods. The presenter discussed the criteria for achieving an at least equal to status. MPI states are required to test for the same pathogens as FISIS does. They're required to maintain capability for food chemistry analysis. FISIS allows some flexibility concerning method selection, and the state laboratory quality management system is so MPI does a self-assessment checklist every year. I send that over to the lab completes that checklist that identifies all of their methods, and that ensures reliability and integrity of the analysis results. And there's 3 main options that states have that they're not required to have their own laboratory, but there's several alternatives. They can do it in-house, they can cooperate with other states, they can utilize a private contractor, or a combination of those 3 alternatives. We use the state lab here in Helena, and we also contract with the Utah lab to provide some analysis, primarily of the E. coli S-Tex. The Compliance and Investigation Division did an overview and updates. The Act provides FISIS with enforcement authority and sanctions for violations. The Office of Investigation, Enforcement, and Audit oversees several things. That's surveillance and investigation for looking at food safety, food defense, and to ensure product safety. They do enforcement and litigation. Evidence collection is involved with that, analysis, decisions to address violations of law, food safety incidents, and public health priorities. They look at management controls, which are the effective and consistent use of FICE's criminal, civil, and authorities to protect consumers. And finally, they conduct analysis of FICE's programs. The Criminal Investigations Division, surveillance, investigations of alleged violations, illness outbreaks, product control, food defense, education, and public liaison. So where do these investigators work? These are similar to our investigators, our compliance officers that we have. They work at inspected slaughter and processing plants. They do custom slaughter and processing plants. They work at distributors, warehouses, transporters, retail establishments, and institutions. They currently have jurisdiction over 750,000 plus in-commerce businesses. They have oversight of all of those. The next section that we covered was the Federal State Audit Branch did a presentation on self-assessment process and the on-site audit process. We interact with the Federal State Audit Branch on a regular basis. They're charged with several tasks as it applies to state auditing state programs. One is to assess establishment compliance with regulatory requirements, provide a review of written food safety programs, and review open and closed NR files, and focus on long-standing compliance issues. When it comes to on-site audits, states are notified at least 30 days in advance of the on-site review. The 30-day notification period gives the states opportunities to verify inspectors' performance and correlate with their assigned in-plant inspection personnel. They review the establishment's facilities prior to the Federal State Audit Branch arriving on site, and they review HACCP. It allows us to review HACCP, SSOPs, and prerequisite records for accuracy and completeness. So they do give us that grace period to get out in the establishments. It's a very transparent process. And every year, FICE selects a directive or notice to focus on when conducting on-site audits. For 2018, it's going to be FICE's Directive 5100.4, which is the EIAO Public Health Risk Evaluation, or PHRE methodology. And it will be used for fiscal 2018 again. And what that does is, yes, Mr.
So
Chairman.
they change that annually?
Mr.
They
Chairman.
focus on some issue every year? They go to a different spot that they want to put more emphasis on? Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. In the past, they've done hazard analysis verification tasks, which comes from Directive 5000.6. So they focus on whether inspectors know about that process, whether they understand it, whether they're completing that in-plant. This particular one for the EIAO Public Health Risk Evaluation, which referred to as the PHRE, it provides a decision-making structure for assessing establishment's food safety system and to determine if an establishment is right for an FSA, which is the food safety assessment. This is primarily an internal decision-making document. So it applies primarily to the program. So what the auditors will be looking for is, are we applying that? Are we looking at those principles and carrying that out the way they expect us to carry that out?
So how many of these do they have? They have like 365. I mean, how many years do they swing around before they get back to the one they started with?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. There's a lot of directives and notices. There are a lot out there, and this is something they've just started doing here in the last probably 3 years. It's focusing on one of those as they look at audits. The sampling and selection methodology for on-site audits. With the old methodology, audit establishment were to achieve a 95% confidence level with a 20% error rate that states that would have an audit deficiency. So that means that at least 20% of the programs or the establishments out there would have some audit issue, and that's how they used to determine that. The new method that they're planning on using in the future here, this next go-around, is to rank establishments. Oh, yes, there's a question.
Okay, so they've already decided there's going to be 20% problems out there?
Statistically, Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Bacchus, statistically they determine that approximately 20% of the establishments that they review will have audit issues.
So do
it's a
they
matter of
deliberately
statistics.
make sure they hit their goal?
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Bacchus, that's something that statistically they determine that they predetermine that there's going to be at least that many findings in an establishment. It's not a target that they're hitting.
It's a normal occurrence, 20%.
It almost sounds like the highway patrolman has to have so many tickets he writes this week, or the game warden has to have so many violations he writes this week. It almost sounds the same as that.
And Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Bacchus, I can't necessarily comment on their internal methodology, but statistically, that's what is, there's a 95% confidence rate that they'll find at least 20% of the establishments will have findings. It's something their statisticians plug into a formula and determine that. But that method is no longer going to be used. That's something that they've changed that methodology now.
John, what communication processes for, I guess, all three of you, what communication process is appropriate to send out to the industry relative to the new directives that they're going to focus on? So they say, hey, heads up, this is going to be the focus for 2018.
Do we have a process?
Well, I mean, they've just told all the directors, here's our focus. Then what's appropriate to get out to the industry that says, Doc, here it comes?
Yeah. Well, obviously what's being reported today is a matter of public record, and we talked about communication plans.
I know, but he talked about a list of directives, and he hasn't gone through that whole list, and I don't expect him to.
Right.
But I'm talking about that directive.
Yeah, as part of that communication plan where we talked about, and for those who weren't part of the meeting, when we talked about in the committee meetings that's information that should be written up, one sent to implant personnel and the establishments themselves. We should have a conversation happening between implant personnel and establishments, and then back up to that, there should also be communication from the state program to those establishments as well, so that it's happening. So they see it come from the state. They also know it's been shared with the implant personnel, and the implant personnel should be having conversations with the establishments about that. That's sort of what I think we kind of agreed to in the meetings we're having, that we needed that sort of in writing and in person double back communication, if that makes sense.
Yep, perfect. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, the new methodology is going to rank establishments according to risk. The auditors will select according to risk, and they'll develop a written audit plan around that risk and the number of actual establishments they plan to audit during the review, and they do retain the flexibility to select more or less than the suggested amount that are developed based on risk. The goal,
Mr. Barker?
What type of risk?
I'm going to get to that. They're going to get to that as well. So what they're doing is they're looking at if state inspected programs are effectively implementing policies and practices. They'll audit a selected number of establishments necessary to have a high level of assurance that the overall MPI program is implementing at least 90% effectiveness rate. So they want to make sure that 90% of our daily duties are in line with what they expect nationally. So what is the PHRE priority list? What they're looking for is if there's been any Class 1 or Class 2 recalls, whether there are any positive STEC samples that come back, which are variations of E. coli. They look for positive salmonella or listeria on ready-to-eat product, and whether there's a sole supplier or multiple suppliers of product. Those are some of the criteria that they utilize for determining the risk in that process. So finally, FISIS did provide a copy of a letter that was sent to state programs, and we did receive that, outlining the impact of state sovereignty bills on at least equal to status. The food sovereignty bills provide methods of producing food without federal or state oversight of the process. For example, a bill may allow for food control at a local level only, and state government must recognize that local control. If a bill were passed in Montana that removed that control or meat or poultry products from a state program, placed them under some sort of local control, the state is in jeopardy of losing its at least equal to status. The letter suggests that if food sovereignty bills are passed, FISIS will begin the designation process. They have done that with another state, and I can't off the top of my head remember which state that was, but they had a Wyoming is one. There's another one that just come up that they went through the designation process. They contacted the governor and so forth. And if the board's interested, I can bring that name of that state next time. The designation is the process of notifying the governor of removing the state program unless corrective action is taken immediately. So there is a process that the state can go through to get that rescinded. But these are important bills to look for. Certainly we'll be looking for some of those bills coming up in the next legislative session to make sure they don't have that impact on our state program. We talked about civil rights compliance, and I'll go through this rather quickly. There's 8 areas of review that they look at in the civil rights review portion of it. Civil rights assurances, which are written assurances that the federally assisted programs were conducted with Title IV Civil Rights Act of 1964. They want to make sure that there's state infrastructure and program accountability, so they're identifying individuals or offices to ensure accountability with civil rights laws and regulations. There's public notification, that we're notifying the public that applicants and participants and potentially eligible persons are free from discrimination. Complaints of discrimination. We have to track and make sure that we're assessing each complaint we may have received for state MPA programs on the basis of race, color, national origin, age, sex, and disability. We have not had any of those complaints in the program history. Civil rights training. Our state's providing civil rights training to employees under civil rights laws. We're doing that as well. Disability compliance, making sure that people with disabilities have access to state programs in order to carry out their businesses. That does include IT resources as well. When the civil rights auditor was here, they looked at our IT system, make sure that we have proper notices, proper documentation. It was Section 508 compliant, which is a compliance regulation that requires that folks with disabilities can access the IT services. Limited English proficiency requires MPI programs to provide free language access services to potentially eligible applicants and program participants who are limited English proficient. And finally, compliance with the Age Discrimination Act of 1975. The last thing that I want to discuss today is Directive 7111.1, Revision 2. The purpose of that issuance is to clarify that an establishment will not be issued an NR if they're using the 1999 versions of Appendix A for cooking and Appendix B for cooling. Further, IPP are given instructions on how to conduct a hazard analysis verification task surrounding Appendix A and surrounding Appendix B, and along with instructions on how to handle any deviations that might occur during that analysis. The directive directs supervisors to provide information to IPP with questions about deviations, scientific support, and other topics that IPP have questions on. Some of the major changes that were identified are as follows. For Appendix A, FICIS did reemphasize the humidity recommendations that apply to all cooked products, including poultry, unless the establishment can support humidity does not need to be addressed. FICIS had previously indicated in other documents that humidity recommendations apply to all cooked products, but they continue to receive questions on the topic. FICIS has not changed the humidity recommendations other than re-emphasizing that they apply to all products. The time temperature tables previously found in Appendix A have also not changed, and those time temperature combinations are when lethality occurs. 158 degrees at 0 seconds, 148 degrees at some specified period of time, 90 seconds or whatever that is. I don't have the table in front of me, but you can get the idea that was the time temperature combinations. That there's a whole list of those that establishments can use to record when lethality occurs. So according to Appendix A, when we talked about humidity being applied to all products, there are certain products and certain conditions under which, by using the Appendix A as your scientific support, that you do not have to apply humidity. And that's humidity is not necessary for products that are 10 pounds or more because of the low surface to mass ratio in those products. Humidity does not need it under conditions such as cooking in a sealed bag, sealed moisture impermeable bag. Montana State Prison cooks roast beef that way. They use an impermeable cryovac type bag, and the roast beef is cooked in there, so there's no requirement for them to add additional humidity because that product is already sealed and there's humidity in the bag. Using a semi-permeable or impermeable casing, such as a sausage casing, or cooking using direct heat. If you're making cooked beef patties, that sort of thing, cooking them on direct heat, you're not required to add humidity. So other products do require the addition of humidity, and to show that, establishments will need to show that they're closing the dampers on the oven or using continuous steam injection, some other method to verify that they are indeed adding humidity to the process. On to Appendix B. FICIS has specified that there are now 4 alternatives for cooling products, whereas the previous version of Appendix B had 3 options. Which method the plant chooses depends on the type of product and its cooling needs. The goal of cooling is to limit the growth of Clostridium perfringens to less than or equal to 1 log and allow for no multiplication of Clostridium botulinum. In Directive 7111.1 Revision 2, establishments who do not choose to use Appendix A or B as their support for their processes must specify the log reduction that its process achieves. And that has to be done through extensive in-plant studies to show that the establishment is meeting those specific log reductions. So it's extensive, and they talk about in some cases up to 500 iterations of this study that they conduct so that they can prove that safety of that food safety system. So by using Appendix A or B, the establishment merely needs to follow the options or tables that achieve the desired outcomes. So as long as an establishment utilizes Appendix A or B or both for their products, they don't have to specify log reductions, for example. They can just say we're using Appendix A for heating and cooking and Appendix B for cooling, and that's it. They follow the parameters that are within those support documents, and that will achieve a safe product. With that, Mr. Chairman, that provides a summary of the update of the DASNFID meeting.
Thank you. Board, questions? Nina?
So all the regulations you just spoke about, those either are in effect right now, or when do they go into effect?
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Bacchus, those regulations are in effect now.
They're just reiterating that.
Yes.
Anything else, Board? Gary? Brian? Pardon me?
So do the plants have this information yet?
Mr. Chairman, they do not have the information yet. They should have information on 7111.1, revision 2, because that came out, I believe, in the August timeframe, so the inspector should have been speaking with establishment owners. That's the directive I've given to IPP, that they're to be working with establishment owners or plant management to discuss each of these as they are in effect.
So if I ask my inspector, he has an email or something that directs him to tell me about this?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there's probably an email that exists that gives inspectors the directive to conduct activities with their plant owners and during weekly meetings on all directives and notices.
Because I can guarantee there isn't a plant in the state that knows that they have to be following the new revised ones.
Mr. Chairman, there isn't a requirement that establishments absolutely use the new Appendix A and B for their requirements. They can still use the 1999 version of that due to some questions that are arising with FISIS, and they're evaluating those questions now. And at some point, these new revised Appendix A and B will need to be in use. And there will be additional, I'm in discussions with FISIS right now on how to apply some of the principles that are in Appendix B. So I'm working through that process as well. We're working together with FISIS to come up with a plan for laying that out for the industry.
So you're saying that since August, all my cooking and cooling I've been using the 1999 version is thrown out the window because I haven't done any in-house specific log reduction tests.
Mr. Chairman, Brian, you would not be required to do those tests because you're utilizing Appendix A and then Appendix B as your scientific support, so you don't have to go further than that to do those in-house studies.
So really there is no change then. If we can continue to use 1999 version, even though there's a new version out, without doing any in-house testing. I must have misunderstood. I thought if we wanted to use the 1999 version, we had to do some in-house testing to prove that we had the specific log reduction.
Mr. Chairman, Brian, no, that's not the case. If you're using Appendix A and B, the principles in the new Appendix A and B, in spirit, if you're applying those documents, if you're still utilizing the tables out of the 1999 version, you don't have to do additional studies. If you're not meeting some of the criteria, for example, in Appendix B, if you can't meet some of the criteria, for example, of the 4 sets of options for cooling product, then if you can't meet those and your scientific support doesn't support your process in accordance to Appendix A or B, then you would need to conduct additional in-house studies. So there is a possibility if your process does not include certain elements, and those are some of the elements that I'm working out with FISIS right now.
So according to FSIS, we really do need to use the new version, or we can continue using the old one if it's following through the specific log reduction as stated.
Mr. Chairman, Brian, you can certainly utilize the old versions of the 1999 versions of Appendix A and B and still be compliant, but there is some additional scientific support information in the new guidelines that establishments will be expected to follow.
And you will make sure that all the IPPs across the state know they're supposed to convey this to the plants.
Mr. Chairman, Brian, yes, absolutely, that will be the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. Thank you. Dr. Smith? Mr. Scully?
Mr. Chairman, before we get off of the meat, I want to handle the issue dealing with the appeals guideline. and just make the public aware that we are going to discuss the appeals guideline as it's structured and handed out. A copy that you have, Brian, with the 30-day piece in it, and any other issues that are brought up by the industry at our next meeting, and be prepared to deal with going forward after that at our next meeting. Anything else? No. Later. Okay. Mr. Smith? Dr. Smith? I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, for the record, Steve Smith, Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. I just have very, very brief updates. I already mentioned earlier this morning that in traveling to the AABLD conference last week, there were some very good sessions there, both on the pathology side, but also on the management and laboratory director side, and providing additional information on the building planning process, as I mentioned also. As far as hiring and recruitment, we do have, I believe we had somebody about ready to start last month. She has started, she's doing well, and we have, I believe, 4 or 5 candidates for the serology position that you approved last month, and looks like there are some good candidates there. So I've been out of the office the last couple weeks, but I will be reviewing those, and hopefully we can be making progress there fairly quickly here. Other than that, I don't really have any major updates. We're going along as usual. So.
Good enough. Board, anything? Yes. Mrs. Wallace.
A question for, and it's the job overview, so maybe you're the wrong person to ask, for the lab manager. One of the things that, well, there were a couple of things. One, I didn't see anywhere where it spoke specifically to having people management skills, and I wondered if that was something that should be included in the job description.
What are we doing here?
Okay.
Well, we're talking about and this may be the wrong point at which to talk about.
Actually, this is the reason I have my hand raised, was the one thing we got to go back to is what we skipped over in the morning, which is request to hire. So if I'm mistaken, Mr. Ratcliffe. One of the things I would say about the request to hire that are going to be coming up, we had our context conversation earlier. We do have the DDL director position posted. Doesn't mean we actually have to hire anyone, because we obviously can't hire anyone until 1, position is vacant, and 2, we have requests, or we have approval from the board. But the reason we sometimes put those out is if we expect a lengthy process to get applicants in. And so one of the things I've mentioned before we go to Ms. Fox's question is, in context of what we talked about in the budget, I don't want it to be misconstrued. Our request to hire doesn't mean that we're not contemplating or may have to work for vacancy savings. It's just getting the approval to at some point hire that position in the future. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to hire someone tomorrow. This for any of these requests to hire, Evan and I have talked about some mathematical formulas we need to apply to figure out when is the right date at which we would need to replace that position to achieve some of the things that we talked about in the budget portion. So I just didn't want the board to feel like with the request to hires that are coming up here in brands, as we get to conversations on those, that we're not contemplating the need for vacancy savings in that equation. It's just the request to at some point during the course of the year eventually fill that position. With the lab director, let me pull up that what you're asking about, Diana. And remember, that's just that's the external description, which we try to be as
broad-based.
broad-based with it as we can when we put it out. But I'm thinking that people's, well, obviously management skills is there's actually a minimum management requirement as required by AOBLD that they look for and certify for that. So he has this, Dr. Zalewski provided to me. So yeah, so responsibility of administration and supervision for all laboratory sections. You know, obviously, if you look down in the minimum qualifications, I'm looking here at, you know, that they have management training experience. You know, you can see some of that in there. It's not, you know, spelled out in detail, but this is just for what shows up on the website. It's not the full job description that's behind it, if that makes sense.
And the other question in paragraph 2, starting up there, it says the administrator also has responsibility for budgeting to ensure that expenditures are in compliance with state procurement guidelines and are adequately covered by revenues. And we discussed this morning the deputy executive officer, or whatever that title is going to be, may also have responsibility for the same thing. So I just didn't know if those are.
Yeah, certainly whoever we would hire as a lab director is going to have intimate knowledge of the management, budget, and revenues and how they come about. That may not be the primary focus of their duties, but they certainly, in fact, all managers who have budgetary responsibility should have to meet that requirement. They should understand their expenses, their revenues, how they all work together. You know, what may be a difference between what I think we're envisioning with the other position we've not chosen to hire, and this is, you know, conversations about what research analysis mechanisms you would use to figure out proper pricing, those types of things. You know, the lab director is going to obviously have input and say in that, as Dr. Smith and Dr. Layton have in the process we've done in the past. But that's not their primary expertise, as we well know. And so they do need support from the accounting side of the house to figure out what are the right methodologies and mechanisms, markets, those types of things that we need to be looking at to make that decision. So I don't see that as being a major issue that there would be shared responsibility there, because certainly you want the lab director to have a knowledge of that in their daily work as well.
And the position is, Layton's is, what's his, is he a pathologist? I guess I don't know what we're.
Well, by state classification, he's a veterinarian band 8 is what we currently have. That's what it's called.
But what gap does he fill in the lab, or does he?
Oh, he also helps in pathology, correct.
Okay, that's what
probably maybe other things too, but I know pathology is
primarily.
And you can see that in there it talks about that they should have this is part of the AOBLD requirements, that lab directors are expected to have a specialty and board certification in that specialty. So in the case of pathology, it would be they have the educational requirements in that specialty and also are certified as a pathologist as well.
So that's what we're looking for now. I mean, that will be a specific request of this person to fill that.
Yes.
Or whatever we call it.
So do we need to leave Dr. Smith standing there in this discussion? Is there anything else, or can we excuse him? Thank you, board. 5-minute recess. We gotta pee. That's good to me.
Too much information.
We still need to go back and take action.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to take it home with me for about 3
I
weeks.
don't think you guys are worried about job descriptions. I don't know what your big sweat is. You didn't get that in, lunch for the board. I don't think Donna saw that part.
He didn't know. Okay, you might have brought up, if we want to, we need to take action.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd like to have backing. I mean, we can leave the description out and begin the recruitment process without board approval, but obviously, the board will at some point have to approve the hiring. And my anticipation is, I could be highly surprised, my anticipation is that this is a longer than usual recruitment because of some of the questions Ms. Taylor asked. We're looking for needles in a big haystack, and our haystack is small in Montana. Not saying there's not people that would be qualified or could apply, but if we're going to have a competitive process, we probably have to do some actual physical recruitment on this one, which we don't normally do. This time we may have to. So I don't really want to take any of those actions without board approval, but I'm fine if the board. I mean, obviously the position is not due to be vacated.
Come on, board, let's just get a motion to hire. You're gonna have to get
Mr.
this.
Chairman, I move that we give Mike the authority to move forward in placing recruitment.
Well, there's no use giving him recruitment unless you give him permission to hire.
Well, we have to approve the person, yes, don't we?
You're gonna have to approve the salary.
Yeah. So what should the motion be so that it's correct?
Permission to advertise.
Permission to commence the hiring process for a lab director.
Did you get that done?
I second it.
See, I can't make a motion.
You did though. You just
I
did it.
can't.
That's how you
I
did
don't
it.
understand that, why we're there.
I don't understand it
Why
either,
the
but
chairman, every other board, you can make a board
I'll have to
rule.
look. I'll have to look because I was told by previous chairman that they were not allowed to vote. And you know what?
But
I
they
never
did.
looked into it. No, she didn't.
Yes, she did, just to go look at the job.
Only in the thing is, it's a 6-person.
Yeah, I don't.
I thought it was a tie thing. That's.
I'll give you one really good example,
Please do.
but I'll do it later.
Donna, could you read that
There's no
motion
reason
back
other
to
than
us?
it's time, but okay.
I give Mike
Yeah, that's
permission to
something.
begin the hiring process for a lab director.
Depends on how you vote. Depends on how you go through that process.
VDL.
It's
Is
a
this good enough?
motion,
This is
and if
good.
you can't do it, then I'll do it.
Well, best example.
So either a
Is there a
motion from
second?
him, or I'll motion, or I'll do the motion.
What are we doing?
We're trying to get
Trying to
some
have a
lab.
lab director.
Second, all discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
There you go.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
I think you shouldn't make motions,
I know I should,
but I think you can vote.
well,
I have a question while we're here, since this is the
But you can do what you want.
the rest of the consent agenda. The one for the centralized services, did we have to vote on that?
Oh, I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there.
And without having Evan come back in, I'll address that topic item. So, Michelle, Satry, that's how I say it, I'm probably mispronouncing it, who has been our accounts payable technician, has moved to take an open position in Brands. So that means we don't have an accounts payable at the current time. We won't here very shortly. And he and Leslie have agreed with each other to sort of support each other during that time period.
Whose budget gets the pay?
The payout, Central Services. So one of the things, so that's a good point.
She's already over.
Yeah.
She's already over budget
Yeah,
projection,
yeah.
so you better do something.
The good point is about that, one of the things we're trying to do a better job of in the department is when people move internally,
Projection.
if there's a difference in pay between the two jobs they're moving in, then we need to do the payout at that time.
Right.
So they're paid out at their at the rate of pay they were earning when they got the benefit, the comp time or the vacation time, whatever. So the Central Services, when it's an internal, in this case, Central Services will get the bill for that because we need to reset that before she moves to the new position because there's a higher rate of pay. But what that does is that leaves Evan down a person in accounts payable, and so it'll be the same. The intent here, same position description, same pay band, same rules. So there's no change budgetarily, other than Evan knows very well, as we just said, that we will probably not rush to hire someone tomorrow. Obviously, we'll let some time lapse. But what we're requesting is to eventually fill that accounts payable position as it has always been within the department.
Yeah, I move that request.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye. And if there's somewhere else that we can, so we don't short Evan again,
Some more?
it'd be nice to find somebody else to short. I guess that's what I say.
Okay, animal health, right? Is there anything else sticking out? I think that's where we're at.
There's a brand.
Yeah, but
we're not the brand.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and do the motion now then. I would move that the board authorize Mike to contact legal counsel to draft a appeal rule that would be grounded in the chain of command for the department. And for our consideration at next meeting or the meeting following.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? We're good.
Candy bars are too good.
Can't stop eating. So much picks and chooses, that's terrible, I hate to see that.
I just did crackles.
Neighborhood kids come and watch them select it. And when you get done, you got everything they didn't like.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marty Spluski for the record, in case I need my name tag. We have several items for you today. One of them is an update on brucellosis. I just wanted to let you know that the herd in the DSA that was quarantined for brucellosis last fall has been released from quarantine a couple weeks ago after a negative herd test. So now we have just two herds under quarantine. One is a long-standing herd, the large bison herd, that has an annual test, and then the other herd is the one that was found this fall.
Okay.
Regarding tuberculosis, as you know, we've been involved in tracking and tracing animals related to the South Dakota TB positive herd. We've tested a number of herds in Montana that have really received cattle from that South Dakota herd. We had a most recent trace out to a herd on the High Line. That herd has been tested negative. We did find one animal from the index herd during that test. We're in the process of indemnifying that owner for that animal and sending that animal to slaughter to get checked by a pathologist to collect tissues.
So, where was the one animal from?
So the herd is on the High Line in Montana. The animal that is being indemnified originated from the affected herd in South Dakota several years before they were found to be positive. So we believe that animal has been tested negative. We believe that animal it does not have tuberculosis, but to provide the extra kind of margin of safety, we've asked to take that animal out of that herd and collect tissues.
Dr. Zielinski, can I ask, Mr. Chairman, go back to the brucellosis that you flew over. On the recent herd, the most recent herd, how many of those tested positive?
There were 3 animals that tested positive.
Yeah.
There was one 18-month-old female, and then 2 that 18-month-old female cultured positive, and then 2 additional animals, young animals that tested just into the suspect range that cultured negative.
So they tested the suspect and then they
Correct.
cultured it.
So once you have an affected herd, all animals that test non-negative
Yeah.
are considered positive by definition. However, we still have an interest in seeing if those tissues culture bacteria, and in both of those cases, they did not.
So they were, they got rid of them and then you take the tissue and they're gone.
That is correct. Yeah.
So the herd is still quarantined?
That is correct. The herd remains under quarantine until they do several negative tests. They are, we're really been visiting with, working with those folks to on a testing schedule, and should they test negative through the winter, and then after next calving, around March or so, then they'll be released as well, without any additional positives.
What does that do? What did it do to any of the neighboring herds? Anybody else have to test?
Yeah, there have been some additional tests that have been done, but I'm not familiar with the numbers.
Or the outcomes? Are you?
The first one, there were none
Oh.
on adjacency. And the next, which leads to the question of whether they were actually negative or not, or the letter as sent out by you said the tissues that were tested had no negative, had no positive culture in it, versus the declaration that they're negative. So there are about 3 or 4 adjacent herds in the second 2.
So what's the difference?
So
So
is it declared that the 2 calves were negative?
As I mentioned, a suspect in a positive herd is considered positive regardless of the culture results. The culture results were just for us to get some additional information.
Oh, so they were considered.
They are all non-negative animals in a herd that's been declared positive are considered to be positive. If that's not too many double negatives in the same sentence.
And they blood tested positive the first time.
Correct. They blood tested a suspect the first time. What we would typically categorize as suspect in a normal herd, but because they were into that suspect range in a positive herd, they were considered positive.
Okay. So now about the neighboring. Have they tested the neighboring herds?
So, like Mr. Scully said, the herds that have been in contact with a mature animal, I believe were right. There were no contacts. The herds that were in contact with there were several herds that were in contact with the young animals, which is not unusual. I believe all the tests that have been done so far have been negative.
But they're not done. So are they quarantined, those surrounding?
The surrounding herds were quarantined until a negative test, correct? And then Dr. Liska would have to come in and bring us up to speed as far as what the status of that testing is.
I think he's done.
I'd like to say that, but I don't.
It's a very hard time to be quarantined.
Yeah, but I think he's done with the adjacents.
There's one herd that's remaining left to test. My phone told me so.
And when does that get done?
One moment, please.
Wait quick, here he comes.
There he's skirting down the hall as we speak.
When is that last herd scheduled to test?
The last herd, Mr. Chair, members of the board, so I'm sorry, I might have missed something between my run from my office to here, but there are 3 herds that are considered to be adjacent or across fence. 2 of those 3 herds have tested already. That 3rd herd is what I assume you're asking about, and I don't have a scheduled date on that, but that should be this month yet. I think still in October. So
soon.
Very soon.
Take care of that, love.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just wanted to make, you know what.
Sure.
So I believe we have a request to well, that's covered under lab. So I have the USAHA travel follow-up. You'll get a report before the next board meeting, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I did submit a travel follow-up to on the traceability meeting that I attended in Denver. I didn't intend to make any comments on that unless you were interested. That leads me to the travel requests, which include all of the travel that we are aware of taking place before the end of the fiscal year. So understandably, requests come up sometimes unpredictably and sometimes with some short notice, but this is what we're aware of today. So the first request is a request for Dr. Liska to attend the Wyoming Brucellosis Coordination Team meeting. This is a meeting where Wyoming discusses their brucellosis program, as well as has presentations typically from Idaho representatives on their program, as well as Montana's. This one is particularly salient, perhaps because Wyoming just underwent an audit by USDA, so a review basically by USDA of their brucellosis program, and I would expect that will be part of what's covered.
You don't, Mr. Chairman, you don't go to that meeting?
That's correct.
So you're going to include all three of these in Salmonella workshop?
Right, I can move on, Mr. Chairman, if that's your pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
So the next meeting is a workshop that I've been made aware of 2 weeks ago. This is a workshop involving the swine industry representatives and members of the USDA to try to develop a decision tree or a matrix, what they call, of when on-farm sampling would be warranted due to a public health event. So this goes back to the 2015 and 2016 foodborne outbreak involving Washington and Montana, where roaster pigs were linked to a salmonella infection in people. I believe about 150, give or take, persons became ill from that. There was an interest at the time to conduct on-farm sampling. We had some significant questions regarding the value of that endeavor that brought kind of CDC and public health agencies and the pork industry together. What they've come up with is this workshop that Montana's been requested to attend, and that's in Denver. The last item is.
Who would attend that?
I would attend that.
You would attend that, okay.
And if I was unavailable, then Dr. Szymanski would, because she was involved with the issue just about as heavily as I was. The last item is the Government Relations Committee, which is a committee of the USAHA that we just attended. The GRC, as we call it, meets with a variety of federal agencies to kind of identify or to press them on addressing priorities for animal health that have come up over the last year. So, for instance, one of the issues that we've talked with them about is the lack of complete collection of cattle IDs at slaughter, where we are not able to know which animals we're not able to log which animals were taken out of the system. And additionally, much more concerning is when they find lesions for tuberculosis or collect blood for brucellosis. Often those samples are incorrectly tied to the tags that are listed on those submittals, which means that if you have a TB lesion and it doesn't match the ID that's supposedly associated with that lesion, then that's a problem, and we need to do better, because that means that there's a TB infected herd somewhere in the United States and we're not finding it. So those issues, veterinary medicine, loan repayment program, et cetera, are things that are covered at the GRC. And this is something that I've been asked to participate as the member of the USAHA Executive Committee. And in fact, one of my duties as second vice president is to work on or design the agenda for this coming year.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
I think I remember looking through this thing that your budget is already over in travel. Is that correct? I don't know, I was just perusing this and I was looking.
It's projected that way.
Projected to be over. I don't know if that means. I guess I'm trying to figure out if we have the money to do all the things we probably should do. I'm not saying we should.
Well, and I'd say 2 of these 3 meetings are already in the projections because they're meetings that these folks went to last year. So the travel to the Wyoming conference would be in our projections. Marty's involvement with the USAHA government relations work was travel that happened last year, and so that's in our
I
projections.
don't know where I saw that.
It's on page
Gets in there.
The only one that's not in our projections would be the request to be a part of the Salmonella workshop in Colorado. That's a new request that's different from things we would have done in past years. I'm assuming it's the only time hopefully we'll ever have to be asked to participate in such an activity.
And I'd like to say that, sometimes we need to truth check that budget because like Evan suggested, I think there needs to be some fine tuning in that budgeting for the amount of for the travel there.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health Bureau. I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but the Salmonella Conference could be covered under cooperative agreement funds. And then one other thing that we have going for us this year is Montana is hosting the Western States Livestock Health Association meeting that's annually in April. And so that would be something that the 3 of us would be traveling out of state to attend. And so we'll have savings on travel this year because we're not going so far.
And Dr. Szymanski is the president of the Western States Animal Health Association for this year, so I appreciate her contributions to that effort. It'll be in Big Sky, Montana.
That won't cost I just want to make sure that we're careful what we're doing here now that we have a clue how bad off we're going to be, or not so bad.
Yeah, and just a reminder that second level detail is whatever we choose to put it in. It's the first level that we have to stay within. And so there's still some early things that, as we talked about, so we're talking about the state veterinarian office. Obviously, there could be timing of expenses, skewing that. There could be, a mismatch between what needs to be. As you see, we're under budget in personal services, right, which is a good thing. And there's probably also some things, as just was brought up, there's sometimes a timing discrepancy between some expenses that get put on the state veterinarian office but then have to get transferred over to the cooperative agreement. And so the fact of our budget for travel, that's not something that was appropriated by the legislature. That's something that Evan and I decided. And
I just wanted to make sure
all-
that we're aware of every time it costs money to go places. Yeah, I'm not against it because I think probably every one of these is worth having somebody there.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I just want to make sure that we start becoming very aware of what's
Is there a
going
second?
Second.
Discussion?
Are we talking about all 3?
I put she
Yeah,
put
that's
everything
fine.
together.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you.
Is that all you have? Well, I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, good.
Did you vote here, John?
Yes, ma'am.
You voted yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can call me anything, you or...
Yes. Brands, I believe.
Okay. You want to, I guess only one of us needs to do the trust, so, let me meet Joe over here.
Yes.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good, thank you.
How's Cooper?
Terrorizing the world.
Good for him. Get it over with.
All right, handouts are out. For the record, Leslie Dll, Brands Enforcement. So I put together, I changed tactics a little bit here. Rather than putting together an entire policy and procedure, I decided to start with what is, and then discuss what changes you guys would like to see based on some of the discussion that we've had, and then put something together at a later meeting for approval. So there's two packets that came around. We'll start with the one with the yellow highlight. This, those first 2 pages there are the official policy and procedures that were approved at the May 2013 board meeting. So that's what that document contains. And then I've highlighted some things that I wanted to discuss.
At what meeting?
May 2013.
I must have been there, huh?
Yep. It was it was approved prior to that in 2011, September of 2011.
You talking about this?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Listen.
Yeah, just those first, it's actually 4 pages front and back. Yep. So unless someone has questions about the stuff that's not highlighted, I'm just going to go through specifically the highlighted sections because those are the areas that either just kind of a point of clarification or potentially talk about doing some changes.
Let me make sure I understand something.
Mm-hmm.
This was approved in 2013 and you were unable to find it?
I don't know when it was approved as policy by the board, but we haven't found it.
Mr. Chair,
Is there a
Mr.
record
Scully,
of it somewhere?
I got it from the board meeting minutes.
Okay.
There was never a motion, was there? For this?
Yes.
We have this. I just want to make
I
sure.
just want to make sure whether it's been approved or whether it hasn't been approved, whether it was handed out and not approved, or whether it was a motion to approve it.
Mr. Chair, I
Became
can
policy.
go grab the book. I know where it's at. There is a motion. I think maybe Brett made the initial motion. I forget who did the second.
Oh, and he didn't remember while we had a committee going through.
It might not have been Brett.
It's September 2013.
It probably.
We have a lot of different. Nina did a lot of research.
Stop it, John.
Stop it. Yeah, they got to forgive you. They're the ones that are digging through all this.
Mr. Chair, iterations
I remember
of
doing something with it, but, you know, if
Sorry
it seems
about
to
that.
make sense at the time, you roll
It was just an attachment, Your Honor.
To help out here, if I'm to understand it, this, there's 2 different issues,
yes.
right? So one doesn't
Separate.
apply to the other.
No.
So this is not exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah.
Mr.
But they
Chair,
do apply to the very thing that Bill Olney's arguing about.
Okay.
Was there ever board action that established the rules that, no, it isn't board action. It might be policy that somebody decided should be there, but is
Well,
it board action? That's all I'm asking, because that's his challenge.
Well, but Leslie, it was board action. Well, let's find
Mr.
out.
Chair, this policy and procedures that you have in front of you, iterations of that have existed since at least the 90s. I'm not sure when it was initially created, but it's been modified and brought before the board multiple times. 11 and 13 were the most recent that I found. It does not specify characters or formats.
Right, right. But these
Which is what Almi is specifically asking about, is did the board ever specifically say open A's are not allowed? So in this, I guess, just to go into that particular topic, page 3 for you, I believe, the Brands Review Advisory Committee. My best guess, based on what we know so far, is that the Brands Review Advisory Committee was established to handle issues of specific characters that should or should not be issued, format issues, those types of things. That's what they would handle based on field staff perspective. They would have met and established those criteria and communicated them to the brand recorder. However, that may or may not have ever come before the board.
That's what Bill Almy is challenging.
Yep.
There has never been a board action on a lot of this stuff. And the advisory committee was all employees. They were not any board members or industry people or anything. That's all he's saying, because his thing is show me where a copy of the board minutes where the open A were not to be issued. That's what he's challenging here. Which at least from what I have seen, there is nothing that says any of this stuff was done by a board. Maybe they were. I can't find it.
Mr. Chair, I've never found it either. I haven't done extensive research into the minutes. I can't say it's not there, and my guess is that at some point there was a decision, especially for single characters potentially, but it may have never come before the board. I don't know. I don't think we're going to find that information.
So are you saying in a roundabout way that then the next thing that we need to find in board minutes is board action on whether or not we accept a closed B?
Well, I'm just saying, this is what his,
half circle C? I mean, how are we going to do that?
I don't know. That's why we're doing this.
So
what we okayed in 2013 was the function of how she goes about and does the job. Me and Kelly down
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, I've gone through a lot of minutes, and I have places in the minutes where it says that, for instance, working on a complete brand protocol for approval by the board, but then it never shows up again. And I have never ever found any place where the board took any action. So back to Brett's question, I don't find any place in the minutes from the 90s forward where a policy was brought to the board and the board took an action. I've never been able to find anything.
I think you did off my
I've got it right here.
So you could
I've got that specific policy though.
You could do the adoption of this.
And that would,
It set guidelines, just like we talked about doing. And if there's pieces of it you want to put in rule, you could. But you could adopt this as policy of the board someplace. So what's being challenged is that he's asking, was it ever adopted by the board as a policy? But you could do that without doing each individual thing.
Yeah. If you have a policy, if you put together a policy here, and the board can take action on it, then it fulfills what his question is, which we have to have a hearing on because he's requested that hearing. And according to that little paper that John had, we have to go forward with it.
The fee issue that one of the legislators had, the Economic Affairs Committee, that's in here too. All brand transfer companies submit an appropriate fee to the brand recording office.
Number 3.
Yeah.
It's interesting the stuff Nina came up with and finally copied out and put in here. And a lot of this was done in 2013, like the right of survivorship.
So the stuff you have was like this. Mm-hmm. It's the same, or is it different?
No, it's some of it's the same, because that's where I knew that the advisory committee had nobody but people in the department in it, which to me is odd, but that's not here or there.
And that's fine, as long as we have written documentation so that when we get in a legal challenge, we can go back to it and say,
So Mike went to get more minutes.
He must have something.
He had something on his
He was
desk.
gonna grab the minutes from this particular set of policy, the 2013, he's got it.
Yeah. So it was May 21st and 22nd.
Thank you.
But this is approved as a policy?
Well, what the approval that these minutes refer to is John Granger proposed amendments to the policy. Brett moved to authorize the changes as proposed. Jeff Lewis seconded, and the motion carried unanimously. At that time, they were changing, and the reason we had this, or I have this readily available, is it applied to the question I received during economic affairs.
That's what I just said earlier.
Yeah, and so that's why we were looking into it, because we needed to find the internal policy and the approval for that policy of how fees expire and deposit fees and that sort of thing. And Granger was arguing at that time that brand transfers can cost as much as processing time for a new brand, and he also added at that time to the policy the non-refundable portion that if it expired, you wouldn't get a refund of your fee, and that's what the board approved. So this is not a smoking gun that the actual whole policy, but we have evidence that this policy document was amended and approved, so I'm assuming the board
Mr. Chair,
approved this document at some point prior
in
to that.
2011, September of 11 is when the whole document was
Yeah,
approved.
and you didn't provide me those minutes, because I only needed to
Right, 'cause it
answer
was-
my one question. Yeah.
So these 2 pages have been approved by the board. This is your policy.
Correct.
And today you'd like to go through the policy and walk through the highlights.
This is the one.
Yes,
What's this thing? What's this?
I'll get to that.
I know, but what's the one from, what date is the 11 one?
September.
Let's get through the first 2 pages. Still
Okay.
need to go answer your question.
All right, so first highlight, it's just a note, and we've discussed this before. It's the processing order of applications. This has come up as an issue with walk-in traffic, etc. Processing walk-in applicants ahead of mail-in is counter to the audit recommendation that was done in 2010 or 11, I believe. It's just an FYI, you guys already took action on that to allow that to continue to happen.
Hold on. Say again what you just said?
If we have mailed-in applications sitting in a stack, and typically that doesn't happen except during re-record, but if we have applications that have been mailed in, and someone walks in, the current practice per the board's request is that the walk-in gets processed ahead of the mail-in.
Where does it say that?
Why? Because the walk-in drove up.
But it doesn't say that.
Yes. Walk-in applications are processed on the first come, first served basis.
That's right. But first come, first service means the first one there gets it. It doesn't say they're ahead of mailed applications, which is what you just declared. So if you want to walk-ins to take second place.
Why should that be?
I don't know.
I mean, if somebody lives in Hinterland or mails something in, why should a guy living locally walk in?
Well, how about if it's the reverse?
Well, how about if it is?
Well, how about if you drive from Weebo?
I'm just saying that
do it.
whoever's there first, I don't know. Just courtesy.
It comes back
It is
to
just manners, that's all it is.
Yeah, it comes back to whether or not we want to guarantee same-day service for customers. And it's not a big issue right now because typically the mail is done by that morning. But during re-record, we have we have hundreds of people, hundreds of applications sitting there. And if you have people vying for the same brand, etc., it's just.
So you mean if they walk in and stand in line, they should have first? I don't agree with that, I guess.
I was going to say, just for Leslie's, for the sake of the arguments here, if you were going to really process them in order, you would go by postmark dates, and you would treat a walk-in as that's the postmark date. The day they walk in, that's their postmark date. But if you have mailed-in applications that have a postmark date prior to that, you would cycle them ahead of that, right?
That's very good for us to sit in the board, but for somebody downstairs and she's got some angry guy that just pulled in from Timbuktu, it's a little different.
All I'm saying, if you're going to prefer walk-in over mail, you better say so, because this doesn't.
Yeah.
You're right.
So wherever way you want to go, everybody wants to go, you got to change it. Because it's a blob right now.
And that's exactly, I just want clarification from the board on which
I would
you
time
would
stamp
prefer.
and date stamp them.
But
But
if you do
therefore-
that, be prepared for
Yeah.
the next issue to be, I drove all the way from Ecolink and to get a brand, and that little lady wouldn't help me do it.
Yeah.
So just be prepared for that one too.
Yep. Well, you get the guy who railed it in and said, well, you know, I couldn't get the hell of that, I should have equal chance.
But he doesn't know.
At the end of the day.
What do you mean he doesn't
Well,
know?
John's
He
right.
doesn't
know if the mail-
You're right, we need to verify.
Right, it just needs to be established one way or the other. I mean,
If somebody's gonna take the time, I'm gonna take the exact opposite spot.
I
Now,
know.
if somebody's gonna take the time and drive from northeast Montana to get a brand, they took the time to do that, let's give them some service.
Do you need a motion?
Well, let me ask
How are we
you
gonna
this.
do this?
Let me ask you this question. If I process the person standing in front of me, does that mean they automatically get the brand instantly?
Mr. Chair, if the brand is checked for conflicts and it's available, then yes, we would issue them the brand.
As opposed to somebody who mailed in the application 3 weeks ago and you hadn't gotten to it yet?
Correct.
But that happens in re-record.
I know, it happens there all the time. I'm just asking. So we gotta decide what you wanna do, and then you better write it accordingly.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't think I need a motion because this is feedback for, I just need some sort of consensus so I know what to put in the policy that I'll present at a future meeting. Does that sound right? Okay.
What's the pleasure, board? Do we need a vote? We don't need a motion.
If I were you, I'd take a motion, because if you're gonna do this policy right now, then you better make sure the policy's clear. This is your policy, and it's been
Right.
accepted.
We'll be-
Question, if you have a brand that's a well sought after brand, and you have mailed in your re-record, but somebody has walked in and they want that brand, and they apply for it.
That won't work. That doesn't
won't work.
Re-record is
This is
They
sacrosanct.
can't steal it. They can't steal the
your
brand.
brands.
Well,
But if it was a vacant brand, then yes.
You
if
have
it was-
ownership until the clock expires.
Yeah.
But if the re-record ends, and there's a list of 100 brands left over, and I go, oh, I'm gonna apply for that when I mail it in, and Frida comes in and stands in front, Frida wins, under that thought process.
That's the logic behind the
As
audit.
she should.
okay, then the next question I have, which goes back kind of when Brett said, if I've mailed it in, you date stamp it when it comes in, correct? So if re-record ends and you haven't gotten through all of the mail-ins, you haven't got them all recorded yet,
Separate re-record.
Re-record is a separate issue.
Separate issue. It is.
But it is what happens after re-record.
You
Well,
can't,
if-
you can't claim a brand that's in the process of re-record.
okay, that's where I was going.
After re-record is over, then unclaimed brands during re-record are made available to the public, so long as they aren't violations of or in conflict with others.
Okay.
You can't steal a
But
brand.
you re-record, you're protected as long as.
I don't know, this is Montana.
You
We're-
can't
right.
steal a brand. I don't care whether it's.
But I think it's an unfair advantage for people who live close here that has over everybody else when there are brands available, and I'll say it, it's January in Montana, and there are people who cannot drive to Helena to stand in line for a brand. And they might like a brand, and they should have an equal opportunity to somebody that lives 2 blocks from here. That's getting
very
their
good.
brand for their friend, because that happens.
So, is that a motion?
I move that we date stamp the letters and first in time, how does that go? First in time and date, first in line.
Process in the order in which they are received, whether they're walking or
First in
mailing.
time, first in right to be
There you go,
processed.
first in time, first in right. I knew that somebody.
That's one solution. Or walk-in takes.
Or if you guys want walk-in, that's fine. I won't. I don't.
So was that a motion?
No second.
So you're saying first in time as opposed to first come, first served?
First in time regardless of mail or walk-in
Okay.
versus walk-in prioritized over mail-in.
But if you think about it, anything that's been received in the mail is always ahead of your walk-in, until the next walk-in comes in 2 days later, and then it might not be.
Yeah. I mean, if the walk-in's first, you don't have it. It doesn't matter who it is, where it is. Whoever's first should be considered first. Now, I don't know how the office does it if somebody's standing there. I guess they have to tell them to calm down, but.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Taylor, we do a lot of effort to communicate with people when they call in and on our website to make sure that they call ahead, let us know they're coming, try and coordinate so that we know, inform them that, things happen, people are sick, that sort of thing. So we do a lot of work trying to make sure folks don't drive from Sydney and get here because it's happened.
Died for lack of a second?
No, didn't you second?
No. Or did you? I don't know.
No seconds.
So I can bring that back later?
Gotta have a
So we
solution. Okay, you can bring back later. Yes.
Well, I'll second it and then you can discuss it.
She's
You
got it
already
down.
did it. All right, forget it.
Go on to the next one.
So then you need a motion to make it the opposite of what she said. If you're gonna drive all the way here, they do the best they can to process the application at that time.
You take emails?
No.
Is that a motion?
If it's worded properly, does that make sense what I said?
Yeah, a walk-in takes
Precedent.
precedent over
Any other?
previously received mailed applications. So if you're 3 weeks late, then a walk-in still at the end.
Yeah, that's really bad. Because all the staff has to do is ignore what's on their desk if somebody walks in.
You think that goes on?
After we record, there's a stack
Yeah, I
of
do.
new brand apps.
Huh?
After we record, there's a big stack of new apps.
Is there a way
I
you
think
could
they can.
still wait on these people and say, I'll let you know in 2 weeks if you can have this?
So, Mr. Chair,
And that way you do the time thing.
anyone who comes in here, we do everything we can to assist them. We not, if for some reason we absolutely don't have a brand recorder, we can still help them fill out the application, explain the conflict process, take the paperwork, take the payment, walk them through the books. We do all of the same service. They just might not walk out with a certificate in their hand.
So maybe you do, when you have stacks, that's what you do. You just do it by time, but you still take their information and let them know in a week or two.
Is there a second, Sue?
Is there a way to say that?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Brown, that's exactly what we currently do if for some reason we don't have the ability to issue a brand that day. So that would be no different than processing them in the order in which they're received.
Yeah, except for if I walk in the next day and you have time, I get it.
Like that. Second it?
Well, there's a
We
second.
didn't, we
So are you
likely
seconding
received prior to
Brett?
But you're on
Yes.
the application.
Yes, which is walk-ins first.
Well, it's a combination of the two. Walk-ins waste that time.
We better move on.
So,
We'll come back to
when
it.
I've walked in, I've filled out the paperwork, as you do for anything else, for mail-ins as well, and I've left it. And then I learned a week later, 2 weeks later, if I got the brand.
Yeah.
So, even though that's what I feel, maybe she's handling it the way Lila says it should be handled anyway. Because Callie's the one that does it.
Mr. Chair.
But I know when I walk out, I'm not walking out with a brand. I'm just walking out with, okay, you're gonna look at this.
Well, they have to look at each one from the counties you live in, where you want the brand, right? Which to me is silly, because now if you buy one, you're confused anywhere.
This doesn't issue you a brand. It just says that if you walk in, we're going to come over and wait on you. And any other way you put this thing, you put your staff in a terrible position. If somebody comes down and you don't go over and process and do the paperwork, just like Brett said, I think it's.
How do they do it when 5 people walk in? The guy who jams through the door first?
First come, first served.
First come, first served.
So, although I agreed with John and that we've got a big discussion here in the beginning, the more I'm thinking about it, I'm not so sure that should be changed. It says mailed applications will be processed in the order in which they are received. Walk-in applications will be processed on a first come, first served. The thing it doesn't say is where do the mail and the walk-ins get processed?
That's right, that's what you gotta clear up.
Okay, and what I'd like to know is how does Callie do it currently? Well, I think we should ask her.
Mr. Chair, I know the answer to that.
Okay.
If I could. Because of some questions that came up earlier about same-day service at the Brandon's counter, I know that she processes walk-ins ahead of any mail-ins that happen to be sitting on her desk, because that's what the board requested that we do a few months ago. That's the current process.
That answer your question?
Answered my question, I'm good.
It would seem to me that it would clear everything up if, whether it's a mail-in or whether it's somebody who walks in, the application goes through a date time stamp. And then when you're going through, it's whatever date time is first. And you do the same, I mean, the walk-ins get date stamped, the mail-ins get date stamped, and...
That was the recommendation from the audit.
Well, okay.
They get
time stamped.
Yeah.
That a application gets processed in the order in which it is received, whether it gets sent in via mail or someone drops it on the desk. Doesn't matter which way, the order in which it is received is the order in which it's processed.
Yeah.
But did the audit say anything about whether it takes precedent over a walk-in?
Yes.
That's what I just said, that
You're
it's
saying
processed in the order in which it's received. So maybe I'm not understanding.
So all applications, irregardless of whether they're a mail-in or a walk-in, are processed in the order in which they're received.
So they're all time stamped, so one doesn't take precedence over another.
So we have a motion on the board.
That's what the audit wanted us to do?
It's been seconded. Somebody call for a question.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. That we go back to the original motion. Right? Can I do that? I can't I?
No, you can't.
I have no idea.
You haven't moved to
Well, I
reconsider
don't
and
think
be on the
so.
prevailing side, you
Okay.
lost.
Can she do that because Brett is the one that is the last
Yeah,
one?
she can't do that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed the same?
No. Yeah, I know.
I know.
I want to say this.
This is.
That's the great thing about democracy. It doesn't matter if we agree or not. Just doesn't matter.
Still poke your eye
I
out
got
for
a
the
headache.
sharp
My
stick.
eyes been hurting all day. You guys are not
Son's
helping.
got a toothache. Let's come back to it in 10 minutes. Keep going.
Well,
Neither one passed.
We couldn't do it one way, can't do
Can't
it
do
the
it one
other
way or
way.
the other, so let's just
I can't make the same.
take another one.
All right. Mr. Chair, next highlight.
Yes.
Okay, so this should be number 2 sub C in the order of processing. This is just something that we currently do because of the way our fee structure is set up. If we have an application that's submitted that's incomplete, we send the entire packet back to that person immediately, rather than depositing the fee, because it's much simpler.
So this is how you do it now, or you want this changed?
This is how we do it now. It's not in the policy.
Was there a recommendation by the audit on this?
No.
Okay. This looks good to me.
Okay.
Number 3A.
Number 3, I just want
Wait a minute.
This doesn't what that says.
I hate to be nitpicky here, but if you want to do what you just said, you have to say something in here that says if deposit fee is not received, the entire application is returned.
Mr. Chair, that is the
Where's
existing
that?
policy. I highlighted the section that needs the change.
Oh.
So that is the existing policy that you're looking at. Nothing in there has changed since 2013.
All I'm saying is that.
And I will add that language. I just want to get the board's approval to do that for the policy that you'll look at when it's done.
So you want to have the policy say that the brand recorder shall process the application in the following manner: deposit the fee, parens, if fee is not included, the entire application is returned.
Or if there's anything.
That's what you want to say?
Essentially, it would say, verify that the application is complete. If not, send everything back, and then the next one is deposit fee. That's just a.
So under C, you put a first line would be verify that the application is complete.
Exactly.
Great.
Okay, 3A. Right now, we require people to submit a transfer on the official current brand certificate. However, during re-record, we use a separate form just because of the way things are set up. It's because all of those forms were printed on an assignment of brand that is outdated, we need to do a lot of changes to that. I just want to be able to have a transfer form that people can use to submit in conjunction with their certificate.
So you're going to create one?
Yep, we've already done that. All right, Dll, provide proof of register with another state. We have actually moved away from doing that because it can be difficult to get verification of who an entity is as far as the individuals that need to sign.
Just go straight it.
Currently, that's what's been done, and yes, that would be, but if the board wants us to continue to allow doing that, I just need to verify that so that we make sure we're following.
I think you have to leave it.
Why?
Because if I have a business that's registered in another state, it's still a viable business in this state. If I can prove it, I should be fine.
Rather than registering it with our
Yeah, because the Secretary of State, for example, if I have a ranch LLC registered in the state of Washington that's not registered in Montana, it's still effective, and it's still a business entity, and it's still a business entity for Montana's purposes. And you don't do dual registration because it's already there. So you don't register it again here at Secretary of State.
What if someone else registers it here?
Then that's a risk that the owner takes relative to the use of the name in the state of Montana. And usually when they check those out, they see the conflict that takes place. And I can give you an example of that, but it's not necessary.
Is this difficult? Is that why why do you have it highlighted, I guess, is it?
Because it's not being done now. A few years ago, and Callie doesn't remember when or why the policy changed as was dictated to her, she was told not to accept them from out of state anymore. I don't know the exact reasoning. Neither does she. She was just doing as instructed. And so I just want to clarify that which direction it needs to be, and we will follow the official policy.
And I don't know how many of your brands are owned by out-of-state individuals, but I would suspect there's a lot.
Yeah.
They pop up for sale all the time in Western Ag Reporter.
Okay, so we'll leave that in.
Well, we ought to be doing it if we're leaving it in.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, we'll.
She'll do it now.
Yeah, that's
what we're doing.
Purpose of going through. Yep. All right. Okay.
This is the one that makes everybody so mad and angry.
We have not done this because, for one thing, it's not substantiated in rule, at least not in our specific fee rules. I know there's some rule about fees commensurate with costs, but we don't. I don't feel comfortable charging a fee like that unless we have it specifically itemized in our fees. So it's just we don't do that currently. We've discussed how to set up some sideboards to do something like that in the future, but we're not doing it now.
Is this a rule?
Well, that's what it says.
This seems to suggest that this is a rule, as opposed to simply a policy that the board.
What is
it's I have it right here. I think.
Are we on camera? What happened?
TVs aren't.
Well, they're not.
It says it's a rule.
This business.
TVs are just for us.
3218.
Yeah, that's what I say, it's right here.
Right, but that's not a rule.
Yeah.
Looks like a rule.
It's a rule.
It's armed, right?
So you can't, if it's already a rule, you can't just ignore it, it's a policy.
But I don't think that's what this rule is talking about. Once the department has begun processing a recording of a brand, any changes proposed to the original application will be considered a new application, and an additional fee will be charged. And this is, I guess to me, this F sub I is talking about charging a $25 you screwed up your paperwork fee. And maybe that's a separate thing. This is saying you need to apply for another brand if you're going to change the position.
Where's the rule?
Yeah, what's the rule?
Right there it is.
We don't, we can't see
Gotta
that.
get on the screen.
So you've got the rule 32.
It's right
There it
here.
is.
Yeah, you've got a rule that requires it.
But that is not talking about a refiling fee when things get. That is just saying that if you apply for a brand, say you apply for AB on the left hip, but you said, oh, never mind, I want it on the right hip, that's a whole new application.
That's.
Oh.
To me, that's what that rule says.
When was this one?
Once the department has begun processing a recording of a brand, any changes proposed to the original application of recording of it will be considered.
Yeah, I would say what the interpretation there is, or what the perceived interpretation is that if.
I would say it has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, if somebody, what it's saying, I think, is if somebody has a error in their paperwork, that's considered a change to the original application, therefore a new application and an additional fee.
Oh, yeah, I agree. That's what they're saying.
I don't know if it applies, I'm just saying, I think that's what.
Commensurate with cost. You can argue that this only applies to the original brand.
This is
not
errors, right?
transfers.
This is an error, right? On this.
Correct.
I'll show you.
And in transfers, not the recording of a new brand.
Correct, that's what I'm saying, that's the argument. It's transfer is not the process of recording a brand. Although someone would argue, well, it is, it's transferring it to somebody else, therefore you're recording a brand.
But F sub I is specifically talking about, so.
Okay, so how does this apply to the legislator's problem? Isn't that what happened?
Well, I think that was a time issue, that goes back to,
So they returned it because time ran out or something?
That one, they had submitted a transfer request, there were errors in paperwork, we had sent documentation, I think.
To fix it.
I want to see a couple, and they have from 6 months from the date of that documentation to follow up.
And they didn't.
And if they don't do that, then the fee
starts over, right?
Yes.
And so we got in trouble for that?
Oh, yeah. It's the subject of the economic affairs hearing.
I think there's some personal responsibility in this one.
You want to come talk to the legislator?
I would tell you that.
Your area. More later. Let him tell you.
So what's
you don't want to charge the additional fee?
That's,
Then you have to strike the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I think the question, the part that's in question is what do you consider an error?
Strike out.
Is an error a change, or is an error I had Brett DeBrucker and I really meant to put Brett H. DeBrucker? I mean, what's an error in this?
or is an error the wrong person signed the paperwork and had to send it back to them? So, yeah, so I just, it's a little bit vague as far as what.
So that's the real dilemma.
And
That's clear.
And it just says additional fees. What additional fees? A whole nother.
See, the way I read it is, okay, so you screwed up. You're trying to transfer it. You didn't get it notarized. I I gotta send it back to you, go get it notarized, send it back to me, I can charge you an extra $20 because of, or an extra $5
Yeah.
or whatever, right? That's the way I read that.
Yeah.
But I read that differently. That is for, you know, like you described, a left hip to a right hip. That's not an error.
Right.
That's a change.
Yeah.
So this is talking about an error.
Do you have a schedule for transfer of fees? You have a fee schedule that says here's how much we charge for transfers?
Yes.
Just strike F, get it out of there.
Okay.
Because this is all under brand transfers.
You don't want to try to figure out what transfer would cost me
Yeah.
right there
It's
anyway.
easier.
Okay.
Get rid of F.
Oh, I see, if they have a legal name change, if they,
So yeah, so a new letter would be letter G, legal name change for marriage, divorce, that sort of thing. We have an affidavit. It's a process that we already use. It's a simple notarized signature process. And
You
they have to-
charge for that?
We charge them the cost of a duplicate certificate.
What, just something's been on my mind while you're sort of a break point moving to your next thing. We just went.
It's a break point.
Yeah, well, to our next issue, but, you know, we just went back to a rule and looked at a rule, and the rule was sort of clear but yet unclear or used inappropriately. I mean, we're spending a lot of time, and I guess the question, you and I haven't had a chance to discuss this, so sorry, we're doing it in front of the board. The real question here is that if I read the first paragraph of this policy, the purpose of this is to clarify what we're directed to do by 81102, which allows us to create and administer a program for recording, re-recording, and transfer of livestock grants. So my question is, why is all this not in administrative rule? To clarify the statute, not internal policy.
yeah.
Now, that invites the whirlwind public process, and I know the rules don't need to be expansive as just like we worked on another issue earlier today, what you might put in plain narrative so people don't have to go hunting through the 15 rules to get their answer. But the bottom line is, we put this in rule, and I think that's really the spirit of the question I got at Economic Affairs. If this was in rule, said person that had a problem, who knows about administrative rules, goes to administrative rules, finds it, gets the answer to their question. The other thing is as someone who hopes to have a long tenure with Department of Livestock, I don't want to have this conversation every time the board changes, and it seems like that's been the history.
Right.
If you can find it.
If you can find it. And so my thing is as you look forward to what you're going to come back and propose to the rule, and the board has to wonder if that's an apple you want to bite. But should we really be trying to formalize this process in administrative rule? Because what we're really doing is clarifying what the statute means.
Yes.
And how we go about complying with the statute.
Yeah.
Well, your fees are in rule, right?
Correct. I would like to see the majority of this in rule, but unfortunately this is what we have
Oh, I know.
right now, so I thought this would be a way to get a stepping stone into that. So.
Yeah. I'm jumping ahead of you, is what you're saying.
Conflict checking information.
All right, so we'll come back to the conflict checking information. So this under re-recording of brands, this one. So we have two separate fees, one for re-record, one for transfers, and currently, as throughout history, we have accepted a re-record fee to do a transfer during re-record. So as it stands right now, a transfer costs $200 and a re-record costs $100. Traditionally, those have always been the same cost, but if someone transfers a brand during re-record, it gets re-recorded without an extra fee.
For $100, re-record and a transfer at the same time, it's only for $100.
Well, and in this case, I think we would have to charge $200 because it's a transfer, but you wouldn't get an additional charge for the re-record.
But it wouldn't be the 100 and 200.
Correct. The way that this reads.
So transfers 200 and re-records 1.
Yes.
And if it gets transferred during re-record, it's 200.
Mm-hmm. So in the past,
It's always 200.
I thought re-record.
We
No.
might have raised the fees, I don't really know.
re-record is still at 100. That's not been changed.
No. Right?
Re-record is at 100.
Yeah.
So
You're just saying this
I
rule
know,
just
but I
says
thought it had been.
We just charge you the transfer fee, we don't charge you the re-record fee.
Correct. And so what that does for us is in any given year, we transfer 2,000 or 3,000 brands. During re-record, in 2011, we transferred 12,000.
Oh.
So
Say that again.
Yeah, we missed the re-record.
So in the 2011 re-record, we re-recorded 46,000. 12,000 of those were transfers. In a normal year, we do 2,000 to 3,000 transfers. So it incentivizes people to transfer their brand during re-record. So that's the effect of having that fee structure.
Well, or from a family planning standpoint, you get all these things that you should have done a long time ago.
Right, yeah, people take care of it.
Now you use it or lose it, and now it's time for the kids to get the brand.
So does the board want to continue allowing both to happen with one fee? It is just a question. You don't necessarily have to deal with it right now, but I want to make sure we clarify it well in advance of re-record so that we make sure people know. We'll bring that up at a separate time.
Years is a long time.
Well, I will raise this so now, you can bring it up later, but I thought we raised fees
To
following
200.
the last re-record, and I thought we raised it, the re-record to like 150 or 200. Now, you might not have it, you might not have found it, I don't know.
I thought we went to 125.
Was it?
That's what.
I thought we raised it.
I thought
that may not mean that it's been memorialized before Leslie took the job. I'm just saying, I think we did.
I think we did. But I do know the transfer's been 200.
I agree.
My version of the rule says 100 for re-record and 200 for transfer. So
anyway,
we'll talk about it.
We're not re-record anyway. We need to
Yeah.
decide it when it comes, but that's what I.
Okay, but so leave the single fee for transfers and re-records alone is the consensus.
As long as it's 100.
So if they're re-recording, if it's re-recording and they're transferring, you charge the 200.
Yeah.
We just charge the 200. They don't have to pay both fees.
Okay.
Okay. Number 4A, I just want to kind of, that language needs to be a little more expletive because people have a hard time with the idea that brands that are, once they're dropped, can not be reissued.
I think we ought to figure out a way to auction off single iron brands that are
I know you do.
that are left.
We should just get the motion.
That's the issue that I want. When, who, how did they take single iron brands out?
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that either, but you can call it single iron, you can call it antique, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's a lot of money out there on the tabletop that the department could get, but we're still talking about brands with conflicts.
Well, except for they've lived through it for 50 years, so who cares?
Mr. Sherry?
I don't know. I brought it up my very first meeting. I couldn't believe we'd allow somebody to sell something for $10,000 and we charge a nickel for it.
Right.
$100. But
Can I just point out that your policy is in conflict with administrative rule item number 3? Just so you know.
What's that?
Brand owners requesting transfer while re-recording the brand shall be charged a separate transfer fee.
Oh.
It's an administrative rule.
Wow.
Well, there we are. So that answers that.
That took care of that.
Could you scroll up there, please?
Yeah, it's the re-recording of brands administrative rule.
Way to go, Mike. You deserve it, raise.
If you could only get there.
I was just hoping to specify the fee. That's all I was hoping. I didn't mean to find that.
The fees are in the overall department rules, but, all right. I know that has come up in discussion multiple times in the past and has been a discussion with legal. I had not been involved in that, but I'd heard people mention it, but of course I hadn't found any documentation around it.
that one wins.
All right.
Rule trumps policy.
That takes care of your fee
Statute trumps
schedule.
rules.
You just put the fee schedule.
Yep, we're good.
So you still get rid of
So scatter brands, I just want to fix that definition. That's not correct. The images don't have to be identical. It's just a point of clarification. Scatter brands Not all scatterbrands have identical images. A scatterbrand is where a specific brand must be used on multiple locations on an individual animal, and that's one recording. It might not be.
May be used, right?
Must.
Must.
We used to have may, we got rid of may, now it is must.
I'd like to see that in the rules. Can you find that?
Why must they be?
Because that's how they're recorded. That's how they were recorded and put into the official record. We might have, there's one that was an L on the rib and a 7 on the hip. There's some that are on opposite sides of the animal, which is really fun at branding.
So that means that you have to brand it twice.
It has to have both. It has to have the whole.
What it means is that, like, my brand is a quarter circle 7D, right here. If I had a scatter brand, I'd have a quarter circle on the right rib, I'd have a 7 on the left shoulder, and I'd have a D on the right hip. Okay, that's a scatter brand. That's just what it is. What that says, if I'm reading it correctly, I believe I am, is that if I have that as a scatter brand, I must have it branded that way. Because if I don't have the quarter circle on the left rib, or right rib, whatever I said, and I only have the 7 and the D, then it's really not my animal, because it's not my brand.
Yep, because you learned from mine.
So you better, what all it's saying is, if you have a scatter brand, do your job as the owner and brand your animals correctly.
So do each of the characters always have to be in the same place?
Yeah.
For instance,
whatever it's registered at. However it's registered.
So it's not registered as 2 or 3 characters and they can be any old place on the animal?
No.
Correct.
Okay.
It's however it's registered.
Okay.
Both ribs. And so you do a TI in one, and then you make it flip them over. You ever know Jack Jarrett?
No, why did you used to do that? What's the history?
I think he did it to be honored.
I assume that in the old days they did it to keep people from stealing cattle. You know, they might see a rib brand over here with an A and they can put a quarter circle on it and it's theirs, but they forgot to check the right shoulder that had a dot. You know, that's.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
This
is another way to
make sure there's no rustling.
All right, top of page 4, there's 2 types of brands that are not in here. We have the feedlot brands, but then we also have seasonal brands and a permit to apply an out-of-state brand. I'm not going to go into details on those. We'll put together what the existing policies are on those and bring them, because I need to get a little bit of feedback from field staff on seasonal as well as feedlot. Actually, there's not a lot of there's really no regulation on those. So, and then go ahead.
Are there a lot of feedlot branding going on these days that is not freeze branding?
We do.
Do you? Feedlot brand in addition to?
I don't know everybody, but I believe most feedlots.
That's a rebrand though, right? For
So
ownership.
if I buy your calves, I put them
You
in my
rebrand.
feedlot, I brand them with my brand.
Your feedlot brand, or your brand.
Well,
He doesn't
I
have a
do it with
feedlot
my
brand.
personal brand, I don't have a feedlot brand.
Oh, that's a word.
Yeah.
So I don't understand the
That's what I'm.
quote unquote feedlot brand, but
Okay.
It's just a lot easier. If you're running a lot and you put that one brand on, when the next brand inspector and you get ready to go, and they're all running an H on the hip or whatever they are, then you don't have to go through all your paperwork because possibly you didn't sell that 140 calves in one group. You sold them out as fats or they're
Just
leaving it
facilitates
H's.
transfer.
It's just easier.
yeah, so I assume yes, I just do it with my own brand, but I assume they must have in the old days have, or still currently, have people that just have a feedlot brand and have a different grass brand.
Yeah.
But we just happen to have the same, so I've never dealt with it.
Okay. I believe that's the last thing on here. It's just the wording on size of brand. It says this is a recommendation, but you must comply with the department's rule. It's just contradictory, so I was going to change it to should comply with the department's recommendations, because there's no requirement for size of brand, size of iron.
So we don't have a rule?
No, we don't have a rule, we have a recommendation.
What's
I
the
don't know if you
matter
want
with
to.
must?
There's no rule.
Right.
So hold on a second, what are we talking about here? This is about horses, right?
No.
Size of brand? What am I missing here? Are we talking about two of the highlighted parts?
4 inches in length on a
Or one?
That means if you come.
Which one are we on?
Okay, 1 says the department recommends, and then 2 says, if you get your irons from somebody else, that's okay, but if you're going to continue to use it, you must comply with the department's rule. What rule?
There's no rule.
Yeah, just get rid of 2. No.
Yeah. I'm just so strike 2?
What? I'd strike 1.
I strike the whole thing, yeah, I mean, I'm good with that.
I don't know why the department.
It's a recommendation,
I mean,
so.
unless, it should be in a policy document if it's a recommendation.
Well, we should. You do have to have some size thing, right?
We can have a recommendation on our websites or on our certificates or,
But it's not policy.
It's not
Policy
policy.
has to be enforced.
Right. If you have a recommendation, it's just that, it's a recommendation.
The only thing about size is so it doesn't
So-
smear.
That and, this is really confusing because you do this as a calf and
Right.
you got 4 inches and it grows to 8.
Exactly.
You do this as a cow and it has a 4 inches and it grows to 4 1/4. I don't know about this one say.
I think Mike said maybe keep the whole
It
thing.
says that.
So are
What's
you
that?
gonna
Just exit it.
rework this and
Let's see, I
bring
really
it back
don't.
so
Yes.
it's
I'm
in
good
the
with
final
that.
form?
Why would we take the size out of here?
Because you can't enforce it. There is no statute or rule around size of brands.
You still have
Branding,
recommendation.
right, I mean, branding is to protect the owner more than anything, and so if they don't do a good job branding, it's to their detriment. I guess that's my thought process on it, but.
I'd imagine at some point in time that was put in there in 1895. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
No, it's been since, because they knew the little ones were on those old brands. This has been fairly recent. Because it said if you got the brands, branding irons, when you got the brand, you could use that smaller size, but if you change, you have to comply with the department's rules. Because some of those, when we got our brand, the brands were small. And when we changed to a normal size 4-inch brand.
Well, when you went away from building a wood fire to heat your brands, you had smaller brands. When you went to propane, that's exactly
Hey, we
what
got a
happened.
generator electric.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, that's good point.
Yeah.
As we used to heat with pitch wood, we had smaller brands.
Yeah.
Well, that was confusing. What else do you have?
So, the next page, requirements for brand reporting, that is currently the page 3 of our new brand application. So these are guidelines for folks who are applying for a new brand. There's some statute citation and, the order in which we process. So we process them in preferential order, which that's in the policy, not the individual images, not the application. So selection of brands, all of the documentation we used to have had a list of things we didn't issue anymore. And the reality is that list is infinite. So we found it was much more effective to give people a list of what is issuable because it's finite. So those are the characters that we allow and the formats that we allow. And then it goes into some ownership types, which that's some duplication on the policy. My thought would be to build in the acceptable characters and formats into the policy.
So,
That would be good.
so now the traceability is in full swing.
Watch where you're going, John.
It's sleepy afternoon. Let's start a fight.
I know you can get some action going.
He's not asleep, his eyes might.
Yeah.
He's fine.
It's a question for you. So, at the end of the last re-record in a prior life, there were 4 or 5 instances where there were clearly mistakes made, clerical mistakes made. And there used to be a grace period of 30 days for the ability to fix clerical mistakes at the end of re-record. And they did it. If there was a mistake made, let me give you the examples. The fellow calls in and he said, I've got 5 of these to redo. Will you look at them? Are they all due? Do I need to do them all? Yep. You have them all now, right? Call them, they look and they say, yep, got them all. Goes home, finds out 2 days after re-record that they were missing the most important brand of all. And then you have the person who check, and there's a full record of it where there's both parties. Everybody admits
It's a lawsuit too, right?
Everybody agrees. The brand inspector agrees. I looked and I thought that's right. And then you've got, my Aunt Tilly died on the way to the farm, or way to Helena to turn it in on the 29th of December, and we didn't find it until after, do I get a chance to do it? And then there was a family that drove from Missoula that came all the way down here and stood at the brand office and said, okay, now do we have them all? Brand office says, yep, got them, good, gone. Whoops, didn't get one. And they came all the way down, everybody agrees to it. Somewhere in the process they said a grace period is not allowed.
Is that the audit?
Whether it was an audit or somewhere, but there's
There.
got to be some ability to fix clerical errors.
There's no grace period.
And that's what I'm saying, I
Right.
think they're referring to.
Yeah, but the grace period was put in, well, let me say it a different way. Somewhere on the back of my head, somebody said, you can't put a grace period in. I mean, that's just a rule, so I could put a grace period in. But there's some other reason.
Because the statute says the year for re-record is the calendar year of, every 10 years.
But somehow you ought to be able to fix a clerical error.
And also know, we've talked to Rob Stutz several times, I think he's even talked to the board about it, that'd be one area where he said, basically if you establish a grace period, then that's your new deadline. Because if you give that grace period to one, you must give that grace period to all.
Okay, but how do you fix clerical errors? They're clearly at fault.
How do you define a clerical error?
Well, I
John,
know it when I see it. It's pornography.
Yeah.
Well, I'm serious. That's what people would say.
A
The Supreme
clerical
Court does it
error,
every time.
a grace period is because you screwed up. A clerical error is totally different. That's because the clerk screwed up. That's not a grace period.
Well,
So it needs a different name.
I don't know, but we ought to be able to fix errors when they occur.
Without being sued.
I mean,
I'd fix 2 out of those 3.
Right.
Until he dies going to that's too bad. But if we checked and then the department said, okay, that shouldn't be my fault to forfeit my brand.
And they came in and did it. Wasn't that the one?
Well, they all came in for a hearing in front of the board, and the board allowed it in spite of the fact that they said there shouldn't be a grace period.
And I think what you're talking about is 2 different scenarios. So, and I don't know how you frame the language. It'll probably take more time than we got. But what you're talking about is saying, there's a period under which we would not, particularly if it's a brand that's no longer eligible, right? We wouldn't retire that brand on January 1st.
Well, you have to, though, if unless it was done, if it's one of these errors, which is one of these was one of those.
And that's what I'm saying is there's a difference, and how do you distinguish in language the difference between a department admitted mistake? In other words, I think what from a lawyer's perspective, which I think you would get, is, or from a state's lawyer's perspective, is what you struggle with is now we have to get into parceling. Okay, the department made a mistake, but how did John Phelps just totally forgot it or didn't know re-record was happening?
That's different.
Right, and you gotta in language be able to distinguish between those 2 things. So if the department says, and you've got, I think in the situation you're saying, you got evidence. If they showed up and they owned 7 brands and they re-recorded 6 of them and forgot the 7th one. Also, you should have evidence by the fee. They would pay the fees for all 7.
It was all there.
Yeah,
there was
so
evidence.
That's not a grace period to me means there's not a period by which if you forgot to re-record, period, that you get a second bite of the apple.
All I'm asking is to try to find out some way that in the next re-record, because I won't be here, to fix clerical errors.
I would say that this.
You weren't here last time either.
No.
Just kept it going.
And they promised they would fix it at the end of the last headache. The board did then.
So I need you to explain a little bit there. I should remember it, but I don't. Why, if somebody has, what I think you just said was, for example, you came here and said, hey, I want all my brands re-recorded.
Yeah, they came from Hamilton and said, here's the recording, and then they didn't all get processed.
Okay. Did they have all of the, all 5 or all 10 or
everybody
whatever?
agreed they did.
So they had them all.
And husband and wife drove from Hamilton, and they came in here and did that. And then the other case was the guy called into the brand inspector and says, the family has these 5, and I want to make sure we've got them all.
So it wasn't like they said, hey, check how many brands I got. I'll just record them all.
No, they laid them all out, and this is the one that was, and this is important. But then the third one was screw up, and they shouldn't have allowed that one.
So was the issue that they lost it completely?
They would have lost it completely.
Yeah.
In all 3 cases, because with no grace period, they figured it out. Like one of them, I think, was the 2nd of January, and the other one, they were all figured out within about 10 or 12 days.
Yeah, and so I don't know if we could legitimately put a hold, right? You put a hold. I mean, that's one thing they have to look at the rule, look at the statute.
Anyway, you figure it out.
And I'm just going to posit that you could put a hold on brands for a certain period of time, so those clerical errors could be discovered.
So don't reissue it.
Because in the scenario you're saying, if they applied for 7 and got 6, then they should have paid for 7, right?
Well, yeah, but they did. All that was clean. All that was clean. It was just simply a mistake in 2 out of the 3 cases that went through, and they were all brands that somebody else would want.
Right, but if you put a hold and didn't issue it, and you could find the mistake, I don't know that that's really. That's different than a grace period. A grace period to me is you just completely forgot, or you live out of state and you didn't get it done in time.
And you only had 6 recorded.
I know, but it doesn't fix it so that I get it.
No. Well, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, you can look at that for a future time.
Yeah, I think that's worth. I think it's worth looking into.
Yeah, we need to.
I really think it's really on us to on the front end of things, to do a good job of getting the word out. And I know you say you send postcards. Where I live, you may get postcards and you may not get postcards. You get letters. The postcards to me are really an issue when you're sending them out bulk mail.
Plus, it can be forwarded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I really think, I don't care who we have to increase the fees on, that we really need to make an effort to make sure that we get, because we'll get them back if they aren't delivered, right? First class mail. You don't get letters.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about postcards.
The postcards got returned.
They did?
Did they get
Yes, we
returned?
had boxes of them, and we sent them out to all the districtmen, all the sheriff's offices. Everyone went through them one by one. We spent hours on white pages looking up current addresses. There was a lot of legwork that went
I'm
into
not sure
trying
they
to follow
do that
those.
now. You might want to check this.
I don't intend to send postcards, but I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
well, then don't bring that.
I'm just saying that you have a much better chance
Our
of.
post office one.
And we talked about, and I may have done that last time too, but I know Leslie and I have had conversations about stage communication. So if, in my mind, if your re-record period begins January 1, 2021, your first communication goes out sometime in 2019.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then another one at the beginning of 2020, and then another one halfway through 2020. You see what I'm saying? Where and we've even I think although it spreads out the time period, but the expense should roughly be the same, but it spreads out the time period, we've got to look into this. Maybe you found the answer, but I know a conversation Leslie and I had was whether if you were sending out communication in 2019 and someone was willing to go ahead and say, I'm ready to re-record right now.
That's the trouble.
Yeah,
You can't.
I don't think you can because you got to wait till January of
Right, and then you forget about it.
for the same reason you can't take it after, yeah.
And but I think yes, we got to have multiple communications starting way out ahead of time. If nothing else, it provides to that person who forgets it provides a defense to us. They can probably argue they didn't get one letter. It's hard to argue you didn't get 6.
I'm here to tell you that we could, and I agree with, I'm not arguing that this needs to be done, but I'm here to tell you that you could have it plastered on a billboard on every interstate, and every 2-lane, every gravel road on the state.
You're right.
And there'd still be people going, no, you have to take it because I forgot you need to.
Do we
And
have,
then they'd still be mad at us.
Not if you put a fee of like $2,000.
do we have any way of tracking what brands have not
That's what
So that's how we could make some money, John.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
If you want to screw up and forget, instead of selling your brand to somebody else for $10,000, you can re-record it in the grace period for 5.
Oh yeah. I know. You know,
And then we'll know
or
if
even
people
1,000,
really want the
or
brand.
even 1,000.
If you miss this, it costs you $5,000. If you had to have a postcard,
Yeah, I
I'll
think
bet
you
it'd
can
pick
do
it
that,
up.
by the way.
Can you?
There's a 90-day grace period now for reissue.
We could make the due date September 30th and have the price go up between September and December and call that the grace
Have an
period.
escalator.
No, but I mean, there's a 90-day before it can be resold.
Yes, that's
So you
true.
could, if you want to get the brand you just lost, you know, the problem with that is, it's single iron brands, they're trying to wipe them out, but I would still go with that. Spend $2,000, you got it.
You got it.
If you
If I did,
forgot
yeah,
to get yours
yeah,
done.
you screwed up and you want to get it back, you got
But
90
it's
days.
not $125 an
No,
hour.
It's
It's
$2,000.
It's a couple grand.
5,000.
You bet.
Market price, not the cost.
Leslie, do you have any way of knowing
Can of worms.
in the 10-year period of tracking what brands have been used?
Have not been used.
Yeah, in the, say, 5 years?
Oh, you mean the ones
On
that are
livestock, you
recorded?
mean?
Yeah, just of
Yeah, I got
existing
one.
recorded brands.
That
Do you have any way of
haven't been put on
tracking?
I
Right,
got
that
one.
haven't been used in
there. I've got one.
If they have inspections, we could, I mean, it's a lot of data, but we could filter out the ones that have never had an inspection.
I'm just curious.
What's relative about that?
Well, the people you may not be trying to get ahead of the people you're not going to be able to reach. That's all I was asking.
Because we carry an extra brand, we buy an extra brand.
Yeah, so do we.
Because if we buy something or we have something shows up and we're like, oh yeah, we wouldn't mind owning that, but we don't want to put out that one brand on it. We'll stick with the other one.
We wanted to think, everyone think it's somebody else's.
And along that conversation, just another conversation Leslie and I have had, and I think other states do that, is that we've had conversations about whether Montana should consider, I don't know if the right word is, it's not ornamental because that's talking about artistic, but legacy brands, or I don't know what other states use, but what that would do is it would allow people to re-record a brand because they just want to keep it for keeping it sake, but then they're never allowed to use it on cattle again. And what that does is reduce the number of brands sitting out there to conflict check out brands that people want. Because if that brand is designated to never be used on cattle again, it doesn't go against the conflict check.
We have that, right?
Mr. Chair, yes, we
Or do
have
we have
ornamental
those?
brands. Idaho refers to them as legacy brands, which
Gotcha.
I kind of like that name better just for
I
that
thought we
purpose.
weren't doing that. I'm sorry.
Yes, we do. They just can't be currently recorded as an ornamental brand and people can get them. It's the same fee structure, same re-record requirement.
Do they have to re-record them now?
Yes.
Oh, they do.
Idaho's does not. They have I think it's kind of a lifetime thing where it's just issued.
That's why they call theirs legacy.
You
Correct.
could never use it again on cattle.
And maybe
Or
some
an
others,
animal.
right, can't be used on livestock. Maybe Heritage Brands is another one that's out there.
Maybe our conversation was about how do we encourage people who aren't using brands to do that so we don't have to worry about them in conflict check. I'm trying to.
I have an idea about
You can
that.
hang it on your gate post, but not put it on cows that you don't own.
So if Homer Jethro has.
We're not here for those people.
No, we're not here for those.
No, I'm interrupting you.
Go on.
If Homer Jethro has a brand that he would not normally reissue already in the state, and it's in the east half of Montana, and I want it to the west half of Montana, you won't issue me that brand, will you?
If it's the same brand,
Yeah.
no. Or if it's a brand that is, so the conflict checking procedures where it has all the E equals reverse 3, reverse L equals J.
Yeah, I brought about 5 of them in and I got a 0.
So those are the equal to. So if you had a reverse 3 on a bar, as an on your application and there was an AE on a bar, we would not issue that brand anywhere in the state.
But the thing we did change was that when you run conflicts for a new brand, for example, you're only conflicted out on the connected states, adjacent states, whereas before it was across the entire state.
It was 5 counties.
Adjacent counties?
It was 5 counties.
It was 5 counties? Okay, I'm sorry. But now we shrunk that down
to adjacent counties.
Correct. So I knew we did something.
So that's on the last page, I believe, where it has all of the, so it's called regional character conflicts. I called it regional because it's within the same county and adjacent counties. That's the list of character conflicts that have been established by the Brands Advisory Committee and the members of the Brands Advisory Committee.
So you can't have a diamond anymore?
Yes, you can have a diamond. So,
Well, look at D.
D.
Or C.
C.
I can't have a C lazy J? Or what's that saying?
So that's saying if you applied for AC on a bar and someone in your county had AG on a bar, we would not issue you AC on a bar because the C and a G look too much alike.
Does that answer your open
No, yeah.
I have T/F.
It does.
I think my neighbor, adjacent
But
neighbor,
if
got
nobody has an
TF
A,
bar.
You can have it.
Not a conflict.
Not a conflict. It's a conflict all the time.
Right.
Is it?
Yeah.
And that's
You
got that in mind.
He says that I'm advised that.
I still have my list. I'm
reverse
gonna try it again. I might have to try it again.
Has not been
So I guess
issued to anybody else.
if the board thinks I need to put these regional conflicts as well as the statewide conflicts into the policy, I can certainly do that. To me, the most important part is to include the acceptable characters and formats because that's the issue that we run into most often. I don't know that the conflict is necessarily an issue so much as the acceptable brands that we will issue. So, which
Regional
direction?
conflict board? What was the question?
Do you want me to include regional and statewide conflicts in the policy or just the acceptable characters and formats?
Well, if you can prove a positive than a negative.
I guess the point is that the conflicts can potentially change with the advisory committee, whereas the acceptable brand characters, I think, will always go before the board before that changes. At least that'd be my assumption.
I guess I'm still sort of thrown by the advisory committee being everybody within the department. It has, that bothers me. I mean, maybe that was the only time it did that.
Can't we?
Yeah, we can do anything we want, but to me, it should be people who have, I don't know.
So your question isn't about the advisory committee, Leslie. What was your question again, please?
Well, she said the advisory committee can meet to do things, but I'm saying the advisory.
Saying the advisory committee.
The question was, so I'm going to include acceptable brand characters and formats. So what you can and can't issue in the policy. That's not been in there in the past. However, do I need to include the statewide and regional
So you're going
conflicts
to
list?
include, what you're saying, include that page.
Not the whole page, but yeah, that info. Yep.
But do you need to include that? That's the question.
Yes.
That's right.
We can go online and look it up.
And the committee can change those conflicts.
Right.
And only the board can change these conflicts.
I'm with you completely.
And it's whatever you decide.
And I'll still say once again, and I'll go back to this page from the application, is to clarify the very vague, open-ended statute, which says brands just have to be indistinguishable from each other. And so I will continue to sort of push us to consider bringing to the board that as an administrative rule attached to that statute because that sets it in time. The other thing I think that I would say when we talk about brands policy in general, and it goes back to something Mr. LaFelt said as a joke, but it clicked in my mind of something very serious, which is we have to keep in context the purpose for which this exists, which is to be able to distinguish ownership of animals. a lot of the arguments that I hear, your arguments you get from the public may be different. A lot of the arguments I hear are about ornament, about what I like or what I want to hang on the fence post. If your objective is just to have something that distinguishes your animal from others, then okay. But if we start talking about ornament, we bring in animal welfare issues, and what made me think about it is we bring in traceability issues. Because we have sold that one reason you don't have to worry about Montana from a traceability standpoint is our brands maintain traceability. That's why you don't need tags and other things. We've sold that, but if we go to a point where we allow for conflicts because of ornament, then we undercut ourselves in that argument about why we don't need more severe traceability measures in place. And so I just don't want to compromise us on those slippery slopes, if we don't have to.
We're so far down the traceability slope that we're starting to go back up.
And at the end of the day, this department is here for the people that keep cattle, not for ordinary people.
And when I say ornament, I'm talking about even if you're putting it on cattle, that your argument of why you want a certain brand is because you want because of how it looks, not necessarily the fact that does it serve the function. It's form over function, I guess we're saying, because the function is just make sure those animals are identifiable from any other animals.
As long as they look good.
I know, that's what it comes back to.
As long as it looks good.
No, it is, Brandon. I raise a different issue while we're in this section.
Sure.
I was at a meeting dealing with brucellosis discussions similar to some of the comments made earlier, which I found interesting when Doc was here. Over in Beaverhead County. And when we were doing that, we talked about the process of bleeding and testing and vaccinations and all that stuff. And there's a fellow there by the name of Race King, who I think you know, who represents the stock growers and has come in, and he has been working with a identification system that is one that appears to be really slick, off the shelf, and not an arm and a leg compared to what we're putting up with, and it works.
What's the hardware?
It works with your phone, and so it. What I'd like to do, if it's okay, is to invite him to come in and make his presentation at the beginning of the year, sometime January or February, to show and tell, because don't we redo our contract with whatchamajigers?
End of March is Fort Supply.
Fort Supply?
I'm scheduled to be gone January through end of March.
Jan, are you going to law enforcement school?
That's.
So then, because you need to see what he does, and it's really slick. Everybody was just going,
Why do we have to wait till?
Well, he's getting ready to put together a national presentation, evidently, just showing, but he might be able to do it. Are we having a meeting in December? No.
November.
I was waiting
Yeah.
for that one.
No.
You're full.
So you're gone January through March?
I won't be back till April.
So
Put it off?
We'll call our Crystal back in.
Are you there 7 days a week?
It's 5 days a week. My understanding is that I get a couple hours between like 5 and 7 for personal time.
Brush your teeth.
Is there any chance, is there
So do we
any
really need to
chance
go
we
there?
could have a...
I mean, his system is just so slick you can't believe it,
That's neat.
and it takes advantage of this stuff off
Well,
the
he's
shelf.
putting a presentation together. Can't you watch it afterwards?
Just build up on time.
Maybe we can. She'll have the video of him
Because everybody
being here.
has
She
to
can
show
watch
up for
it,
it,
right?
getting paid extra to show up for it.
So we've got two issues at hand here, right?
We better probably have him do it anyway.
Yeah.
What are the two issues?
Those two issues, and Lila and I are on two different sides of the fence. The one issue is, why is Leslie gone? I personally don't think she really needs to be. Lila thinks she does. The other issue is what John's presented, and that is, possibly we have somebody that can present something that may or may not be better than what we're using for supply.
It's really
And the fastest time to get him to present that to our brands administrator is likely January, and we're having our brands administrator go through something else that may or may not be as important as that.
What's the time, without getting into that discussion, what's the port supply deadline?
March
End of March?
31st is the end of the contract period, and
I
if we
think
were
we
going
have a
to
30-day
switch.
notification period.
So,
that
I got something.
We gotta notify them within 30 days if we're not gonna.
I mean, I haven't seen the whole presentation. I saw it work, and it's really slick, and it's off-the-shelf software, and it's using his phone, and it's using the ID tags. But we could still do it in January. And
So is it function with brands and everything else too then?
Yeah,
Because you're
would.
proposing it would take the spot in the auctions and with local inspectors.
It appears that it would. I don't know for sure, but
So
he could come in and pitch it, and then we could see.
So he pitches it in January. We all love it, right? But maybe we're wrong. Are we going to just give up port supply and just go direct to that?
No.
And no, that's the point I'm making. You probably go, we're going to need to operate
Transition
in
anyway.
conjunction.
Yeah, you transition anyway.
It'll be interesting to see it.
So we can
So
still
we can
schedule
still
it,
have
we can
it.
still video it, and we can still, so would it be all right to have him come in January? Good,
Doesn't matter to me.
good for you. Yeah. All right, I'll talk to him and make sure he's
Well,
available.
it will be on the
January
recording
5th.
in the meeting too, if he's here.
Yeah.
So I was like, rather watch it.
But it really works slick when they're running through the chute, and he processed unbelievable number of animals compared to what other people are able to do in terms of bleeding and running them through and keeping the ear tag numbers.
So what were you saying? He was scanning those electronic
Yeah.
IDs with his phone?
Yeah, and there's a software program that can pick it up and track it, and it's even slicker for the veterinarians who are there. And he can talk about it.
That's a whole other issue. Dealt with all of it, and I'm here to tell you it's not that much fun.
No, it's not, but his is pretty, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. Anyway, I'll do it and then I'll talk to you.
The other portion of it to keep in mind is, so the argument that I've had with traceability on ID, besides what Marty says, is, well, we needed to get China out. So we export beef to China. Okay, well, if we're going to do that, let's just make it all commodities so that the packers can take advantage of the money that's being sent to China. Why don't we make China pay for it through the packers, and then if they want it, we'll supply them with ID cattle, like the NHTC program. Because then you're making your customer pay for your added work.
I don't disagree with that.
That's what I believe in.
I don't disagree with it, but I think traceability is just so far down the road that there's no reeling it in. For sexually intact females, for sure. And you have tuberculosis.
Request to hire?
Don't we have to go back to page 1 and finish it?
She's going to bring a proposal anyway, and she can put it going.
No, we're not going back to page.
I've got feedback on.
Yeah,
she'll figure it out.
Thank you. Request to hire, I have a vacancy in Billings at the market, very much needed. We actually already have an applicant, a candidate that we have, can make an offer to. He was a previous candidate that was not available at the time, but is now. So if approved, he could start December 11th. And in Helena, we have, that's significantly less time than it would take to advertise and recruit, etc. So in Helena, we have a vacancy due to retirement. Darcy Anderson is retiring after 30 years. She is doing cattle inspection. Very much would like to replace that as soon as possible, given just that we are always playing catch up with that work.
Do I have a motion?
I move we okay hiring the 2 people.
Is there a second?
Second.
Question. Does this person put an application in before and everything?
Correct.
Can we do that?
Yeah, so by state policy, you have the right to go back to the previous applicant pool within 6 months.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
Thank you. Leslie, I have a question. If you actually are gone January through March, who's going to do your job?
Tyler?
Your deputy.
And is that even possible? I mean, we're talking about 60 people. I mean, we're talking about a lot of people to cover.
The direct report in Helena is probably my biggest concern because there's not a supervisor here.
Yeah, well, I'll do what I do when she's gone now. I'll be walking to the hall.
Yeah.
I don't have the details established yet of how we're gonna deal with all the leadership.
Not doing anything anyway.
Did you vote on that?
Are we having a meeting? Another meeting? What's your plan?
No public? No public?
No.
Date for next board meeting?
So I'll say I went through an exercise with staff not earlier this week, yesterday, to try and coordinate our schedules to see when would be a good time to recommend a board meeting.
Yes.
And not leave very many options. Because I'm gone November 8th through 15th. I'm out of state. Then the week after that is Thanksgiving, which lots of people have plans for. Then the week after that is both IBMP and wool growers. And so and of course there's still a conflict. I'm not for sure, but I think cattlemen have a meeting in the middle of that next week. They've not made any invitation to anybody to be there. They did last year. And then I think stock growers is the week after that. So we were looking at like the week of December 4th, December 5th and 6th as being the next possible time unless we're going to go later. 5th and 6th of December.
That'll work.
That'll work.
Because I think the 4th is a Monday.
Yep.
So I got the calendar right.
Yep. Right here.
5th and 6th.
You're gone?
Oh, when are you gone?
4th and the Friday and the Monday.
Oh, so
5th and 6th?
Tuesday.
But you're here on the 5th and the 6th, right?
We're going to have a 2-day meeting?
No.
Okay.
It's a
So
Tuesday,
you're going to get better.
I'm gone Friday.
None of those things is one of them. Sorry, I don't want to say meetings either.
Friday is first or fourth? Fourth?
Nah.
Yes.
5th or 6th? Okay.
So,
For
here's
Donna,
a
probably
question.
did
This meeting, albeit, I kind of enjoy you guys' company, although it might sometimes not seem like I do. It really felt to me like mostly what we did was just get, a report, which, albeit is a lot of good sometimes, but I felt like about half this meeting was really kind of a waste of time. That's my opinion. And I really felt like we could have went further down the road. So, are we really doing everybody a favor having a meeting every month? I mean, is it necessary?
I think while we're on this budget track, we don't have to have it every month, but I'm assuming we're not going to have one until the end of January after December. So that would mean we wouldn't have one in November.
I'm not objecting to December, I'm just
I think there's some things we don't have to do every meeting.
And I'd point out to the board, one of the things that,
Things I wouldn't do every meeting.
and so I apologize if the consent agenda went too far, but I do want to say I was trying to act on previous feedback, which is if we're replacing positions with the same title, same job description, same pay, that you've questioned in the past, why do we need to have a big conversation about it? So that's why they went to consent agenda. Travel is another one where I understand right now with budget situations, but feedback in the past has been, if this is stuff we've done before and it's in the budget, why are we talking about it? So that's why I tried to put that in the consent agenda and the point is not to maybe meet less often, but to try and at least get down to reasonable days that aren't 10 hours long for everybody. The other thing we could certainly take a look at the board would have to, unless you think the public who are listening feel the need to have that, there are all of the division reports that don't require action. I mean, I could require staff to submit written reports, put them in the consent agenda, and if you've got questions, you can say at the beginning of the meeting, hey, I want Chad Lee to come in here and talk about X.
Or they can rotate or something.
Right.
Yeah.
But
One this meeting, one the next meeting. There's 3 or 4 of those.
because there's multiple things that I would point out that are different than what Brett's concern is. You know, I look at staff that are well paid by most people's view of that, sitting in the back of the room for 4 or 5 hours when they could be at their desk working. That's another. So I have a desire to try, and I'm really trying to think of you guys. I'm trying to shrink down to what are the items you really need to take action on. So the conversation here at the end of the day, that's a conversation you probably need to fully explore. But, you know, if it's perfunctory, administrative approval of hiring, travel, those things that are not out of the norm of what we've done in the past, that's why I've tried to put those things there. So continue to give me the feedback. The feedback I got today is that I'm not going to try to do a consent agenda again. That's, I mean, or if we go to say, if you want just written reports from the divisions for all things that aren't action oriented, that's another way to go too. And we don't have to dispense with everybody marching up to do their 15 minutes.
Part of my issue with the travel is how many people go.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
I don't have any problem with what happened today, but when 4 of them are gone, you know, that's a little more, especially when we're tight on the budget stuff.
Yeah.
But this budget, I mean, we're going to be tight depending on what happens with the budget.
But I just want to let you know, I'm trying to streamline this for you. You're doing good. You know, but
also we need to get on this deputy EO. We should get that.
We'll have time to do that, and we'll have time to finish this other deal between now and December.
The needs thing. We need to get some of that kind of wrapped up.
Okay, December when?
5th or 6th, it sounds like.
and I don't know what Wednesdays is a bad day for someone in here, but I'd say Wednesdays is good for us from the standpoint of public notice. We can do public notice on Monday morning as opposed to having to do it the week before because we have to
Wednesday the 5th?
6th.
It's the 6th.
Because Donna's gone through the 4th, right?
Right.
So it gives her a little time to get her feet back.
You want to do it the 6th?
Sure. That's the day after my girl's birthday. There you go. So I'm glad you didn't choose the 5th. I might have been in trouble.
I got a granddaughter
I think you should
on the
try
3rd,
the
so I
consent
can
items
do
again.
it.
And maybe if you explain
And it's an experiment.
beforehand if they're.
And if you want to try a meeting with everybody just submitting written reports, we can
I
do
think
that.
you could rotate them. You know, I don't know that we have to have every meeting, we have to have.
Yeah,
a
there's some
report
of them
from the feds. Or every meeting, we have to report from George. Or every meeting, a report from stand-up reports.
Animal services, animal damage.
I don't need that every meeting.
We don't need that every meeting.
They
And
can
he
do
provides a
that.
great chart.
Yeah.
And written.
And we would always commit to any of those documents like that. So let's say we were going to take the claims table that's presented every month, as opposed to having it presented in a meeting, put that in there. We would still make all those documents available to the public.
Yeah.
Right. So people would go to the website and look at them if they so choose. I
periodically-
want to see if anybody goes to that with us.
Same thing with wildlife services.
Shorten it up.
And we save the fifth money, so John Stockwell put it out on the billings to get a fifth.
He doesn't have to take a day off.
Greg does a great job. They keep saying saving money, saving Greg.
Dan Turcotte's operation, as long as it's copacetic.
He always worries me because he'd never tell you if he was complaining.
Oh, don't worry, one day we're replacing them, we'll find out.
Then we're gonna find out.
Because that person probably won't be as kind.
That doesn't happen exactly when I'm here.
Well, once again, thank you, Donna, for your indulgence.
Yes, boy.
That was very kind. If you wouldn't do that, then these meetings we might shorten them quite a bit, you see. If you don't Don't feed us. We'll eat, sir.
Hey, it was super good today. It was great. I cleaned up my plate and the other cookie.
Me too, but maybe sneaky.
You got a treat, sir. That's what we call at your house, our grandson.
I adjourn this meeting.
Come on, we get treats today.
Just make sure you don't plan on being for lunch.
Yeah. Today I thought about that. I thought, I've been quitting for